Now, he regarded the so-called delicacies of the South Koreans as mere kimchi. Tang Mang chuckled. Dr. Zhou, once we return home, I shall treat you to duck and a bowl of wontons. The following day, Dr. Zhou and his party arrived at Samsung as scheduled. In a reception room, after a round of cordial handshakes, Jin Jae-suk gestured toward Park Itaeon and introduced him. This is Minister Park of our Samsung mobile division. Though somewhat perplexed, Tang Mang maintained his decorum and exchanged pleasantries with Park Itaeon. Once everyone was seated, they transitioned to substantive discussions, with Tang Mang taking the lead. Minister Jin, we have come to your esteemed company with the intent of procuring a batch of your E1 grade screens. For clarity, Samsung screens are categorized simply into E, M, and C levels. M is for Samsung's laboratory, C is standard, and E is used in Samsung's flagship models on the market. Jin Jae-suk remained steadfast, his eyelids unflinching. Manager Tang, are you not aware that we do not sell E1 grade screens externally? Minister Jin, Red Star comes with sincerity and hopes to establish a fruitful cooperative relationship with your esteemed company, Tang Mang replied, maintaining an assertive yet respectful demeanor. This corpulent individual's claim of not selling these screens was anticipated. He merely sought to inflate the price. As the highest-selling mobile manufacturer in Huaxia, our procurement of your OLED screens would significantly bolster your company and promote OLED screens in the market. I trust Minister Jin understands the vast potential of the Huaxia market. Upon hearing this, Jin Jae-suk feigned contemplation and remarked, I have heard that Red Star has developed a high-density battery called Yangtze River. Might your company be willing to share details regarding this Yangtze River battery technology? He then fixed his gaze intently on Tang Mang. Yet inwardly he began to curse the ancestors of that insufferable fat man. Why on earth wouldn't you share your E-grade screen technology? And what about the Yangtze River battery technology? Minister Jin chuckled, declaring that the Yangtze River battery was the most advanced technology of Hongqing and absolutely could not be leaked. Oh, I see. Our E-grade screen production capacity is indeed somewhat lacking. We hope Manager Tang can understand that we are currently unable to sell externally. Jin Zaishi sought to further manipulate Tang Mang, setting down his teacup, signaling that there was no room for negotiation and it was time to leave. Minister Jin, I wonder how your esteemed company might provide screens to us at Hongqing. Of course, the Yangtze River battery technology is off the table. If your company is willing to collaborate with Samsung, we are prepared to offer you 400 billion won for 1 million screens. Jin Zaishi, observing Tang Mang's composed expression, calmly presented his own price. Since Hongqing was resolutely refusing to share the Yangtze River battery technology, he felt compelled to increase his price. Upon hearing Jin Zaishi's quotation, Tang Mang's composure began to waver. It was evident that this gluttonous pig was attempting to fleece him. If this price were to be considered a decade later, it would procure Samsung's top-tier screens, and certain manufacturers in Huaxia would undoubtedly queue with cash in hand to purchase them. However, it was only 2014, and Hongqing was procuring Huaxing's LCD screens for less than 300 yuan. Jin Zaishi's quoted price had inflated the screen cost sevenfold, which was utterly unacceptable. Accepting such a price would mean that the cost of a single screen would consume more than half of the total cost of the phone. How could they possibly design a phone under those circumstances? Any profits would be entirely siphoned off to Samsung. A price reduction was imperative. You demand exorbitantly, and I shall counter with a fair offer. Upon arrival, President Chen had anticipated Samsung might raise prices and had adjusted the budget to 1,200 yuan, yet Jin Zaishi's offer had exceeded the budget by a factor of 2. Minister Jin, I fear we cannot accept this price, and 1 million screens is far too few. We intend to purchase 1 million screens as an initial order, with a total purchase quantity not less than 3 million screens. I wonder what price you could offer, Minister Jin? Not less than 3 million screens. Jin Zaishi whispered a few words to his assistant, who then jotted down notes, after which Jin Zaishi nonchalantly stated, 3 million screens will require 1 trillion won. Tang Mang felt his temper nearly boiling over. Was this fellow treating him like a fool? 1 million screens for 400 billion won, yet 3 million screens demanded 1 trillion won. Had this man lost his mind? Minister Jin? If that is the case, I am afraid we cannot proceed with cooperation, Tang Mang replied, suppressing his anger. Manager Tang, it's simply a matter of insufficient capacity. Please understand, Jin Zaishi said, his smile devoid of sincerity. Just as Tang Mang contemplated standing up to depart, Park Ik-taeon rose and addressed both parties. Minister Jin, Manager Tang, we can certainly revisit the pricing. After all, we are indeed facing capacity constraints. And our current OLED technology is globally leading, so a higher price is quite reasonable. Higher? You're treating us like cattle to be slaughtered. Tang Mang refrained from voicing this thought, as expressing it would likely extinguish any chance for negotiation. In that case, Manager Tang, allow me to discuss with Minister Jin. We at Samsung are very keen to establish a cooperative relationship with Hongxing. With that, Park Ik-tayan pulled Jin Zaishi aside. Dr. Zhou leaned closer to Tang Mang, whispering, "Are these guys trying to play us? What is the deal with Minister Park? They're not trying to deceive us outright. But they do seem intent on securing a high price," Tang Mang replied. "One plays the good cop, the other the bad cop. I wonder if we're merely leftovers for them to pick over?" Chapter 136. The Visit to the Land of the Stick. Manager Tang, Manager Zhou, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A few minutes later, Park Ik-tayan and Jin Zaishi returned to their seats. I just had a conversation with Minister Jin, and we can make some concessions regarding the pricing. For 3 million screens, we can offer 900 billion won, Jin Zaishi announced. Minister Park, Minister Jin, we at Hongxing truly come bearing sincerity, and we hope you can provide a reasonable price. Tang Mang sensed that the two were certainly harboring ulterior motives. Although the price had dropped from 1 trillion to 900 billion, he still considered it exorbitant, fully aware of their approximate production costs. Currently, Samsung SC-grade screens for mid-range devices had a factory price comparable to that of LCD screens, around 300 yuan. Even if their top-tier screens were slightly more expensive, doubling the price would still yield a cost of less than 700 yuan. Adding a profit margin of 50 yuan would keep the overall price under 1,000 yuan. Yet now they were quoting 300,000 per screen, which at the current exchange rate of 189.16 still amounted to around 1,600 yuan. Manager Tang, we at Samsung are very sincere about this price, and we are eager to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Hongxing, Park Ik-tayan asserted. Minister Park, I sincerely appreciate your assistance, yet this price remains unacceptable to us at Hongxing. I fear we cannot proceed with cooperation with Samsung. I hope we may have another opportunity in the future. With that, Tang Mang stood to leave. At this, Jin Zaishi's expression shifted. In truth, Samsung's headquarters placed significant importance on this collaboration, with a minimum price of 1,000 yuan set for sale. It's worth noting that Hongxing's shipment volume in Huaxia had already surpassed Samsung, making it the top seller in the region. Even on a global scale, Hongxing's shipment volumes ranked among the top 3, only behind Samsung and Apple. Such a major client was undoubtedly valued by Samsung's headquarters. Jin Zaishi's insistence on such a high price stemmed entirely from Park Ik-tayan's desire to acquire Hongxing's Yangtze River battery technology through the procurement of screens. Directly obtaining the complete technology was unrealistic. Thus, Park Ik-tayan had never considered it. Instead, he aimed to acquire Hongxing's patent authorization, allowing Samsung to produce this battery independently. As for procuring the Yangtze River battery, what for? Securing authorization for self-production was far more advantageous. Going through Hongxing for procurement could lead to a scenario similar to the current one, where the question of whether they would sell remained uncertain, and they would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. Manager Tang, please don't be hasty, we can still negotiate the price. If you're willing to grant Samsung the patent authorization for the Yangtze River battery, I can assure you that the price will not exceed 200,001. The procurement quantity will not be limited either. Even if you purchase just 10,000 screens, we will extend this price to you, Park Ik-tayan stated. Gazing intently at Tang Mang, keen to see him sit back down, his expression brightened at Tang Mang's compliance, and he proceeded to sweeten the deal, adding, moreover, during the authorization period for your Yangtze River battery, we at Samsung can sell you our top-tier screens. As you know, the turnover rate for OLED screens is quite rapid. Top tier? Can what you sell us truly be considered top tier? Park Ik-tayan's plan seemed overly optimistic. The genuinely top-tier screens were not for sale, and anything available would not be of the highest quality. Thus, this guarantee was essentially meaningless, a mere attempt to secure a free ride. Minister Park, I fear I cannot make that decision. I must consult with headquarters. Of course, I shall await good news from Manager Tang. After departing Samsung's screen division, Tang Mang erupted in a fit of rage in the car. These two gluttons are solely after our Yangtze River battery technology. What nonsense about selling us top-tier screens. Utterly preposterous. The accompanying individuals shared his indignation. Samsung's attitude was excessively arrogant, showing little regard for Hongxing. They were simply coveting the Yangtze River battery. Let us head to LG headquarters. As Tang Mang noticed the gaze of several individuals in the vehicle fixated upon him, he retorted with irritation, "What are you staring at?" I contacted LG's representatives yesterday. I was contemplating that if our collaboration with Samsung goes well, I would fabricate an excuse to discard LG's procurement plan. Conversely, if we failed to reach an agreement with Samsung, we would still have a fallback option. Last night, Tang Meng had spoken with Chen Chen, expressing his concerns. Ordinarily, a company like Hongxing would not be neglected for several days by Samsung when seeking to procure screens. Given that Samsung's representatives had behaved in such a manner, it was evident that this procurement would not proceed smoothly. As anticipated, Samsung disregarded their significance, merely seeking to exploit them for the Yangtze River battery. This group of individuals was clearly deluded, thinking they could secure authorization for the Yangtze River battery. Dr. Zhou, what do you think is truly on Samsung's mind? What do they think? They believe they can bully our nascent OLED screen industry. Or else what could they possibly be thinking? I even suspect that this is all the doing of Minister Park, who, despite his facade of benevolence, has ulterior motives. Upon further reflection, Tang Meng concluded that Samsung's mobile division likely coveted the technology behind the Yangtze River battery, colluding with their screen division to undermine their own efforts. Regardless, he resolved to see what LG had to say. If negotiations faltered, they would return home to reassess. In the realm of South Korea's conglomerates, LG stands alongside Samsung as a premier entity, producing their own mobile devices, albeit with a modest market share. In terms of influence within South Korea, there exists a significant disparity between LG and Samsung, yet their technological prowess is not vastly inferior. Compared to Samsung's OLED screens, LG's production techniques and overall aesthetic might be slightly lacking, otherwise it would not serve as Tang Meng's second choice. Nonetheless, in contrast to the nascent technologies emerging domestically, LG's expertise is relatively mature. Upon arriving at LG's headquarters, the business department head, Young Dong-soo, welcomed Tang Meng and his entourage. Mr. Tang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Following the message from General Zhao of Huaxia, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Although Young Dong-soo was over 40, he approached the delegation with utmost respect, particularly mindful of the admonitions from Zheng Guangwei. The connection with LG's headquarters was facilitated by Zheng Guangwei from their Huaxia branch. After conversing with Tang Meng, promptly reported Hongxing's interest in collaboration to the headquarters. The board at LG convened that very night, concluding that partnering with a company like Hongxing would yield immense benefits with negligible risks. Moreover, Hongxing currently ranks as the largest mobile manufacturer in Huaxia and is one of the top contenders globally in terms of shipment volume in 2013, thus deserving their due consideration. Chapter 137, The Journey to South Korea, Part 5. At the negotiation table, the two parties sat across from one another, with LG expressing a keen interest in collaborating with Hongxing, thus ensuring a highly formal atmosphere. Nevertheless, even amidst this eagerness, Young Dong-soo harbored the desire to maintain a dominant position, especially concerning screen pricing. After all, LG's panels are regarded as top tier within the mobile industry. Mr. Tang, we are very willing to engage in a fruitful partnership with Hongxing. Consequently, our board has resolved to offer your esteemed company 1 million screens at a price of 23 billion Korean won. Tang Meng furrowed his brow, questioning whether there had been prior collusion among these representatives as they began negotiations with such a steep price. However, having already strategized with General Chen the previous day, Tang Meng remained unperturbed, opting not to respond to Young Dong-soo's pricing proposition immediately, instead redirecting the conversation towards the disparity between LG and Samsung. The quality of your screens does exhibit a certain gap compared to Samsung's. However, I believe Samsung's production technology does not quite match yours. The superior visual quality of Samsung's screens stems from their early mastery of a more effective arrangement method. They monopolized the patent for diamond arrangement, preventing you from utilizing it, thus rendering your advanced production techniques unable to achieve the same visual quality as Samsung screens. Am I correct, Mr. Young? Tang Meng's remarks left the LG representatives somewhat perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't they been discussing screen procurement and collaboration? Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to comparing their company with Samsung? Despite their confusion, Young Dong-soo and his colleagues found merit in Tang Meng's statements. In the realm of OLED screens, LG and Samsung had virtually commenced their journey simultaneously. In the face of a superior diamond arrangement method, LG had sought to register the patent, only to discover it had long been claimed by a certain American company. When LG attempted to approach this company, they learned it had been acquired by Samsung, leaving LG at a standstill. In their attempts to negotiate for authorization, Samsung, unwilling to see a competitor flourish, outrightly refused. When LG sought to register alternative arrangement patents, they found these had also been claimed, this time by a company from Huaxia. This series of events had left LG's screens technologically and procedurally on par with Samsung's, yet incapable of achieving the same visual quality. If Hongxing could elevate the quality of your screens to match Samsung's, would your company be open to a deeper collaboration? Tang Meng's abrupt pivot in conversation left Yung Dong-soo and his colleagues momentarily stunned, as a thought flickered in Yung's mind. Could it be that Hongxing had registered other notable screen arrangement patents? This had indeed been the subject of discussion between Tang Meng and Chen Chen the previous night. Given that domestic production could not yet meet Hongxing's screen requirements, and Samsung was demanding exorbitant prices for the Yangtze River battery technology, they decided to procure from LG instead, providing Samsung with a few challenges of their own. What? Yung Dong-soo gazed incredulously at the patent certificate displayed on Tang Meng's phone. He could hardly fathom that. Apart from Samsung, another entity had indeed secured a patent for a diamond-like arrangement technology. Tang Meng and Dr. Zhou exchanged glances, a sense of triumph swelling within them. Were those Samsung representatives truly intent on exploiting Hongxing? They would soon find themselves embroiled in a rivalry with LG, which made the situation all the more intriguing. Manager Tang. This. Yung Dong-soo's eyes remained fixated on the phone in Tang Meng's hand, yearning for another glimpse at the patent certificate. His demeanor shifting entirely to one of respect. As a seasoned executive with over 20 years at LG, and having led his department for over a decade, he recognized the significance of this patent and understood Tang Meng's intent. It was clear that Hongxing wished to leverage this patent as a bargaining chip in their negotiations. Mr. Yung, this represents a novel arrangement method akin to Samsung's diamond arrangement. This new method is entirely competitive with Samsung's, and if applied to your OLED screens, it would result in a qualitative leap in quality. Your screens would undoubtedly become more desirable than those of Samsung, Tang Meng declared with a smile. Locking eyes with Yung Dong-soo. With the momentum of the negotiations now favoring Hongxing, it was essential to recognize the intensity of the rivalry between Samsung and LG. Samsung, as the foremost conglomerate in South Korea, held absolute dominance, while LG, the runner-up, often found itself overshadowed. This dynamic was not only present within the domestic conglomerate hierarchy, but also extended to their mobile and screen businesses, where Samsung consistently outperformed LG. No entity wishes to remain in the shadows for eternity. Thus, LG's upper echelons were undoubtedly agitated, with a singular ambition to surpass Samsung. Manager Tang, how would your company envision our collaboration? Zheng Dongxiu has now placed Tang Meng on an equal footing with himself, genuinely desiring to engage in business discussions with Hongxing. After all, if they can secure this patent, their own produced screens would be entirely on par with Samsung's. Should they surpass Samsung, LG is willing to make certain concessions. Observing that his counterpart has finally adopted a proper stance and is willing to negotiate, Tang Meng leisurely articulates the thoughts he had previously discussed with Chen Chen. Firstly, LG intends to become Hongxing's supplier of screens, committing to provide no less than 15 million top-tier diamond array screens annually. Secondly, the profit margin on the screens sold to Hongxing must not exceed 20% of the cost, which includes both hardware and labor expenses. Tang Meng's assertion implies that LG will supply at cost price, yet Hongxing is not so heartless as to demand uncompensated labor. Thus, they are willing to grant a 20% profit. However, in return, they will authorize the patent for the Pearl Array to LG. What about the time frame? Zheng Dongxiu inquires. 2 years, with an annual licensing fee of 20 million, Tang Meng replies. Zheng Dongxiu is momentarily taken aback by Tang Meng's demands, perceiving these conditions as somewhat unreasonable. The first condition is manageable. LG's OLED screens are currently only utilized in their own mobile devices, and with LG's market share in mobile phones perpetually dwindling, they are unable to fully absorb the production capacity of screens. It is worth noting that LG's mobile shipment volume is significantly lower than that of Samsung. Yet the production capacity of their screens does not mirror this disparity. Thus, it is only natural to sell excess capacity. After all, increased screen shipments can help mitigate the cost per unit. However, the second condition causes Zheng Dongxiu some discomfort. The upper management at LG anticipates a selling price of around 1,000 yuan for the screens. If they adhere to Hongxing's terms, the pricing will take a substantial hit. When considering just the hardware, the actual cost does not exceed 300 yuan, and when factoring in labor and various other expenses, the total cost per screen will not surpass 400 yuan, with Hongxing adding a 20% profit margin for themselves. This means the price for the screen supplied to Hongxing would be approximately 500 yuan. This is a drastic reduction, effectively having the company's set guideline price. Furthermore, when considering technology costs and the initial factory investments, there is little to no profit left. Hongxing's terms explicitly mention only hardware and labor costs, without any reference to research and development expenses. Manager Tang, I will report your terms to the higher-ups, as I cannot make these decisions unilaterally, Zhang Dongxiu states. I have arranged accommodations for several individuals. Please allow me a moment, and I will notify you as soon as I receive a response. Zhang Dongxiu refrains from outright rejecting Tang Meng's terms, partly because he lacks authority over the decisions, and partly to maintain a stable rapport with his counterpart. Allowing time to report to the higher-ups. There's no need for hotel arrangements. Our branch office in Seoul has already secured lodging for us. I hope to receive favorable news from you soon. After seeing off Tang Meng and his entourage, Zhang Dongxiu promptly relays Hongxing's conditions to the upper management. Initially, the procurement partnership with Hongxing did not warrant involving the higher-ups, but with the patent for the pearl array now on the table, it is evident that the nature of the collaboration has escalated beyond a mere procurement discussion. It necessitates deliberation at the executive level. LG's response is swift. The very next day, Tang Meng receives a call from Zhang Dongxiu. Manager Tang, if your company grants the patent for the pearl array to us for 10 years, I believe we would be willing to pursue a deeper cooperation with Hongxing. The LG executives convened an emergency board meeting overnight, and, after intense discussions, they decided to accept Hongxing's terms. The driving force behind their acceptance of such stringent conditions is their desire to outmaneuver Samsung. However, regarding the patent authorization, LG hopes for a longer duration, as 2 years is indeed too brief. There are numerous uncertainties within those 2 years. Whether LG can effectively target Samsung after acquiring the patent remains to be seen. Additionally, what happens if, after 2 years, Hongxing demands a high price? Or if LG has completed its production line overhaul, but Hongxing refuses to grant authorization? Thus, after deliberation, LG's executives conclude that a 10-year term is necessary to provide a semblance of security. After all, what if Hongxing decides to renege at any moment? Upon presenting their conditions to LG, Hongxing also engaged in internal discussions, including input from Huaxing's upper management. Chen Chen's psychological expectation is a 5-year authorization period, as Huaxing anticipates being able to mass-produce OLED screens within the next 1 to 2 years. Moreover, the OLED industry in Huaxia is poised for an upgrade explosion between 2018 and 2019. At that time, they could reclaim the authorization from LG and license the diamond array technology to domestic manufacturers, thereby enhancing the overall strength and competitiveness of Huaxia's firms. Naturally, Chen Chen is not inclined to extend too far in favor of LG, for in this world, there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Currently, Hongxing poses no threat to LG. While there is some competition and overlap in their mobile businesses, LG is well aware of its own mobile market predicament and does not perceive Hongxing as a genuine rival. Mr. Zheng, our chairman Chen is very receptive to establishing amicable cooperation with LG. A 5-year term is the longest duration our headquarters can offer. There's a moment of silence on the other end of the line, but it is soon followed by a response. 5 years it is. I hope we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Ultimately, LG agrees to Hongxing's 5-year term, believing that this time frame will suffice for them to develop their unique technology, at which point they will no longer require Hongxing's authorization. Once the verbal agreement is reached, the collaboration does not commence immediately. Formal contract signing necessitates both parties' professional teams to deliberate on the details. After all, this partnership involves hundreds of billions of Korean won, holding significant importance for both sides. Thus, a mere verbal agreement is insufficient for genuine cooperation. Bring me a big twisted donut and a duck. Also, a serving of steamed dumplings and 2 buns. In the cafeteria of Hongxing, Tang Meng and his colleagues are voraciously indulging in their meals. During their 2 weeks in South Korea, he has thoroughly exhausted his appetite for the local cuisine. After reaching a verbal agreement with LG, Dr. Zhou returned to the country, while Tang Meng and his team lingered for a few more days, awaiting the arrival of the domestic professional team to finalize the contract with LG. According to their agreement, upon receiving authorization from Hongxing, LG is to supply 100,000 screens by May and 3 million screens by August. The initial 100,000 screens will be utilized for the full screen series packaging, while the subsequent screens are intended for the upcoming Kunpeng 3 mobile phone. Currently, Hongxing, following Chen Chen's strategic plan, aims to launch 4 mobile phone models annually: the low-end Shining series, the mid-low-end Shining Note series, the mid-high-end Hongxing Digital series, and the high-end Kunpeng series. Given that the price of the Hongxing Digital series was raised last year, the vacancy in the mid-range pricing will be filled by the newly developed K series this year. The current competition among mobile manufacturers has yet to reach a fever pitch, For instance, Demi releases at most 2 to 3 models annually, with its flagship model remaining the digital series. In contrast, during the era of intense competition, where companies employed a deluge strategy, nearly every month would see the launch of a new mobile phone. The Oppo Reno series introduced 3 iterations within a year, while Huawei and Rongyao engaged in a cycle of nested models, and Vivo's S and X series also rolled out 2 generations of models each year. Furthermore, the K series of Rice products has introduced a staggering 8 different models for the K30, including the standard K34G version, the K35G variant, the K30 Pro and its Zoom edition, the K30 Speed version, the K30i, the K30 Ultimate Commemorative Edition, and the K30s Ultimate Commemorative Edition. The plethora of options is utterly bewildering and underscores the fierce competition in the market at that time, compelling manufacturers to ceaselessly launch new devices to contend with rivals and adapt to market fluctuations. Mr. Chen, the Green Company has sent you an invitation to attend their new product launch event, said Shinro. The Green Company? Where is it being held? Chen Chen inquired. At the Beijing Film and Television Exhibition Center. Judging by their promotional posters, it appears that this model lacks a front-facing camera, Shinro remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen began to ponder deeply in his mind about which radical model could possibly lack a front-facing camera. Is the Green Company really that innovative? Chapter 139, A New Wave of Offline Store Development. After contemplating for a while, Chen Chen finally grasped what Shinro meant by a model devoid of a front-facing camera. The Green Company had previously released several smartphones with flip cameras that allowed the rear camera to rotate and function as the front camera, effectively rendering the front camera unnecessary. Chen Chen recalled that this particular product was launched around 2013, spearheaded by Chen Chen, who subsequently introduced several similar devices with flip cameras. However, as smartphones became increasingly integrated and competition intensified, this series eventually faded into the annals of history. The mastermind was Chen Chen. Now, he serves as the vice president at Hongxing. No wonder OPQO released this model only in the first quarter of 2014. They had poached their product manager to Hongxing. When it comes to the Green Company, their innovation truly stands out among domestic manufacturers. In that era, they were the pioneers in bringing fast charging to smartphones, with their slogan, charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, becoming widely recognized. The unique design of the flip camera, the back touch feature, and the subsequent rollable phone, which allowed the screen to unfurl like a scroll, were all innovations attributed to the Green Company. Of course, in the Huaxia region, it was Huawei that popularized the retractable lens, while in Africa, it was Chen Chen. The Green Company was the first to conceive the concept. Mr. Chen, in January of this year, we opened 12 stores under Hongxing Home, and since the Spring Festival, there are still dozens more under renovation, expected to commence operations in the first half of this year. I have brought a proposal regarding this year's store development plan for your review. Taking the proposal from Zhang Jianwei, Chen Chen began to scrutinize it carefully. In her plan, she aimed to establish more direct stores in the second half of this year, along with a plan for a 100-store simultaneous opening. Chen Chen understood that the future of the smartphone market could not be divorced from offline presence. Once online growth stagnated after reaching a certain share, expanding the offline market through physical stores would be essential. Last year, Hongxing had already initiated the construction of direct stores, with locations in first-tier cities such as Beijing and Shanghai commencing operations in November. The next target was to focus on first-tier and second-tier cities. When Chen Chen first took over Hongxing, there were indeed some offline stores, but they were mostly small franchise outlets. Additionally, during that chaotic period, many franchisees had exited Hongxing's stores. Chen Chen subsequently decided to close down some of these outlets, leaving only a handful, which underwent renovation and upgrading last year to transform into standardized direct stores. Cooperation with distributors was ongoing, but the lower pricing of the Shining series meant that Hongxing's digital series offered less than 8% profit to distributors. This meager margin had to be shared with their distribution network, leading to a preference for the Kunping series phones among distributors, while the digital and Shining series were not as appealing. This situation was quite normal. Cost-effective phones were indeed scarce in offline markets, and distributors needed to ensure profitability, making high-priced, low-spec models their primary choice. According to Hongxing's current plan, Chen Chen anticipated that over 50 stores would be opened in the first half of this year. However, the demand for capital and offline market expansion was substantial, with costs for leasing, renovations, and staffing all contributing to the expenses of physical stores. Nevertheless, Hongxing's cash flow was currently robust. After reviewing Zhang Jianwei's proposal, Chen Chen swiftly approved it. Manager Zhang, I aim to establish over 3,000 stores nationwide by 2016. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Chen Chen set a small target for Zhang Jianwei to ensure that by 2016, there would be over 3,000 direct and authorized stores of Hongxing across the country. The overall investment of several billion would be manageable when spread across annual plans. Approximately 5 to 6 billion per year, a sum that Hongxing could easily bear. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jianwei replied, Mr. Chen, opening over 3,000 stores within 2 years is no trivial task. Each store's location requires our team to conduct on-site evaluations, and with renovations and hiring, it may be difficult to achieve. Unless we loosen restrictions on offline franchisees, allowing them to join Hongxing's offline system and open authorized stores. This approach would save us significant funds and time. Currently, the Blue Company is expanding in this manner. Chen Chen was aware of this expansion strategy. The Blue and Green companies had developed their offline presence through a franchise model. This was why they had established numerous stores in many remote towns and counties, primarily through this franchise approach. In his previous life, Chen Chen had witnessed the impressive sight of streets in small counties lined with Blue and Green Company stores. These shops would display Vivo or OPQO signs, but they did not exclusively sell one brand. They offered any high-profit, popular phones, with the models from Blue and Green companies being their primary focus due to their substantial margins. This method was indeed one of the most effective strategies for smartphone brands to penetrate the offline market. And the Blue and Green companies had completed the comprehensive establishment of their offline presence before venturing online. In contrast, Hongxing had initially developed online before transitioning to offline, reminiscent of the previous incarnation of the Rice Company. Furthermore, Chen Chen was reluctant to adopt this franchise expansion method. First, Hongxing lacked the offline channels that the Blue and Green companies had during their peak periods. Second, Hongxing did not possess high-margin models to offer to those offline stores. Therefore, Chen Chen preferred a franchise authorization model, akin to Huawei and Fruit's offline expansion approach, which involves standardized renovations, pricing, and channel management. Distributors joining Hongxing's offline system would operate their stores similarly to direct stores, differing only in size. They would display the Hongxing sign, with the only distinction being that direct stores were called Hongxing Home, while franchise stores were referred to as authorized stores. All right, you can continue to oversee this aspect. The franchise and authorization initiatives can commence in the second half of this year. Once Mr. Liu returns from the United States, we will convene an internal meeting. Zhang Jianwei nodded and left Chen Chen's office. Currently, she needed to focus on the layout of the second batch of offline direct stores for Hongxing in the first half of the year. Chen Chen's development plan made her acutely aware of the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. However, Zhang Jianwei felt no dissatisfaction. As long as she excelled in the offline market, she would undoubtedly become one of the most significant high-ranking officials at Hongxing in the future. Chapter 140. Rice becomes others. Mr. Lei, the IDC has unveiled the global smartphone shipment data for 2013. Inside the Rice Company, Lin Bing entered Lei Jun's office, holding a document. According to the IDC report, the global smartphone market's shipment volume reached an astounding 1,005 billion units in 2013, marking a remarkable growth of 38%, for compared to 725 million units in 2012. This is the first time the global smartphone shipment volume has surpassed the billion mark. Our nation, Huaxia, also achieved an overall shipment volume exceeding 300 million, capturing 33% of the global smartphone market. Samsung's global shipment reached 311 million units in 2013, securing 31.2% of the market share. Samsung remains the undisputed king of this market. Following closely is Apple, with a shipment volume of 153 million units, holding 15.3% of the global share. Hongxing, with sales of 59.7 million units, commands a market share of 6.2%. The fourth and fifth positions are occupied by Huaxia companies, namely Huawei and Lenovo, with annual shipment volumes of 48 million and 42 million units, respectively, claiming 4.8% and 4.3% of the market share. After listening for a while, without hearing Lin Bing mention any ranking data for Rice, Lei Jun realized that Rice had undoubtedly been relegated to the others category. Lei Jun was already aware of Rice's own sales figures. The Hongmi series had a total shipment volume of 19 million units for the year, while the Demi series accounted for 12.8 million units, culminating in an overall annual shipment of over 31 million units. Had it not been for the various issues encountered during the initial launch of the Demi 3, the overall sales might have been even higher. Fortunately, after adjustments in processor scheduling and system optimization, the reputation remained intact, and Rice smartphones still hold a place in the market of Huaxia. Mr. Lei, we anticipate that by the end of next month, Our inventory of Tegra 4 processors will be entirely sold out. Should we consider further procurement? Lin Bing's inquiry carried a hint of personal sentiment. Despite being the president of Rice, he knew that the majority of decisions still rested with the industrious Lei Jun. The 2 million Tegra 4 processors had nearly led Rice to the brink of disaster. As a co-founder of Rice, Lin Bing naturally harbored some grievances. Procurement? What for? Lei Jun retorted with irritation. Continuing to use this processor could spell disaster for Rice. By the way, Mr. Lei, there's another intriguing phenomenon in the IDC data. Nokia sold its mobile phone division last year, yet in 2013, it still recorded a shipment volume of 240 million units. How much? 240 million? Lei Jun was astonished by this figure. Is this the case of a dead camel being larger than a horse? Even after selling off its mobile business, they still managed to sell over 200 million units? Indeed, though most of these are feature phones. And the primary markets are in third-world countries, Lin Bing explained. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun thoughtfully stroked his chin. The term third-world countries was something he frequently encountered in his childhood television shows, but it had been quite some time since he last heard it. Are you suggesting that Nokia's shipments in Africa remain substantial? Lei Jun's first thought upon mentioning third-world countries was indeed the African region, a concept ingrained in him from childhood impressions on television, not only in Africa, but also in some Southeast Asian nations. Nokia still enjoys commendable sales and reputation in these areas. In just a few months, we have captured 6 of the India market share. I believe these regions hold great potential for the future. The reason Rice was able to deplete its inventory of Tegra 4 processors in such a short time was primarily due to the enthusiastic response from Indian consumers. Faced with the Rice 3, priced at 100 yuan, they exhibited no reluctance, and every sales event saw the product sell out within seconds. From an initial sale of 100,000 units in India to subsequent sales of 200,000 and then 300,000 units, coupled with extensive media coverage, the Rice 3, equipped with the Tegra 4 processor, garnered immense popularity among Indian consumers. Indeed, within just 2 to 3 months, the 2 million Tegra 4 inventory was completely exhausted. Are you suggesting that we not only deepen our engagement in the Indian market, but also vigorously develop the Southeast Asian and African markets? Lei Jun inquired. Precisely. I believe that if we manage these markets well, their combined potential will rival that of Huaxia's market, and the competition is not as fierce. Let us increase our investment in the Indian market. If possible, we could establish an assembly factory in India this year, which would not only save on logistics costs, but also qualify for certain tax incentives from the Indian government. We might need your assistance with funding, Mr. Lei. Lin Bing's statement was left unfinished, but Lei Jun understood his implications. The domestic market would continue to develop, but simultaneous investments in international markets were essential. While Huawei and Hongqing were pursuing a high-end strategy, targeting developed nations like Europe and the U.S. from the outset, Rice currently lacked high-end models and the capability to penetrate the European and American markets. Thus, it would be prudent to focus on developing the Indian, Southeast Asian, and African markets. Lei Jun recalled a famous saying from a great leader: surround the city with the countryside. Lin Bing, I grasp your vision. I will find a way to secure the necessary funding. However, if we allocate resources to develop other markets, it may impact our next round of expansion domestically. Lei Jun had been contemplating a refinancing plan since the previous year, aiming to utilize the funds for establishing a strong offline market presence in Huaxia. After all, online, they were not a match for Hongqing, and to enhance Rice's market share, offline efforts were imperative. Initially, Lei Jun planned to raise $4 billion for offline market development and the establishment of flagship stores, but with the added international expansion, that amount seemed insufficient. It appeared that they would need to increase the financing target, ideally securing over $500 million. Rice's accounts did have funds, given that its total revenue for the year exceeded $50 billion. However, Rice's strategy was entirely focused on cost effectiveness, resulting in alarmingly low profit margins, with net profits barely reaching $500 million. Lei Jun often felt as though he lived in the shadow of Chen Chen. Had it not been for Chen Chen, his business model and development trajectory would not have been so sluggish. Every step of Rice's development seemed to be outpaced by Hongqing. Despite Rice being the pioneer in internet marketing and hunger-driven sales, Hongqing had taken these concepts to new heights. Lei Jun's ecological chain plan consistently encountered obstacles, with companies he was interested in being intercepted or preempted by Hongqing. Even with products, Rice's power strips were already in the prototyping stage. Yet Hongqing had launched theirs for sale, especially with the wristband. If it weren't for designer Liu De being a co-founder of Rice, Lei Jun might have suspected him of being a mole. The Rice wristband's design, closely resembled the already released Hongxing wristband. As for the air purifier, Chen Chen's presentation at the launch event seemed to be reciting from the very specifications on Lei Jun's computer. At times, Lei Jun wondered if perhaps he himself was an insider at Hongxing. Chapter 141. NVIDIA's probe. Mr. Lei, a friend of mine in the U.S., has shared some intriguing news with me. Lin Bing, not merely a businessman, but someone who also relished development work, contemplated for a moment before deciding to convey this information from the U.S. to Lei Jun. What news? Lei Jun inquired, observing Lin Bing's conflicted expression. NVIDIA is looking to sell their mobile processor business and is inquiring if Rice would be interested in taking it over. The recent failure of NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor has sparked internal divisions within the company, coupled with the competitive pressures faced in the graphics card market. Investors behind Jensen Huang are hesitant to allocate further resources towards mobile processors. Currently, apart from our company, Xiaomi, no other manufacturer is utilizing NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor in their products. Consequently, there has been internal contemplation within NVIDIA regarding the potential divestiture of their mobile processor division, allowing them to concentrate solely on their graphics card endeavors. However, I suspect that this information was deliberately leaked by NVIDIA to gauge our interest in potentially acquiring their mobile processor business. Lin Bing is aware of Lei Jun's long-standing desire to develop proprietary chips, particularly after the flagship processor of Xiaomi's Note series was outperformed by the Red Star's Shining Note. Is it not shameless for them to expect us to take over their burdens after they have already duped us? Now that they wish to abandon the mobile processor business, they aim to offload it onto Xiaomi? Such opportunities do not come easily. Lei Jun, in a fit of frustration, vented his feelings, and Lin Bing had never witnessed him in such a state. It seems the processor debacle has truly riled him. Were it not for the support of our Indian partners, Xiaomi would have faced a significant setback this time. Moments later, Lei Jun calmed his thoughts and began to contemplate whether he should assume the role of keyboard warrior regarding NVIDIA's mobile processor business. After all, mobile processors are indeed something he desires. In his grand business vision, Xiaomi intends to transcend merely offering cost-effective devices priced at $19.99. We are determined to venture into the high-end market. Relying solely on Gaodong is unrealistic. What if one day their processors also falter? Wouldn't that jeopardize our high-end offerings? Companies like Huawei, Apple, and Red Star utilize their proprietary processors, enabling them to better understand performance and weaknesses, thus facilitating targeted responses. Xiaomi's laboratory disassembled the Red Star's Kunping phone and discovered that, without the cooling module, the Lingxiao S3 processor exhibited significant heat issues. However, Red Star has tailored a cooling solution specifically for their processor. Lei, if NVIDIA's asking price is reasonable, we should consider acquiring their mobile processor technology. I've also heard NVIDIA is developing their own 4G chips, though I'm uncertain about their progress. If we choose to proceed, we could negotiate for the design and patent rights to be licensed or sold to us. While Lei Jun contemplated the acquisition, Lin Bing had already set her sights on their 4G technology. Starting this year, Huaxia has begun issuing 4G licenses, and 4G phones can officially enter the market. This year marks the dawn of 4G. Indeed, you make a valid point. We at Xiaomi cannot merely be seen as an assembly factory in the eyes of the internet. We must possess our own core technologies, and NVIDIA's mobile processor business presents an excellent opportunity. However, I wonder how much they will demand. Should NVIDIA make exorbitant demands? I would refuse to be a fool. Lin Bing, initiate discreet discussions with NVIDIA. Since they have specifically reached out to you, it implies their options are limited beyond Xiaomi. Lei Jun ultimately resolved to allow Lin Bing to engage with NVIDIA confidentially. Should this information become public, Red Star would undoubtedly intervene. Based on Lei Jun's understanding of Chen Chen, if NVIDIA's chip technology could benefit Red Star, he would not hesitate to invest. Meanwhile, across the ocean at NVIDIA, Huang convened a meeting with senior executives to discuss the matter. The leadership at NVIDIA had divided into two factions. One argued that, having already invested substantially in the mobile processor business, withdrawing now would entail significant sunk costs, and they should muster the courage to continue investing. They proposed addressing the Tegra 4 issues through revisions and amplifying 4G chip development, aiming for a turnaround this year. The opposing faction, primarily comprising investors, contended that Tegra 4's reputation had soured, and further investments would be futile, as no manufacturers would choose NVIDIA processors again. They advocated for a swift divestiture of the mobile processor business, allowing the company to refocus on graphics cards. Huang felt deeply conflicted. Previously, he had been enticed by the booming smartphone market, seeing Gaodong thrive, which prompted his pursuit of the mobile processor market. With AMD having captured a portion of the graphics card market, Huang had hoped to reclaim some share in mobile processors to bolster their graphics division. However, the Tegra 4 was now akin to a pariah. When Huang approached mobile manufacturers, they refused to meet with him. And even if they did, discussions regarding processor procurement were met with rejection. These manufacturers likely harbored a singular thought. Having already deceived Xiaomi, did they now wish to ensnare me as well? Xiaomi's past missteps loom large. Enough of this bickering. NVIDIA is still under my command, Huang declared, rising amidst the ongoing disputes. He recalled when HTC criticized the performance of Tegra 2 and Tegra 3, and someone had suggested adapting a PC processor for mobile use, believing it would yield superior performance. This led to the creation of the Tegra 4 with 72 graphics cores. Yet, reality proved that the requirements for PC and mobile processors are fundamentally distinct. Our Tegra 4 has become notorious. Consumers in Huaxia turn away at the mere mention of our processors, and manufacturers worldwide are now too wary to consider our offerings. I have resolved to package and sell the technology and patents of our mobile processor business. This could help the company recoup some funds to navigate the competitive landscape of graphics cards. It is essential to acknowledge that NVIDIA's graphics card division is also facing challenges. The issues surrounding Tegra 4 have been relentlessly publicized by competitors, even impacting our graphics business. Thus, I have decided to act swiftly and find a suitable buyer to take over our mobile processor division. Sell? Mr. Huang, that is unacceptable. This is the culmination of our department's efforts. We are currently designing a new processor, and I am confident results will emerge soon. The personnel from NVIDIA's mobile processor division were understandably reluctant to see their unit dissolved, knowing that Huang's decision would likely lead to significant downsizing. Huang scoffed. By the time you finish designing something, it will be too late. Corys, you need to wake up. Even if you develop a new 4G chip, will any manufacturers still choose us? The head of the graphics card division was all too eager to see the mobile chip department eliminated, sarcastically commenting, "Company resources are finite. Allocating some to the mobile division means reducing resources for the graphics department." After the Tegra 2, he had been eager for the company to cut the mobile chip division. Now, with Tegra 4's failure, a counteroffensive is inevitable. Enough said. I have conferred with the investors and decided to divest the mobile chip division, packaging all operations for sale, including patents that can either be sold or licensed. The funds recovered will be reinvested into the graphics card sector, which remains our primary avenue for growth. Lao Huang articulated these sentiments with measured calm, prompting applause from the graphics card department. With the investors' decision made, the matter was essentially settled. Thus, there is no further need to deliberate on whether to sell or not. The pressing issue at hand was how to execute the sale and to whom. Please, share your thoughts. Lao Huang urged the senior executives of NVIDIA. Mr. Huang, I believe selling to Gaodong would be a prudent choice. They are already leaders in communications and chips and would undoubtedly covet our patents, one executive proposed. That is ill-advised. I am well aware of Gaodong's tendencies. As soon as we signal our intent to sell, they will undoubtedly attempt to drive the price down. In the end, they may delay the process, preventing other companies from making a bid while refusing to pay a premium, Huang countered. What about Texas Instruments? Their mobile processor business is also in need of expansion. Let's not even consider them. They are struggling to maintain their own operations and might very well divest their mobile chip division this year. What to me? Their representatives previously expressed interest in developing their own processors and inquired about the possibility of licensing some of our patents, another executive suggested. Dummy? A hint of discomfort crossed Lao Huang's face. He had previously misled late June a few months back, and now he was contemplating selling the mobile chip division to him. Would he even be inclined to make a purchase? We could gauge Lei Jun's interest through Linbing. After all, Demi is the only company in China interested in our technology without posing a competitive threat. Despite being of Chinese descent, Lao Huang, along with NVIDIA's executives, had fully embraced their roles as American corporate leaders, dismissing companies like Huawei and Hongqing that possess their own processors. Selling to these firms would merely bolster their D capabilities, an unthinkable proposition for these Americans. Demi, lacking any chip development prowess, posed no threat to national interests, making it easier to secure approval from the upper echelons. Moreover, Demi had shown interest in NVIDIA's chip business, increasing the likelihood of a successful negotiation. And what a fruit, son, Huang interjected. There is no point in considering them unless we are willing to part with our assets at a bargain. Mr. Huang, I am confident that if the price is right, Demi will certainly be interested, another executive chimed in. Very well. Although I did slightly mislead Lei Jun regarding the Tegra 4, I remain confident in our technology. Once we ascertain Lei Jun's stance through Linbing, I will personally engage him in negotiations. With that, Lao Huang decisively concluded that NVIDIA would entirely abandon its mobile chip business to focus solely on graphics cards. Not long after, Lin Bing, having obtained authorization from Lei Jun, conducted a clandestine meeting with NVIDIA representatives. However, neither side revealed their hand, and both exhibited a tendency to overreach in their demands. NVIDIA sought to sell the chip division as a package for a lucrative price, while Demi was keenly aware that other buyers would likely balk at the offer and aim to acquire more technology and patents at a bargain. Lin Bing's subsequent interactions with NVIDIA yielded little tangible progress. He sought to acquire NVIDIA's chip patents and the design of an integrated 4G modem for under $200 million. Conversely, NVIDIA aimed to partially license some patents to Demi while transferring others, demanding a hefty sum of $3.8 billion. As leis junioas tutela remarket. NVIDIA seems intent on treating Demi like a cash cow. Chapter 143. Demi fills the void of our nation's absence in the graphics card market. Seeing that Demi remained unresponsive, NVIDIA opted to abandon pretense and publicly announced its intention to sell the mobile chip division, asserting that negotiations with Demi were progressing smoothly. By the time the news reached China, it was 2 days later, and Chinese netizens had propelled the story of Demi's potential acquisition of NVIDIA to the top of the trending topics on Weibo. Wow, Lei Bus is incredible. Silently moving to acquire NVIDIA. Is Lei Jun planning to transition into the graphics card business? Exclaimed one user. Demi's formidable. Lei Jun, you let your Tegra 4 mislead me, and now I'm buying your company. You won't be able to mislead me again, another commented. With the acquisition of NVIDIA, Demi would fill the void left by the absence of a domestic graphics card company, marking a historic milestone. From now on, my computer graphics card must bear the Demi brand. No substitutes will suffice. Are those above truly seeing the situation clearly? It's Demi that wishes to acquire NVIDIA's mobile chip division, not the entirety of NVIDIA. Even if Lei Jun truly wished to acquire NVIDIA, the Americans may not even entertain the idea. Demi harbors considerable ambition. They are looking to delve into chips. Lei Jun, heed my advice. The chip industry is fraught with complexity, and you cannot navigate it. If Demi successfully completes this acquisition, it would mark the emergence of 3 companies in our nation capable of independently designing mobile processors, paving the way for Demi's meteoric rise. Is this truly the Demi company I once knew? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. While most netizens were merely spectators, a portion remained keenly attuned to the unfolding developments. It was evident that this news was strategically leaked by NVIDIA. It was improbable that Demi would divulge details of negotiations that were still in progress. Lei Yun, bemused by the online discourse, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. What was still in the negotiation phase regarding the mobile chip division had been transformed in the public eye into Demi's grand foray into the graphics card industry. With predictions of tomorrow's acquisition of Fruit Company, please spare me. I truly lack the capacity to acquire Fruit. The last company that boasted of such intentions has yet to release a single phone. Mr. Lei, NVIDIA is indeed rather underhanded. They deliberately leaked this information in an attempt to coerce us into accepting their terms. It's a classic case of harming oneself while attempting to harm the enemy. Are they not concerned that the revelation could lead to a significant drop in NVIDIA's stock value, potentially exceeding the asking price for their mobile chip division? Lin Bing pondered, struggling to comprehend Lao Huang's rationale. As soon as the stock market opened, NVIDIA's shares plummeted, resulting in a loss of several $100 million, greater than the price they sought for their mobile chip division. Does NVIDIA truly believe that exposing the negotiations will prompt other companies to offer a higher price for their mobile chip operations? Fear not. Lao Huang is quite deliberate in his approach. This is merely a tactic in business negotiations. I have navigated this landscape for over a decade, though it seems I have seldom faced adversity, and I have encountered every conceivable maneuver. My concern is not that NVIDIA will refuse to sell or demand an exorbitant price, but rather that Hongqing's Chen Chen will attempt to intervene. Thus, you should take to Weibo and publicly negate this matter, gauging NVIDIA's response. Lei Jun contemplated, recognizing that if NVIDIA was unwilling to negotiate and sought to force his hand, it was prudent to leave them hanging. Demi was not in a position of desperation to make a purchase. Only an offer of absolute value would compel Demi to act. In the capital, at Hongqing Company, Mr. Chen, NVIDIA has announced its intention to sell their mobile chip division. Should we take action? Having just returned to the country, Lu Weiqi rushed to Chen Chen's office without pausing for rest. Observing Lu's disheveled appearance, Chen Chen remarked, "Old Lu, you've been abroad for so long. It seems you've lost some weight. Do not rush into company matters. First, take a moment to rest." Lu Weiqi instinctively touched his face, thinking, have I lost weight? I've been indulging in fine French wine and American beef daily. I can hardly move. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I am not fatigued. While it is true that NVIDIA's chip design capabilities may not be exceptional, we must acquire a portion of their technological patents. Lao Lu, do you think we should take action and contest with Lei Jun? Chen Chen gazed at Lu Weiqi. Shouldn't we? Lu Weiqi mused internally. Recalling how since my entry into Red Star, Chen Chen has consistently fixated on the competition with Lei Jun. What could I, Lu Weiqi, possibly not understand about your intentions? Perhaps you have longed for the downfall of Demi. To refrain from seizing an opportunity against Lei Jun? Is this truly you, Chen Chen? Mr. Chen, although NVIDIA's mobile chips may not embody the pinnacle of technology, their innovations will undoubtedly benefit us to some extent. Moreover, they possess certain 4G patents that we must strive to secure. Even if we cannot purchase them outright, we must at least obtain some licensing agreements from NVIDIA. Most importantly, by intercepting NVIDIA's mobile chip business, we not only bolster our own chip technology, but also keep Demi at bay in the realm of mobile processor design. It is indeed a double-edged sword, a win-win situation. Lu Weiqi responded with a smile. Lao Lu, you must understand why Huang disseminated news of Demi's acquisition of their mobile chip business, correct? Lu Weiqi thought to himself. Having been in this industry for so many years, how could I not know? It is merely a tactic to inflate prices through the involvement of other companies. Given that both parties could not reach an agreement, Huang is likely eager for another unsuspecting buyer to appear. However, if no second company shows interest, Huang's actions may end up alienating Demi as well, leaving him with no choice but to negotiate with them. Mr. Chen, I grasp your point. Should we simply stand by and allow Demi to possess the capability to design mobile chips? I have heard in America that NVIDIA began designing their integrated 4G modem processor last year. If not for the underwhelming Tegra 4, we might have already seen the mass production of Tegra 5 this year. Chen Chen looked at Lu Weiqi with a grave expression before speaking. Lao Lu, while I have consistently targeted Demi, that has merely been a matter of business. Demi's desire to acquire NVIDIA's mobile chip business is commendable, regardless of Lei Jun's motivations, whether commercial or otherwise. Such actions should be acknowledged. Our domestic manufacturers cannot perpetually rely on foreign chips. Demi's ability to independently design chips, even if it means competing with us, fosters healthy competition and ultimately enhances our own national technological prowess. If Demi is willing to retract its neck from the slaughter of the foreign capitalists, we should not only refrain from obstructing them, but also avoid covertly undermining their efforts. I, Chen Chen, conduct my affairs with integrity and shall not resort to underhanded tactics. Lu Weiqi couldn't help but smirk at this. You? Integrity? Wasn't it you who leaked the mishap of Demi's Tegra 4 processor? Yet, after reflecting on Chen Chen's words, he conceded that Chen Chen was right. Demi's capacity to design chips indeed strengthens the national enterprise. Red Star has no need to oppose Demi in this regard. Chapter 144. Establishing the Major Appliances Department. Lao Lu, it is settled then. We shall focus on our own endeavors. If Demi's negotiations with NVIDIA falter, we will then explore the possibility of acquiring some of their patents. I have postponed numerous meetings that should have occurred before the Spring Festival just to await your return. You will now familiarize yourself with the European and American markets alongside Shiniren. I will entrust international affairs to him. Your presence is indispensable domestically. Lu Weiqi's absence over the past few months had truly overwhelmed Chen Chen, who was eager for Lu Weiqi to remain firmly at the helm. Red Star's international business expansion had been remarkably swift, having entered India in November, Europe in early January, and the Americas by the end of January. All this was under Lu Weiqi's supervision. He even managed to fly back just briefly to celebrate the Spring Festival before returning to the United States. With the European and American markets now fully established, preparations for Red Star's next phase of development and expansion were imminent. Originally, an internal meeting was scheduled before the Spring Festival to summarize the sales and financial reports of 2013. However, given that global strategy had become paramount for Red Star over the past 2 years, and with Lu Weiqi abroad, the meeting was postponed time and again. With Lu Weiqi now back in the country, Chen Chen resolved to convene a new development meeting without delay. The following afternoon, Chen Chen gathered the company's key executives for a meeting focused on the strategic planning for the next steps. Once everyone was seated, Chen Chen began, "And Zhou, please present last year's revenue data to the group." "Certainly, Mr. Chen. As of the end of December, our group's total revenue reached 97.2 billion renminbi, with the mobile industry being our primary revenue stream, contributing over 90 of the total. IoT and consumer products accounted for 6 for the total revenue, while internet services made up 3. As it stands, the mobile business remains the main source of our group's revenue. In 2013, our D investment amounted to 4.3 billion, constituting 5 of total revenue. This year, we aim to further increase this figure, with projections for 2014 reaching over 6 of total revenue. After Zhou Nyoyun concluded, the attendees applauded. Once Zhou Nyoyun took her seat, Chen Chen continued, "Let us not be deceived by our seemingly high revenue figures. Our profit margins remain quite low. When calculating net profit, we might even find ourselves in the negative. Both the semiconductor division and various R&D laboratories are continuous drains on resources. Red Star's research investments rely heavily on the foundation of numerous technologies provided by the system. If we were to solely depend on monetary investment to develop certain technologies, that several billion would merely create noise without making a significant impact. The costs incurred in 2013 for talent acquisition, along with the high salaries of researchers and engineers, cannot be overlooked. Those who succeed in the semiconductor industry are not likely to earn meager wages. Additionally, project bonuses and year-end incentives contribute significantly to personnel expenses annually. Therefore, let us not be misled by these figures. Only through ongoing investment in R&D can Red Star ultimately thrive. This year, I have decided to increase our investment in Lingxiao Semiconductor, focusing intensively on NPU development. I hope to witness our Lingxiao processors equipped with new neural network model chips before 2017. Our IoT department has now stabilized, with revenues increasing by several times compared to last year. It seems that the ecosystem project can proceed, having successfully taken the first step toward the Internet of Everything. Our next task is to ensure we navigate the subsequent phase steadily. The mobile market in China, as well as the international market, is experiencing rapid growth. The global total shipment volume in 2013 surpassed 1 billion units, reflecting a 33 year-on-year increase from 2012. This figure is expected to continue its rapid ascent in the coming years, ushering in a golden era for us. We must seize this opportunity. The next few years may represent our final window for growth, and we must strive to capture as much market share as possible. Next, I would like to discuss the developmental objectives for our group's next phase. Manager Chen Chen, please share your insights on the next steps for the Shining series. Chen Chen stood and cleared his throat, given the current price adjustments of the Red Star brand's digital series. The price gap will be filled by the K series of the Shining brand. In the future, the Shining brand will be fully represented by the K series, Note series, and Digital series, covering all price ranges from $599 to $1999. The K series will be our primary focus for mid-range models over the next 2 years. And the overall development progress is quite swift, with mass production expected to commence by July this year. This year, our aim is to achieve a total shipment of over 40 million units across the entire range of the Shining brand. After Chen Chen took a seat, Chen Chen called upon Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, in the first half of this year, the group plans to establish a major appliance division. I hope you can allocate some personnel from the IoT department to expedite the framework for this division. The television and air conditioning businesses under IoT will be integrated into the major appliance division, which you will temporarily oversee. My vision for whole home intelligence is not mere rhetoric. I expect to witness the launch of our Red Star air conditioners before the summer arrives. Absolutely, Mr. Chen. We have already finalized our collaboration with Changhong, and the development of the new models will soon be completed. The air conditioning business was initiated by Red Star last year. However, a divergence in strategy arose between Zhang Feng and Chen Chen. Zhang Feng believed that if we were to venture into air conditioning, it would be prudent to collaborate with established appliance manufacturers, given Red Star's current multifaceted strategy. The idea was to incorporate Red Star's modules into products from companies like Gree and Medea, while design, research, and production would remain with these veteran manufacturers, with Red Star merely serving as a platform. Domestic appliance manufacturers are not naive. They would not easily integrate their products into Red Star's system, essentially relinquishing their distribution channels. Moreover, adding a connectivity module to an air conditioner or washing machine is not prohibitively expensive. Why wouldn't they do it themselves? After facing setbacks, Zhang Feng proposed that Red Star should design and develop its own products and establish a factory for in-house manufacturing, entering the industry from scratch. Chen Chen felt that Zhang Feng was swinging from one extreme to another. While constructing a factory is not unfeasible, the timelines and investments required would be substantial and would divert significant resources. Ultimately, Chen Chen decided that design and research could be handled internally, while leveraging existing solutions and outsourcing production to domestic manufacturers. In essence, this approach would involve rebranding, a solution that resonated harmoniously with Changhong, which faced overcapacity in its factories. This collaboration would allow Red Star to utilize production lines efficiently without wastage. Chapter 145, Chips and New Energy. You all must understand. This is a pivotal moment for Red Star. This year, we must ensure quality in our production and maintain stringent quality control. The customer service department has repeatedly reported issues with the quality control of our smart devices. Regardless of whether it's our components or assembly, we must ensure quality control, even if it means paying a little extra to our OEMs. Previously, Red Star's after-sales policy was centered around nationwide warranty services, where customers would send their products to Red Star for repairs. With the expansion of Red Star Home, the establishment of offline after-sales service points is accelerating rapidly. Chen Chen has tasked the after-sales department with ensuring that by 2014, there will be Red Star service points in all first-tier cities across the country. This year, after-sales services will also be opened up alongside the expansion of dealership franchises, essentially outsourcing the service. Red Star does not possess the capacity to blanket the entire nation with after-sales services. Effective management and outsourcing are crucial for rapid development. Regarding smaller smart devices, Red Star adopts a policy of replacement for repairs, simply sending out a new unit. Online users now humorously claim that while Red Star's device quality control may be average, its after-sales service is commendable. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our procurement department will ensure quality. Any supplier that presents subjective issues will be blacklisted and barred from re-entering our supply chain. Mr. Chen, this year I will rigorously enforce quality control, Zhang Feng also asserted. Chen Chen gestured for the remaining attendees to refrain from further comments. In summary, this year we must excel in quality control and uphold our standards. Additionally, I have plans to establish a factory for our own mobile phones near the capital, aiming for our high-end phones to be produced in-house by next year, thereby elevating our quality assurance. Chen Chen has long harbored the aspiration of building a factory. Previous inactions stem from the company's limitations and uncertainties in the high-end mobile market. Now that Kunpeng phones have secured a foothold in the high-end sector, Red Star is fully capable of establishing its own factory. It is essential to maintain the utmost quality standards for high-end phones, as any recurring issues akin to those faced by the likes of Xiaomi could inflict substantial damage on the brand. Moreover, Chen Chen has ambitions to construct a photolithography machine and a wafer fab. Yet upon reviewing the company's financials, he could only shake his head, stifling those aspirations for the time being. Red Star's total revenue for the entire year of 2013 did not even reach 100 billion. Investing in the chip production industry, let alone developing a photolithography machine or a wafer fab, seemed improbable. Manager Liu's primary task this year remains recruitment, both attracting talent for the chip industry and for wafer production. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhou is tasked with investigating domestic wafer fabs, as acquiring a stake in one would be highly advantageous. Liu Weiqing expressed confusion regarding Chen Chen's desire to recruit talent in new wafer production. Does Mr. Chen intend to venture into wafer production? Is this something Red Star can manage? Furthermore, with globalization, isn't it more feasible for Red Star to design superior new wafers and have them manufactured by Samsung or TSMC? Why invest heavily in establishing our own infrastructure? Chen Chen noticed the puzzled expressions around the room and sighed. Time waits for no one. You may not fully grasp my reasoning for recruiting talent in wafer production. You see, the imperialist ambitions of the United States remain unyielding. Those Western nations are consistently wary of China when it comes to advanced technology. If, and I emphasize if, they were to impose a blockade or sanctions against Red Star, what then? If the U.S. prohibits our OEMs from producing new wafers and restricts our chip procurement, wouldn't Red Star find itself at their mercy? In his mind, Chen Chen even recalled last lifetime's Yu Chungbei, choking up before the camera as he lamented, "We place too much faith in global trade." 2018 was indeed a turning point. Chen Chen surveyed the room and noted the lingering doubts on everyone's faces. However, no one dared to voice dissent. The preliminary arrangements would not require exorbitant expenditure. Even if it meant a few billion were to be wasted, Red Star's current trajectory could absorb that impact. At worst, we could sell the company headquarters and relocate to rented premises. The Red Star Industrial Park occupies a significant area in the capital. And with the recent surge in real estate prices, selling the building would not spell disaster for Red Star. This year, Red Star has made initial inroads into the high-end international market. Moving forward, Shen Yiren will succeed Liu Weiqi in overseeing Red Star's international affairs. I hope Mr. Shen will continue to strive for excellence and elevate Red Star's mobile phones to the pinnacle of the high-end market. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will not betray your trust. Shen Yiren exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. Since joining Red Star, he had felt that his talents had gone underutilized, with marketing and international business being handled by others, leaving him to merely assist. Mr. Chen, I have drifted aimlessly for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. If you do not abandon me, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Enough, enough. Let's not dwell on that. Chen Chen replied curtly, somewhat amused by Chen Yiren's spirited nature. Laughter erupted in the meeting room, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Lastly, I would like to discuss the next phase of Red Star's development objectives. Tesla's inaugural Experience Center officially opened its doors in our glorious China at the end of last year, and it is poised to make a comprehensive foray into the Chinese market this year. Our government is ardently promoting the development of our new energy vehicle industry. Currently, Chinese automotive enterprises have yet to delve deeply into the realm of new energy vehicles, prompting the government to introduce Tesla, likely with the intention of invoking a catfish effect. In the future, new energy vehicles are destined to become another pillar industry for our nation. Presently, we stand at the same starting line as various major automotive manufacturers, which is why I've resolved that Red Star must also venture into the new energy vehicle sector to prepare for future growth. The rapid shifts in Chen Chen's discourse left many struggling to keep pace. Only moments ago, he spoke of Red Star's plans for new chip production, and now he was pivoting towards the automotive industry. Chapter 146. What silk do you desire, General Chen? The strategy for entering the chip industry is relatively straightforward. Given the critical importance of smartphone processors, should the U.S. impose a blockade, we might still have the possibility of domestic production. However, the connection between automobiles and smartphones seems tenuous at best. Can we simply focus on selling our smartphones? Automobiles? Is this a realm where a smartphone manufacturer can truly excel? General Chen, I believe we should reconsider entering the automotive industry and approach this matter with caution. We are already exerting considerable effort in the realms of smartphones, home appliances, and smart devices, while also laying the groundwork for chip production. This will undoubtedly demand substantial resources. Even if our manpower can keep pace, financial constraints may become an issue. Moreover, the automotive sector is an entirely foreign domain for us. Plunging into it could be fraught with risk. I would suggest waiting until the market matures before making a decisive entry, at which point our smartphone business will also be well established, alleviating concerns over potential losses. After listening to several voices, Chen Chen nodded in agreement. It is true that new energy vehicles represent the mainstream of the future, but that future is a decade away. The nation's infrastructure development has yet to officially commence, and Red Star is not prepared to dive headfirst into this field at present. Otherwise, it would be rather comical to produce vehicles without even a place to charge them. Zhang and Zhou are correct. Entering the new energy vehicle sector at this juncture is indeed unwise. However, I do not intend to enter this industry immediately. We must prepare for the future by establishing a framework and commencing preliminary research and development in electric control and motors. After all, electric vehicles consist of only a handful of components. As for the battery aspect, Manager Zhao, I entrust this task to you and your team at Yangtze River New Energy Company. You must intensify your research into power batteries without fear of expenditure. After all, the fruits will cover the costs. Laughter erupted among those gathered in the conference room at the mention of this arrangement. The unique battery, supported by the orders from Fruits, ensures that Yangtze River New Energy Company need not worry about the financial drain of research and development. Since we are not preparing to enter the new energy vehicle market at present, we shall focus on technological reserves. Very well, General Chen. Manager Zhao of Yangtze River New Energy readily agreed, while Lu Weiqi and Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief that Chen Chen was not adamantly pursuing immediate entry into the new energy vehicle sector. Manager Lu, you are tasked with overseeing the newly established automotive research department. I recall you mentioning that you recruited a visual team. Manager Lu Wei responded promptly, Yes, General Chen. But it was not my initiative. It was Li Lei from Stone Technology who brought them in. I observed that this team excels in visual detection, so I acquired them from Li Lei. Currently, they are part of Zhang's IoT division's camera team. Hearing that the team had been recruited from Li Lei, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile ruefully. Li Lei was truly relentless. During a previous visit to Stone Technology, he had envisioned creating a purely visual solution for a robotic vacuum, only for Chen Chen to take away their visual engineers. Now, with his robotic vacuum sales performing well, he sought to develop a visual solution combined with a mobile trash can and mechanical arm. All right, with the new department established, please select a suitable candidate to lead it and integrate this visual detection team into the newly formed new energy research team. Understood, General Chen. When it comes to trust, no one in Red Star is more reliable than Lu Wei. Chen Chen felt assured handing over such matters to him. As for Lu Wei's stake in Red Star, Chen Chen held absolute control, rendering that portion inconsequential. However, during the Spring Festival, Lu Wei voluntarily proposed to transfer his shares entirely to Chen Chen. In this world, Lu Wei is the only one who truly regards Chen Chen as family. It is worth noting that Red Star's annual revenue approaches 1 trillion, continuing to grow rapidly. The capital market has valued Red Star at approximately 50 to 60 billion USD, with Lu Wei shares alone being worth hundreds of billions. With such value, Lu Wei willingly decided to transfer his shares to Chen Chen, stating that they were originally entrusted to him by the late General Chen. He has no progeny or entanglements. Having followed General Chen since his youth, he perceives Chen Chen as a nephew. In the past, when Chen Chen was rebellious and aimless, only Lu Wei dared to admonish him after the passing of the elder General Chen. However, now that Chen Chen is leading Red Star to greater strength, Lu Wei sees no need to retain these shares. Of course, with Chen Chen now fully in control of Red Star, he would ensure that Lu Wei is not left at a disadvantage and, along with Zhou Niyun, directly declined Lu Wei's offer. This bond, in which Lu Wei sees Chen Chen as family and his steadfast support during tumultuous times, exemplifies their connection. Now, to conclude my remarks for today, I wish to emphasize one crucial point. We must operate discreetly in this new project, avoiding any ostentatious displays that might attract attention. Chen Chen harbored a premonition that, under normal circumstances, the U.S. would not initiate sanctions against Chinese enterprises like Huawei until after the commencement of a trade war. However, given Huawei's slower-than-expected development, it is likely that Red Star will be the initial target of American sanctions, much like the sword of Damocles hanging over Chen Chen's head. This implies that Red Star's window of opportunity is truly limited. After the meeting, Chen Chen summoned Lu Weiqi, and Zhao Jijia to his office. As certain projects at Red Star cannot be disclosed in public forums, the research facility offers the highest level of confidentiality, inaccessible to ordinary researchers. Uncle Lu, this year I need you to find me 2 more assistants. I intend to place Shinro in the smartphone development department for some hands-on experience. Given her capabilities, serving as my assistant seems somewhat beneath her. The new assistants will be mentored by Shinro for a while to help them acclimate. Absolutely, General Chen. I will arrange that immediately. What kind of assistants do you prefer, white silk or black silk? Lu Wei inquired with a hint of skepticism. Having observed a complete transformation in Chen Chen since their first encounter in 2011. Thankfully, he had linked Shinro's office to his own and established a soundproof lounge. Were it not for those arrangements, he might well be at home babysitting for Chen Chen now. Any kind will do, Chen Chen replied, momentarily caught off guard by Lu Wei's comments. As long as they are capable, I have no interest in mere decoration. Understood, I will scout accordingly. Uncle Lu, I might also need your assistance in finding a few reliable experts in robotic arms. Robotic arms? Lu Weiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Are we making progress on our project? Chen Chen nodded. Indeed, we have made some advancements, though there are still intricate technical aspects that Dr. Zhou and his team are struggling to comprehend. The robotic arm is essentially part of the system rewards I announced for the robotic vacuum. Since acquiring the technical materials for the robotic arm last September, I immediately assigned them to Dr. Zhou to establish a new project team. The Mechanical Ascension Project Team. Chapter 147 Manager Zhao, why are you sweating? The technology, as described by the system, is merely a mechanical hand derived from the sweeping robots of 2026, with the sole purpose of collecting household waste. However, after reviewing these materials, Dr. Zhou holds a differing perspective. If we adhere to the trajectory of normal development, the emergence of such mechanical hand technology within a mere decade appears implausible without a sudden technological breakthrough. When Chen Chen expressed his desire to develop this robotic arm for their sweeping robot, he was met with a scathing rebuke from Dr. Zhou. How could such an advanced device be relegated to picking up trash? If coupled with brain-machine interface technology, this mechanical arm could entirely substitute for a human arm, representing a monumental boon for individuals with disabilities. Its applications extend beyond the medical field. In automated production, the mechanical arms currently employed in factories are typically rigid structures driven by motors, burdened with wiring and capable of executing only specific tasks. In contrast, this innovative mechanical arm is entirely flexible, akin to an elephant's trunk, capable of mimicking the human arm and hand at various angles. Presently, Dr. Zhou has made significant technical breakthroughs based on the provided data, yet further research may prove challenging for the capabilities of the Red Star Laboratory, making replication a formidable task. Reluctantly, Chen Chen decided to recruit additional specialists through Lu Weiqi. Mr. Lu, I understand your excitement, but please remain composed. At our current research stage, we can only achieve basic grasping motions. Commercial application is still out of reach. The primary issue lies in the foundational drive mechanisms, as well as numerous structural material concerns that urgently require resolution. Lu Weiqi glanced at Zhao Zhijie beside him and remarked, "The progress is already quite rapid. If Li Lei were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly lose sleep over it tonight. Ha! That fellow is perpetually preoccupied with his mechanical hands and visual robots. Once we resolve the drive and mass production issues, we will inform him. I eagerly await his reaction to a sweeping robot equipped with a dexterous mechanical arm." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen also cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhijie. At that moment, beads of sweat were forming on Zhao Zhijie's forehead. Did these bigwigs truly have no qualms about discussing company secrets in my presence? What on earth is this mechanical ascension project? Is the mechanical arm project something I, Zhao Zhijie, am privy to? And Manager Lu even inquired whether Mr. Chen prefers white silk or black silk. How could I possibly be privy to such explosive news? Invisible. Invisible. I say, Xiao Zhao, is the air conditioning set a tad too high? Why are you sweating? Lu Weiqi remarked playfully, observing Zhao Zhijie's demeanor. Zhao Zhijie forced a smile that was more pitiable than a frown and replied to Lu Weiqi, "Mr. Lu, I wish I could have gone deaf just now. Do you have to discuss such confidential matters in my presence?" "Ha!" Chen Chen patted Zhao Zhijie's shoulder. "Xiao Zhao, don't be anxious. You only need to know these things. Just keep your lips sealed. If this information leaks from you, rest assured, Mr. Chen, my mouth is like welded iron. I will absolutely not let it slip." Zhao Zhijie quickly raised his hand in assurance. "Just teasing you. Since my arrival at Red Star, I have perceived a promising future for you, Xiao Zhao, and have nurtured you as a trusted confidant. There is no need to be nervous. This isn't a matter of great secrecy, merely a new research project akin to the Xing-Shan interconnection on your end." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhao Zhijie finally exhaled, realizing he had genuinely feared that he might not see the light of day come morning. It dawned on him that if Mr. Chen was unreserved in sharing the company's top secrets with him, it indeed suggested that he was truly one of Mr. Chen's trusted aides. Mr. Chen had promoted him from a mere team leader to the head of the Xing Yao OS project, fully supporting his self-developed operating system initiative, providing funds and personnel as needed. "Mr. Chen, you nearly frightened me to death just now." Zhao Zhijie feigned fear, patting his chest. "Xiao Zhao, how far along is the Xing-Shan interconnection? Have the latency issues been resolved? Is the connection with the mobile end established? When can we expect our system to go live?" Faced with Chen Chen's rapid-fire inquiries, Zhao Zhijie steadied himself and replied, "Mr. Chen, we have already mastered a portion of the underlying technology for Xing-Shan interconnection. However, due to the high level of confidentiality, only a few individuals in our department are involved in this work, resulting in a slower overall pace. Nevertheless, we have successfully established the connection between mobile devices and televisions, keeping latency under 50 milliseconds. According to our timeline, we anticipate releasing a major update for Xingyao OS by the end of April, at which point we will be able to launch. 50 milliseconds? That latency is still somewhat high. I recall the technical specifications indicated it could be reduced to under 2 milliseconds. Why is progress so sluggish? Chen frowned. "Mr. Chen, it's not that the pace is slow. Rather, we had to undertake extensive compilation work in the initial stages. We have now initiated continuous optimization and expect to achieve around 30 milliseconds by the time of launch." Chen nodded. Achieving screen interconnectivity with latency controlled under 30 milliseconds by 2014 is already commendable. Naturally, he wouldn't declare that this latency was sufficient. They must continue striving to bring it down to 10 milliseconds or even 2 milliseconds. What about Xiaoxing? The core functionalities of Xiaoxing have been completed, but the software on the mobile end still requires time for integration. The features you mentioned are quite time-consuming, Zhao Zhijie admitted, his voice growing increasingly subdued. Mr. Chen had assigned this task to his department last year, yet they had not completed the adaptation. It was not due to laziness on their part. They simply needed to collaborate with the software department, which had slowed progress. The desired functionality involves issuing voice commands for Xiaoxing to autonomously perform operations on the mobile device. For instance, inputting open WeChat and send "I won't be home for dinner today" to my mother, and the phone would automatically execute these actions. Another example being, open the album and search for photos taken in Beijing on September 7, 2013. While these tasks seem straightforward, their execution is far from simple. The task timeline has extended from September of last year, well past the Spring Festival, without completion. Is it because Manager Li from the software department is uncooperative? No. Manager Li is very collaborative with our work. He often stays late to communicate with our team. Mr. Chen, I assure you we will have these features live by July this year, even if it means working overtime, Zhao Jiji asserted, looking at Chen Chen earnestly. Chen Chen frowned, not due to the slow progress, but because Zhao Jiji seemed to dismiss his previous warnings about overtime. He had long advised against unnecessary overtime, as their department already had the highest number of employees working late. When questioned, it was always framed as voluntary overtime, all in the hopes of expediting the launch of Red Star's self-developed operating system. It's all right, I'm not in a rush. Since these functionalities cannot be delivered in the short term, let us proceed with launching the voice assistant feature alongside the April update. However, I genuinely need to address the issue of overtime with you. Your department is currently the one working the most overtime. I've said it before, this self-developed operating system cannot be rushed. We need an opportunity. Otherwise, even if you succeed, there won't be a corresponding ecosystem. Zhao Jiji quickly acquiesced, promising to ensure that team members would minimize overtime. Observing his obstinate demeanor, Chen Chen sighed, fine, you all manage it. Let us launch the Xing Shan interconnection alongside Xiao Xing at the end of April, along with our Kunping phone 2s. Chapter 148 Mr. Chen, is that not Chen Cohen? At the guest area of the Green Factory's launch event, Shinro leaned in to whisper in Chen Chen's ear. Yes, Chen Cohen. He is likely the spokesperson or a special guest for the new device. In the realm of celebrity marketing and advertising, few can rival the prowess of the blue and green companies. Their collaborations with Mango TV, the most popular variety show network in the country, are exceedingly close, to the extent that Chen Chen has lost count of how many stars they have engaged. For someone like Chen Chen, who previously paid little attention to the entertainment industry, merely observing the endorsers of these two firms reveals the current hottest figures in the entertainment world. It seems imperative for Hongxing to elevate its own endorsers to the agenda. Shinro, please ask Yang Tua to come see me. After I rejected his last proposal, he hasn't submitted a new one, has he? No, Mr. Chen. Yang has been preoccupied with global marketing lately and likely hasn't had the time. Engaging young internet celebrities like Blue and Green does not align with the positioning of Kunpeng phones. The primary audience for Kunpeng is predominantly middle-aged business professionals. If we were to engage a young internet star as a spokesperson, it might even repel this demographic from using Kunpeng phones. While they're young users, they constitute a minor segment. Shun Long is out of the question. His endorsement carries a jinx. What about Chen Daoming and Liang Chaowei? Both of these individuals are exceedingly renowned, particularly Liang Chaowei. His performance in the Grandmaster 2 years ago has rendered him unparalleled in popularity, and his overall demeanor aligns perfectly with the positioning of Kunpeng phones. Oh, and let's not forget about Hua Zai. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, his appeal transcends age, boasting a fan base across all demographics. Most crucially, these seasoned film stars are unlikely to suffer from scandals, unlike that Huang Goxing. Mr. Chen, Lei Jun has also arrived. Shinro gently roused Chen Chen from his contemplation. Turning his gaze, he was surprised to see Lei Jun present at the launch event. Mr. Lei, you busy person. How come to witness this launch? Ha, with your invitation, Mr. Chen, and considering the location is in the capital, I certainly had to come for observation and learning. As Chen Chen shook Lei Jun's hand, he noticed a slight darkening of Lei Jun's complexion, leading him to wonder about his recent endeavors. Surely, he hasn't been working in the Indian market, has he? Indeed, Chen Chen's hunch was correct. Since the Spring Festival, Lei Jun had been engrossed in matters pertaining to the Indian market, following the initiation of their Indian strategy late last year. The market share of the rice company in India has been steadily climbing. Not only has Hongxing fallen behind, but even the long-standing powerhouse, Sansang, has been retreating under the multifaceted pressure exerted by Lei Jun remarkably, while rice has yet to establish its offline flagship store domestically. Lei Jun has already set up a prominent flagship store for rice in New Delhi, showcasing an unwavering commitment to the Indian market. With the soothing strains of music, the Green Company's product launch commenced. However, instead of unveiling the innovative flip phone, OpCon 1, they first introduced the Green Company S-ColorOS Color OS. Listening to the product manager's presentation, even Chen Chen couldn't help but admire. This system's UI is perhaps the most user-friendly interface, rivaling only MIUI, Fulime, and Xingyao OS. At this stage, the Green Company has even introduced full-screen gesture controls, allowing users to swipe up from the bottom of the phone to return to the home screen, an innovation akin to the later full-screen gesture operations. Nonetheless, the phone's features were rather uninspiring. Apart from the 206-degree rotatable camera, the most notable highlight was the touch and remote photography functionality on the back. Despite the product manager's incessant talk of culture, technology, and aesthetics, in Chen Chen's view, This device pales in comparison to the Kunpeng phone. The plastic construction, the alarmingly thick black bezels at the bottom, the 225-watt charging, and the staggering starting price of 3,499 render this phone utterly uncompetitive in the online market. It appears that expediting the construction of offline stores is essential. The starting price of Hongxing's Kunpeng series is comparable to the N1, yet due to insufficient offline channels, sales cannot achieve the market-dominating sweep desired. Chen Chen had been reluctant to attend this launch event. But considering it was the Green Company's first time holding a launch in the capital, and their first invitation to him, he felt attending was crucial to avoid any misunderstandings. In Chinese culture, mutual respect is paramount. Despite Hongxing being competitors with other companies in the mobile phone market, a degree of courtesy must still be extended to the heads of these firms. The launch of the Opcon 1 did not generate significant buzz online, as the internet is not the Green Company's primary market focus. Instead, another piece of news exploded on Weibo. Did I mention we were acquiring NVIDIA's processor business? On his way back, Chen Chen stared at the news online, bewildered. I clearly instructed old Liu to negotiate with NVIDIA casually, intending for them to falter before Hongxing intervenes. Why now does NVIDIA claim that substantive progress has been made in negotiations with Hongxing? Mr. Chen, this is likely a smokescreen released by NVIDIA to inflate their asking price for the rice company, suggested his associate. I'll inquire with old Liu. Let us hope he hasn't taken it upon himself to contact NVIDIA. Upon returning to the office, before Chen Chen could seek out Liu Weiqi, Liu had already arrived at Chen Chen's office. Mr. Chen, this news is undoubtedly a deliberate leak from NVIDIA. When you instructed me not to interfere in the negotiations between Rice and NVIDIA, I refrained from sending anyone to engage with them. Chen Chen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Ensure that we categorically deny this matter on our official Weibo account. It must be emphatic. Why would that old Huang involve us at Hongxing? Do they think I would be interested in their trifling cup technology? Wait, old Liu. Chen Chen called out to stop Liu Weiqi, who was preparing to leave. Hold off on the announcement. I need to call Lei Jun. I plan to stage a cooperative act with him to pressure old Huang. Equipped with the latest chip technology and patents, Chen Chen genuinely held little regard for NVIDIA's chip technology. Were it not for NVIDIA possessing some 4G patents, he wouldn't even entertain the notion of acquisition. Mr. Lei, this is bad. Just as Lei Jun returned to the rice company, Lin Bing rushed into his office in a flurry. At that moment, Lei Jun had already seen the news on Weibo. Calm down, sit down and talk. I'm already aware of the negotiations between Hongxing and NVIDIA. Subsequently, Lei Jun fell into a deep contemplation. He had previously suspected that Hongxing's relentless pursuit of chip talent and technology would inevitably lead to interference. To his surprise, his suspicion had proven correct. If the news circulating on Weibo did not originate from old Huang, Lei Jun would not believe that Chen Chen had been struck down. Now, two choices lay before Lei Jun. Either to completely cease negotiations with NVIDIA or to preemptively secure the technology at a high price, thereby satisfying NVIDIA's demands. Sighing heavily, Lei Jun found himself in a quandary. This was the closest he had ever been to acquiring the technology he desired, making it a pivotal choice that could alter the trajectory of Rice's development. However, the thought of NVIDIA's exorbitant demands filled him with frustration. While he desired these resources, it did not mean he was willing to be exploited as a naive buyer. Subsequently, Lei Jun recalled the investors behind him, and his resolve began to solidify. He had previously discussed his intentions to delve deeper into the Indian market with them, but the responses had been less than encouraging. The investors showed support for Lei Jun's ambitions in India, but their enthusiasm waned regarding the development of Rice's chip business. Engaging the chip sector would require continuous financial investment, something they were disinclined to undertake, as their focus remained on immediate, short-term profits. Let us terminate these negotiations. The price is too steep and not worth the cost. Upon uttering this statement, Lei Jun felt as if all his vitality had been drained away, slumping into his chair. Mr. Lei, Lin Bing looked at Lei Jun in disbelief. She was well aware of Lei Jun's obsession with chips. Before him, Lei Jun surprisingly chose to relinquish. What is fated to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Without the backing of investors, should I acquiesce to NVIDIA's demands, our company's liquidity will inevitably become strained, adversely affecting our strategic development moving forward. If NVIDIA's asking price were reasonable, Lei Jun could muster the resolve to dip into his own pockets to secure the deal. However, with NVIDIA's exorbitant demands and the lack of investor support, Lei Jun had no choice but to concede defeat. Mr. Lei, I understand, Lin Bing said, taking a deep breath, preparing to reach out to NVIDIA's representatives. Just then, Lei Jun's phone rang. What does Chen Chen want? Lin Bing inquired. Hold on, let me see what this kid has to say. Lei Jun replied as he answered the call. As he listened to Chen Chen's voice on the other end, Lei Jun's eyes gradually brightened, and after hanging up, his face was alight with joy. What did Chen Chen say? Lin Bing asked curiously. This kid claims he hasn't been in touch with NVIDIA at all. All this information was orchestrated by Lao Huang. He suggested we drive a hard bargain. Really? Lin Bing asked incredulously. Is Chen Chen really so benevolent? Indeed. Chen Chen stated that our acquisition of NVIDIA's technology would bolster our own research capabilities in China, and he hopes we could develop our own chips. Sigh. I truly owe him a favor now. Lin Bing, just tell NVIDIA that if they don't agree to our price, we will walk away. I believe Lao Huang will relent. Lei Yun instructed. Understood, Mr. Lei, Lin Bing replied, his face lighting up as he went out to contact NVIDIA. At that moment, Lao Huang was left in a state of confusion. Wasn't it said that Hongxing's desperation for chip technology had reached a point of recklessness? Yet, after waiting so long without any contact from Hongxing, Lao Huang had no choice but to stage a self-directed drama of a Hongxing acquisition. Now, not only had Hongxing failed to reach out, but Dami had also issued an ultimatum. Was he really going to sell to Dami at a low price? No. Since Hongxing was contacting him, he could reach out to them instead. As for whether the higher-ups would permit a sale to Hongxing, that was a concern for another day. Surely, investors wouldn't allow this business to languish in his hands. As long as an agreement could be reached with Hongxing, the higher-ups would handle the rest. Chen, take a look at this, Lu Weiqi said, handing a document to Chen Chen. Has Lao Huang lost his mind? He dares to ask for $400 million? No wonder their negotiations with Dami are going poorly. I doubt Lei Jun would willingly play the fool. After reading the document, Chen Chen inhaled sharply. Lao Huang actually dared to demand $400 million? Now, having failed to reach an agreement with Dami, he turns his sights on us? Even $200 million feels exorbitant to me, let alone this inflated price. Lei Jun could certainly muster the funds, but it was Lei Jun, not Dami. If Dami accepted this price, their liquidity would be severely depleted, impacting the entire company's operations. Given that he and Lei Jun were prepared to collaborate to negotiate this price down, there was no need to reject NVIDIA outright. Old Lu, respond to NVIDIA with a counteroffer of $100 million. Otherwise, we won't engage in discussions. Lao Huang would likely be infuriated upon hearing this price. He was probably attempting to recoup his previous investments with such a high demand. Lu Weiqi chuckled as he listened to the proposed figure. I'm not sure what Dami's offer is, but I've had it evaluated. Most of their technology is rather outdated, and the entire investment in the chip business is around $1.5 billion. Our offer of 100 million would be too much of a sacrifice for Lao Huang. Let us proceed with this negotiation and see how Lao Huang responds. Upon receiving the reply from Hongxing, Lao Huang was furious. $100 million? Are you trying to rob me? His initial quote of $400 million had never been intended as a final sale price. He expected Hongxing to negotiate down to around $200 million. He never anticipated Hongxing would slash the price down to a mere $100 million. Gaodong had clearly expressed a lack of interest in his technology. If they insisted on acquisition, they could buy it for $50 million. If not, NVIDIA could keep their technology. As for Fruits and Sansang, they hadn't even bothered to look his way. Lao Huang, being the CEO of a $100 billion company, couldn't lower himself to beg Fruits. He found himself in a dilemma. Now, the only companies interested in his technology were Dami and Hongxing. And Hongxing's price revealed their stance. Sigh, I suppose I must continue discussions with Dami. Reluctantly, he decided to pursue negotiations with Dami, as their offer was comparatively higher than the others. He believed that Dami genuinely desired the technology, just that they couldn't agree on a price. If he made a concession, he trusted Lei Jun would find it acceptable. Consequently, Lao Huang dispatched a vice president and a team to Beijing for face-to-face negotiations with Dami. Upon witnessing NVIDIA's actions, Lei Jun was overjoyed. Chen Chen was indeed telling the truth. Since NVIDIA can't find buyers outside of Dami, the initiative is now in my hands. Let us see how they respond to my price reduction. Yet, such matters could not be resolved overnight. Both parties would likely engage in protracted negotiations over price and terms, and genuine agreement would require time. Chapter 150. Fruits 5's long battery version. On April 1st, Beijing time, Fruits announced in the United States the launch of a new Fruits 5's long battery version. Cook proclaimed that this version could provide 16 hours of 3G talk time, 350 hours of standby, or 15 hours of 4G browsing, along with 52 hours of music playback, compared to the standard 5's version. Cook claimed that the new Apple Cell, combined with a robust power management system, would deliver an unparalleled battery experience. Naturally, the price was also adjusted accordingly. The 16 GB version in the United States was priced at $749, while the 32 GB version was set at $849. In Europe, aside from the consistently lower prices in the UK, the 16 gigabytes long battery version reached $799 in countries like Germany and France. The price in China was also adjusted, raising the starting price from $52.88 to $59.99. With the launch of the brand new long battery version, Cook felt a sense of accomplishment, despite minor hiccups in the delivery timeline from Hongqing. According to the agreement with Fruits, Hongqing was to supply no less than 3 million Yangtze River battery cells by March. However, due to the impact of the Chinese New Year holiday in February, the first batch of 3 million cells was not fully delivered until mid-March. Cook, I believe that merely increasing the price by $100 is excessively conservative. Our battery costs nearly $23, in my view. We should add an additional $29 on top of that, one executive suggested. Cook is still too lenient. The scythe needs to be sharpened further. The final negotiation result between Hongqing and Fruits settled on a price of $1,947 per cell, with the addition of battery assembly and chips, bringing the total to $23. According to Cook's reasoning, enhancing the PHYs with such extended battery life warranted an additional charge of over $100 for users. Boss, we should monitor the market's response first. With Hongqing's first phase of construction nearing completion, a steady supply of Apple cells was anticipated shortly. Kirk was equally exhilarated, as he had personally facilitated the collaboration with Redstar. Should the long-lasting version perform well in the market, his standing and influence within the fruit company would undoubtedly be further enhanced. You are absolutely right. If the market response is favorable, we can distinctly differentiate the long-lasting version of the Fruit 6 from the standard version right from its launch this year. The boss is astute. I believe our profit margins will reach new heights this year. Cook listened with a beaming smile to Kirk's compliments, confident that once the stock market opened tomorrow, the price of Fruit shares would surely ascend another notch. The long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s had been unveiled in the United States, and it wasn't until the following day that the Chinese users awoke to discover that Fruit had indeed released a long-lasting variant. What an impressive feat. Apple Cell, what a groundbreaking technology that can extend the overall battery life of a smartphone by over 40. Truly, Fruit lives up to its name. I had been worried about the inadequate battery life of the Fruit 5s and hesitated to make a purchase, but this long-lasting version completely alleviates my battery anxiety. Check the price upstairs. Cook has raised it by $800. $800 is merely a trifling matter. Are we Fruit users so impoverished that we quibble over such an amount? If I hadn't already acquired the shining second generation, I would undoubtedly purchase the long-lasting version. Apple Cell? Doesn't that translate to Fruit battery? Could it be that Fruit has achieved a significant breakthrough in battery technology? Indeed, it remains the foremost company in terms of technological prowess in the smartphone industry. Just compare the power management and battery life of Fruit with our own manufacturers. It's utterly dismal. The upstairs crowd can be quite sycophantic, lauding Fruit's battery life. In reality, it's abysmal. The long-lasting version doesn't even compare to my Kunping phone's standard edition. And let us not even mention fast charging. By the time I finish charging, I'll have already enjoyed a full morning out. How can anyone still praise Fruit's battery life? Have some dignity. Our Redstar's Yangtze River battery obliterates yours by tenfold. Today is April Fool's Day. Surely, this can't be some prank by Fruit? It's no jest. I just checked the official website and saw that the long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s is indeed available for pre-order. How Yang speaks. I've already placed my order. In my opinion, there's only one company in this world that truly considers the user's needs, and that is Fruit. I've previously criticized their battery and endurance, so I'm pleasantly surprised to see the prompt release of a long-lasting version. As for the upstairs claims regarding Redstar, they shouldn't even attempt to compare with Fruit. They are simply not in the same league. What does it matter how fast your fast charging is? Are you not concerned about the risk of explosion? Furthermore, Fruit does have fast charging. It's just that they prioritize user safety. And their charging technology in the lab is not inferior to Redstar's fast charging technology. Besides, what's wrong with raising the price a bit? For 6,000 yuan, you gain access to the world's most expensive, technologically advanced, and unparalleled screen, as well as the most powerful A7 processor available. For 6,000 yuan, you can enjoy the best ecological services globally, experience unique fingerprint unlocking, receive the best after-sale service, and utilize a phone with exceptional privacy protection, all while enjoying the smoothest iOS system in all of China. 6,000 yuan offers the most cost-effective phone in this price range. The Apple Cell technology introduced by Fruit will keep our domestic manufacturers chasing for years. How Yang speaks. He is truly in tune with the current trends. Some even suspect he recorded this video overnight. What a boast. I remember 3 years ago when people claimed that Samsung had even more advanced fast charging technology lying dormant in their labs. 3 years have passed. Yet we've seen no evidence of it. Old Zhang, let us resurrect that claim and see if it holds any merit. You truly have a successor. Hao Yang, save your breath. Do you recall the last time you boasted about that Rice 3? Chapter 151. Samsung initiates new battery research. The long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s? Apple Cell? Park Etienne received a report from his subordinate early in the morning. He had planned to watch last night's Fruit press conference, but succumbed to Secretary Li's temptations and had battled through the night. Yes, Minister. After the release on April 30th in the United States, it was listed on the Fruit store and official website and is now open for pre-order. From the information I've gathered, the number of pre-orders has exceeded 1 million and continues to rise. Park Etienne tapped his fingers lightly. This was not good news. Last year, Samsung's phone sales were the highest globally, yet they still lag behind Fruit in the high-end market. Their global sales of 1.5 billion units were primarily of models like the Fruit 5 and 5s, which started at over 900,000 yuan, while Samsung's high-end sales barely reached one-third of Fruit's. Let alone the profit margins. It is well known that Fruit captures over 70% of the global smartphone profits, leaving Samsung to pick at the scraps. The Galaxy Note series released by Samsung last year was formidable, and Park Etienne was determined to make a strong impression in his new position, aiming to reclaim some of Fruit's high-end market share with this year's Galaxy S series. After all, Fruit is not without its flaws, such as charging and battery life. Damn that Kim Jae-suk. Park Etienne slammed his hand on the table. Collaborating with Kim Jae-suk to secure Red Star's Yangtze River battery was his strategy to undermine Fruit. Yet after all this scheming, he had still been outmaneuvered by Red Star. He had even sacrificed personal relationships, yet ended up with nothing. To him, Kim Jae-suk was nothing but a fool. What a missed opportunity. This could have been my chance. If I had acquired the Yangtze River battery technology, I would have been able to carve out a piece of high-end market share from Fruit with longer battery life and better screens. Now it's all gone to waste. On the contrary, Fruit has made a breakthrough in battery technology first. What is the price of the long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s? Minister, the price for the 16 gigabytes model is 150,000. Damn. Upon hearing this price, Park Etienne felt a surge of madness. 150,000. Fruit's profits were already substantial, and now this long-lasting version has pushed the price even higher. Just how much does Cook intend to make? This is unacceptable. We cannot sit idly by. Manager Choi, I am assigning you 2 tasks. The main flaw of Fruit was its battery life, and now, with this long-lasting version, it has virtually eliminated any defects in the phone. Moving forward, Fruit will undoubtedly widen the gap in high-end market share with Samsung. As for whether Fruit's exorbitant price is a disadvantage, in Park Etienne's view, it is not a flaw of Fruit, but rather a flaw of the consumers. Minister, your orders will be executed to the best of my ability. First, contact Samsung's China branch immediately and see if you can engage with Red Star to procure the Yangtze River battery supply. Lower your stance a bit. Based on the last negotiation, the person in charge from that Chinese company seems to respond better to soft approaches. Had it not been for that fool Kim Jae-suk, I might have already secured the Yangtze River battery. Of course, I don't mean to have you grovel, but I will also reach out to our memory department. Currently, Red Star is sourcing memory and flash storage from us. If we face production shortages or a factory fire, their memory supply will be affected. This is also one of our bargaining chips. Make sure to utilize it wisely. Understood, Minister. This insidious threat to Choi Jae-sik is not unfamiliar territory. Samsung's tactics have been employed repeatedly. Whenever there are signs of a decline in global memory, flash, prices, Samsung's factories seem to experience a mishap. They then inform global manufacturers and consumers that a fire has occurred at their facility and that repairs are underway, assuring clients that their orders will remain unaffected. Of course, Samsung's assurances can be dismissed as mere hot air, leading to a fresh surge in global memory, flash, prices, which fills Samsung's coffers to overflowing. Secondly, you must visit the Battery Performance Laboratory and urge the acceleration of our next-generation battery development. A small company from Huaxia has already unveiled high-density battery technology. Meanwhile, LG and Apple have introduced corresponding advancements, placing Samsung at a disadvantage compared to these competitors. I refuse to be in a position where LG holds the upper hand over us. At the end of last year, LG announced their new high-density battery, utilizing a high-voltage scheme with a full charge voltage of 44 V, which represents a 12 increase in energy density compared to the usual 42 V lithium-ion batteries, and is slightly more compact. Minister Park, I have already inquired with our battery department. The engineers indicated that the in-depth development of the new polymer battery has only just commenced, and achieving results may take considerable time. Choi Jae-sik's statement remained unfinished. He had consulted with the person in charge, who conveyed that to reach the energy density levels akin to those of Yangtze River batteries, a research period of 4 to 5 years would likely be necessary. He held a pessimistic outlook even on achieving LG's standards in the short term. Allocate funds, recruit talent, conduct a global talent search. With Samsung's numerous research and development bases worldwide, is it truly impossible for us to manage a modest battery project? Since LG has opted for a high-voltage approach, we can emulate their strategy. Although we may not match the energy density of Red Star, as long as we deliver results, our marketing department will find a way. A slightly aggressive approach is acceptable. I want to see outcomes in the near term. Observing the anxious minister, Choi Jae-sik could only respond with a wry smile. If breakthroughs in battery technology were that easily attainable, electric vehicles would be ubiquitous by now, and smartphone designs could be as exquisitely refined as those of Red Star and Apple. Currently, the design of a new smartphone must consider battery aspects, which is paramount, as no consumer is willing to accept a device with inadequate battery life. Very well, Minister, I shall attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, in California, boss, we have received global pre-order data for the long-lasting version of the fives. The chief operating officer, Cook, eagerly entered Cook's office. Oh, that was fast. Indeed, boss. We have now closed the pre-order channel as the new devices are urgently being dispatched worldwide. Our 36-hour pre-order data stands at 5.6 million, surpassing our inventory. So we had to temporarily halt pre-orders. 5.6 million? Upon hearing this figure, Cook did not feel the excitement one might expect. In his view, the global market for the launch of Apple's new product had barely reached 6 million in 2 days, a statistic that left him unsatisfied. Boss, the COO noted. Recognizing Cook's less-than-pleased expression, many users have already purchased the fives, and we are concerned about potential shortages in battery supply. Therefore, we decided to close the pre-order channel early. Most people likely haven't received the news. Nonetheless, this data is quite impressive, indicating strong market acceptance for the long-lasting version, with users showing little resistance to our price increase. Some have even inquired about upgrading their existing fives to the long-lasting battery. After hearing this, Cook's brow relaxed slightly. Are there any supply issues with Red Star? It was precisely my concern regarding Red Star supply that prompted us to close the pre-order channel. This morning, we communicated urgently with Red Star, and they assured us they would increase supply efforts, with a new factory expected to commence production in early June, which should fundamentally resolve capacity issues. According to the agreement with Red Star, they were to deliver no less than 3 million battery cells by March. By the end of March, Red Star had delivered a total of 5 million cells and indicated that before the new factory began production, they would continue to supply Apple with 1 million cells monthly. This figure did not satisfy the COO, but the agreement stipulated a minimum of 3 million, and having delivered 5 million, Red Star had already exceeded the additional contractual obligations. The COO could not demand that Red Star deliver even more. He inquired with Red Star's representative about how to increase delivery numbers before the new factory commenced production, only to be met with a shrug, as they stated that their capacity was limited until the new factory was operational, needing to supply their own company while also exceeding their commitments to Apple. To secure a greater quantity, additional funds would be necessary. Have the workers operate in 3 shifts. The COO suggested. Boss, I consulted with Red Star's representative, and they mentioned that the only way to increase delivery before the new factory starts production is through additional compensation. The COO cautiously relayed to Cook. What kind of compensation? Unless we offer more money. More money? Yes. Red Star indicated that by adding 5 per cell, they could supply us with over 2 million cells monthly. With a 10 increase, they could provide over 3 million cells monthly. As he spoke, the COO could hardly bear to meet Cook's gaze. Red Star's actions felt like an egregious overreach. This behavior, akin to taking advantage of crisis, was intolerable to Cook, who valued profit above all else. What if I were to offer them an additional 50 per cell? Could I secure 20 million cells? Cook asked, his anger turning to sardonic laughter. Well, that might be unrealistic, the COO replied, as Red Star stated that supplying us with an additional 3 million cells monthly has already pushed their production line to its limits, and they can't manage more. Calming down, Cook weighed the pros and cons. Red Star was clearly engaging in opportunistic behavior. If he agreed to their demands, Apple's long-lasting version of the fives would sell more, and he would pocket greater profits. However, if he refused, the long-lasting version would have to be limited in availability, which was fundamentally inconsistent with Cook's character. He would never pass up an opportunity to earn money. Yet, Red Star's exploitative tactics infuriated him, treating Apple like a naive mark. Cook, being a pragmatic businessman, had always viewed matters through the lens of profit and loss, devoid of sentiment. Soon enough, he reached a resolution. He would acquiesce to their demands. On top of the monthly 1 million cells, we will add an extra 5 per cell for the additional quantities. Chapter 152. Chen Chen. I too wish to cling to a benefactor. Mr. Chen, Apple has acquiesced to our request. Oh, Cook truly agreed? Chen Chen looked at Manager Zhao from Yangtze River New Energy with keen interest. Yes, Apple has agreed. However, what? Do they negotiate? On April 1st, when Apple announced the release of the long-lasting version of the 5s, Chen Chen was keenly interested, as the battery life of Apple phones had long been a point of contention. With the integration of Yangtze River batteries, the overall battery life of the 5s improved by 42, and Chen Chen believed it would garner significant attention. What he did not anticipate was the overwhelming demand that exceeded his expectations. In just one day, Cook calculated from the launch, which was 36 hours. While Chen Chen received the news on the morning of the 1st, pre-orders surpassed 5 million, presenting a golden opportunity for Lu Weiqi. Lu Weiqi inquired of Manager Zhao regarding the optimal daily production capacity of the battery production line. Manager Zhao, having conducted the necessary calculations, informed Lu Weiqi that upon receiving the deposit from the fruit company, Yangtze River New Energy commenced its first round of capacity expansion. Several additional production lines were added, and with full operational capacity, the daily output hovers around 150,000 units. This figure represents the maximum capacity while ensuring a high yield rate, effectively pushing production capabilities to their limits. However, under normal operating conditions, the production lines seldom reach full capacity, yielding only about 30,000 to 40,000 units per day. The addition of new production lines was purely to accommodate the anticipated orders from the fruit company. Lu Weiqi calculated that the maximum monthly production could reach approximately 4 million units. After fulfilling the commitment of 1 million units to the fruit company and accounting for the 5 million units that Hongxing itself procures each month, there would be an excess of around 2 million units available. Given the explosive demand for the fruit 5s, it is likely that supplying an additional 1 million units would not suffice. Therefore, why not seize the opportunity to extract further profit from the fruit company? After all, the price of the fruit 5s had just been raised by 800 yuan, so an additional increase of 50 to 100 yuan for producing more long-lasting versions of the fruit 5s would allow the company to achieve greater sales. It is believed that Cook would recognize the value of this arrangement. Consequently, Lu Weiqi proposed to Chen Chen that, in addition to the fixed monthly delivery of 1 million units, an extra 1 million units could be supplied at an additional cost of $5 per unit. The second batch of 1 million units would require a price increase to $10 per unit, effectively implementing a tiered pricing structure. To acquire an additional 1 million units would necessitate an extra payment of $5 million, while seeking 2 million additional units would require $15 million more. The sentiment remains, if the fruit company has the funds, who else should be charged? The supplementary agreement stated that Hongxing was to deliver 3 million units before March, and the 5 million units delivered to them already exceeded the contractual obligations. Should they desire to increase production further, it would be reasonable for Hongxing to request additional costs. The fruit company responded that for any quantity above the 1 million units, an extra $5 per unit would be charged, effectively rejecting our tiered pricing proposal and only agreeing to a flat increase of $5. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Chen tapped his fingers on the table. According to Hongxing's proposal, for the fruit company to receive 3 million units of Yangtze River battery cells, they would need to pay an additional $15 million. Whereas under the fruit company's terms, they would only need to pay an extra $10 million for the same quantity, creating a difference of $5 million, quite a substantial sum in RMB. Manager Zhao, please inform the fruit company that due to the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival holiday in our country, we can only provide them with an additional 1 million units, with an increase of $7 per unit. Let us see how they respond. Said Dola, were we previously discussing $5? Will they accept this? Let us respond this way for now. Either they proceed with our original terms, or this is all we can offer monthly. I trust Cook will make a choice. Chen Chen had never entertained the notion of a long-term partnership with the fruit company. Naturally, he aimed to maximize profits whenever possible. The fruit company, being a major client, would not miss these trifles. Moreover, with the looming trade war, future collaborations may become impossible, making it imperative to extract more from the fruit company while the opportunity still existed. All right, I will go respond to the fruit company. After Manager Zhao departed, Shenro approached Chen Chen with a young woman beside her. President Chen, this is Song Ziwei, the new assistant that Manager Lu has recruited for you. Xiao Song is my junior from university, having just graduated last year. She possesses remarkable abilities. Initially, she intended to join Vivo, but I persuaded Manager Liu to bring her to Hongxing. I will mentor her for a while, and I am confident she will seamlessly assume her role. After Shen Ro introduced her, Song Ziwei stepped forward to greet Chen Chen. Hello, Chairman. I am Song Ziwei, your new assistant. Chen Chen appraised her from head to toe. Her long legs appeared exceptionally alluring against her uniform. Hello, just call me Chen. Very impressive, Chen Chen thought, in her 20s, standing at 1.7 meters tall with long, powerful legs. She is quite the sight. When the weather warms and she dons stockings, it will be even more striking. Yet, the name Song Ziwei felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. I trust Xiao Shun has briefed you on your responsibilities. Since she vouches for your capabilities, I believe you will excel in this position. For now, you will share an office with Xiao Shun, and I will arrange for Manager Liu to procure a desk for you. As Chen Chen finished speaking, he took another look at Song Ziwei and suddenly recalled where he recognized her from. How could he have forgotten? This was the renowned Song Deity. Upon seeing her legs, he should have remembered. It was embarrassing to not recognize the famous Song Deity, despite having seen countless legs before. Manager Liu recruited her as my assistant, yet it was not entirely Chen Chen's fault, as Song Deity had appeared quite different when she was nearly 30 during her debut on AI Coup. Compared to her youthful demeanor now, Chen Chen found himself eagerly anticipating the summer. With those legs, she would look wonderful in any stockings and undoubtedly, even without them. Meanwhile, at the fruit company, Coker received Manager Zhao's response. Upon learning that Hongxing had raised their price by $2, he hesitated to make unilateral decisions and approached Cook's office. Boss, Hongxing claims that due to a traditional food called zongzi, they are celebrating a festival known as Dragon Boat Festival. It is a statutory holiday in their country, which limits their capacity to supply us with an additional 2 million Yangtze batteries, allowing only for 1 million units per month. Moreover, they have increased the price to $7 per unit. Disappointment etched on Cook's face. He displayed clear impatience as Coker divulged Hongxing's new conditions. Outrageous! Outrageous! Hongxing is taking advantage of the situation. This is blatant extortion. Was $5 per unit not sufficient to satiate their greed? Coker, respond to Hongxing immediately. I demand 300 million units at $5 per unit. If not, I will terminate the partnership. Good grief. I have never encountered such a brazen Chinese enterprise. Observing Cook's fury, Coker cautiously interjected, Boss, terminating the partnership could incur penalties. Moreover, we have already made payments. So, you're suggesting I accept Hongxing's terms? Absolutely not. No company has ever dared to leverage us like this. Not even Microsoft or Gaodong. And Hongxing is merely a small Chinese firm. Boss, please listen. My suggestion is to negotiate based on Hongxing's initial proposal, by acquiring an additional 2 million units. We can also sell 2 million more long-lasting versions, thereby increasing our profits. There is no need for such animosity toward Hongxing. Cook, growing impatient, waved Coker off, signaling that he was no longer interested in hearing about Hongxing. With no other option, Coker exited Cook's office, contemplating how to renegotiate terms with Hongxing. Hongxing's latest price increase of $2 was a clear message. They had capacity, but for 2 million units at $5. They would only concede to provide 1 million units at $7. To secure more, one would have to adhere to their tiered pricing structure. After much deliberation, Coker concluded that accepting Hongxing's initial proposal was the most prudent course of action, as it would allow them to secure a larger quantity of battery cells. Soon, having come to this realization, Coker responded to Hongxing, expressing his willingness to accept their initial tiered pricing proposal, offering $8 for the second tier. $8 it is. It is a windfall after all. Given the fruit company's current predicament, they would likely not resist the $10 they have been arguing for. With Chen Chen's consent, Manager Zhao promptly confirmed the price to Coker, agreeing to the terms. The new factory would commence operations in July, indicating that over the next 2 to 3 months, through price increases, Yangtze River New Energy would secure an additional 300 million in profits. True to form, the major client seized the opportunity to capitalize on the situation. As the long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s embarks from China to destinations around the globe, many individuals are soon to receive this highly anticipated smartphone. Chapter 153. What name will be suitable for the Starry OS? Mr. Chen, netizens are speculating whether the long-lasting version of the Fruit 5s utilizes our Yangtze River battery. Should we issue a formal response? The newly appointed Song Ziwei has quickly familiarized herself with the business landscape, summarizing current affairs and trending topics from the internet for daily reports, particularly concerning news about the Red Star. For now, let us allow the netizens to discover it themselves. Wouldn't that be more intriguing? If we respond proactively, Wouldn't we merely be riding on the coattails of the fruit's popularity? Furthermore, we have received substantial funds from Cook. We must afford him a semblance of respect. If we were to expose this now, how could we justify raising prices for Cook in the future? Cook's agreement to increase prices for the Red Star has put Mr. Chen in good spirits. Who wouldn't be delighted to receive over $10 million? As for the speculations of netizens, let them ponder. It would be far more impactful for the Red Star to reveal that the so-called Apple cell is, in fact, derived from the Yangtze River battery. We can certainly extend a courtesy to Cook. Mr. Chen, the representatives from Samsung Huaxia and Samsung Mobile, Mr. Chui Zaishi, have sent a letter requesting a meeting to discuss a potential collaboration. What do you think? Samsung Huaxia? It seems Samsung has been provoked by the Apple cell incident. They previously sought our Yangtze River battery technology through OLED screens, and I have yet to settle that score. This time, they sent someone directly to negotiate. Likely regarding the Yangtze River battery. Decline the offer. Just state that my schedule is fully booked at the moment. Understood, Mr. Chen. After saying this, Song Jue elegantly turned to leave, but Mr. Chen quickly called her back. Wait a moment. Outright rejection may not be appropriate. Although our screens do not depend on them, we still utilize Samsung's flash memory and RAM. I wouldn't want Chen Chen and Mr. Chui to stir up any trouble upon their return. Let us schedule it for the 28th, after the conclusion of our Starry OS 40 launch. Certainly, Mr. Chen, I will respond to them immediately. The upcoming major version update of Starry OS will not only introduce voice assistant features, but also undergo significant recompilation work at the system's core. This endeavor aims to enhance the fluidity of the Android system, a task of considerable magnitude. Currently, Zhao GGS system department boasts over 800 members, making it the largest department within Red Star. Of course, they're also clandestinely developing a domestic operating system. It is imperative to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Much like Huawei did, should the day of sanctions arrive, they will undoubtedly be comprehensive, affecting not only imports of chips and screens, but also the system level. Just as Huawei struggled in the previous era without Google's GMS authorization, making significant strides in the international market became nearly impossible. The reason Android holds such a substantial share in the overseas mobile market is that Google is virtually irreplaceable in daily life abroad. Just as the Chinese cannot live without mobile payments, foreigners cannot do without Google. Browsers require Chrome, app stores need Google Play, and maps depend on Google Maps, all of which are built upon GMS. Subsequently, while Huawei invested heavily to develop its HMS, the process of software development, API integration, and ecosystem rebuilding requires time. Even now, Huawei continues to work diligently in this area. According to Mr. Chen's understanding, GMS serves as a vital conduit deeply entrenched in the operations of foreign internet enterprises. Under normal circumstances, this channel connects mobile devices and the Android system seamlessly. However, following the imposition of sanctions, this conduit becomes unusable, rendering Huawei's phones akin to bricks, devoid of a system, while HMS represents Huawei's attempt to forge a new channel, authorization certificate, to connect with the Android system. Mr. Chen shares the anxiety surrounding this situation. Given the current trajectory of Red Star's development, it is uncertain who will face sanctions first, him or Huawei. Even if he ranks behind Huawei, he is not likely to escape. Thus, like Huawei, Mr. Chen is diligently working to develop his own operating system and new service frameworks, aiming to open ports and invest heavily in getting developers to adapt to his operating system within the next 2 years. In many stories, protagonists often unveil their operating systems at the outset and swiftly promote them worldwide. Setting aside the complexities of development, one must question, does this operating system have software support? Can those foreigners survive without Google? An operating system devoid of an ecosystem is little different from a brick. Even Huawei took 5 to 6 years to gradually build its ecosystem. By the time Mr. Chen traversed back, a truly pure version of Hongmeng had yet to emerge, only existing as an Android-compatible variant. Simultaneously, Mr. Chen is contemplating a name change for the Starry OS. When he initially took over Red Star, he did not give it much thought. At that time, ensuring a smooth transition for the company was paramount. However, after several years of development, Red Star has undeniably become the leading mobile phone company in China, with a modest share of the international market. Continuing to use the name Starry OS, a Chinese moniker, may hinder global expansion. Naturally, Mr. Chen harbors a fondness for this name, which was inspired by the phrase "the Red Star shines over China." Perhaps Red Star OS? Or simply Star OS? Meanwhile, the latest project developments at the Red Star Semiconductor Laboratory have yielded significant results. The focus is now on the RF chips within phones, particularly the filters and power amplifiers, which are our next targets for breakthrough advancements. The first phase has been demanding, with frequency modulation and reception reaching our initial design goals based on current experiments. Mr. Chen, as you know, he is quite generous when it comes to bonuses. Dr. Liu Yuanjiang chuckled after his statement, assuring that he would not disappoint anyone. The development of the Lingxiao S4 and C1 is progressing rapidly, currently in the tape-out phase on the Treasure Island. Currently, the Red Star Semiconductor Laboratory is solely focused on processor chips and RF chip projects, as it was the filter that initially stymied Huawei. It would not be an exaggeration to say that RF chips are a key research priority for Red Star. Chapter 154, RF Modules and Filters. In the wireless communication systems of mobile phones, antennas, RF front ends, RF transceiver modules, and baseband signal processors are indispensable. The RF front end is the fundamental component that converts digital signals into wireless RF signals, comprised of power amplifiers, PA, filters, low-noise amplifiers, LNA, switches, tuners, and duplexers. In the previous era, Huawei, with its numerous patents and significant contributions to the 5G concept, faced 5 rounds of technological suppression from the United States, with one of the most severe actions being the prohibition against other companies supplying RF filters to Huawei. In truth, after Huawei resumed procurement of processors from Guangdong, these processors also supported 5G signals. However, the RF front end has constrained Huawei's 5G implementation, which is why the RF module represents a crucial hurdle in our independent 5G development. The filter, composed of capacitors, inductors, and resistors, constitutes a filtering circuit capable of effectively eliminating specific frequency points or frequencies beyond a given point from the power supply lines, ultimately arriving at a specific frequency power signal. It can be asserted that the filter is the most crucial component within the RF module. Next, I will reorganize the tasks among your groups. Group A will continue to intensify the experimental iterations regarding RF switches. Sun Tao's Group B will be allocated Group D, where you will persist in the research and development of high-power amplifiers and filters. Group C has a new assignment. Your new project is to further develop the charging IC chip. Our fast-charging laboratory has commenced experiments with a charging power of 120 watts. This high-power charging places greater demands on the charging IC than before, and General Chen has plans to supply our charging IC to other mobile manufacturers. Our current objective is not to develop the most advanced RF modules or filters in the world, but rather to address the challenges of creating something from nothing. There may be numerous difficulties along this path, but I firmly believe that we at Hongxing Semiconductor can indeed develop our own RF module. Group B, your responsibilities are substantial. General Chen has invested considerable effort into this project. If there are patents we can circumvent, we will, and if not, we can obtain authorization. So you need not worry about that. Do you all understand your tasks? After Dr. Liu finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Understood. All the group members responded with enthusiasm and excitement. In other companies, leaders tend to micromanage, and even in some domestic research institutions, the researchers and engineers at the grassroots level are often treated as mere cogs in the machine, akin to corporate drones, left wondering when they might rise through the ranks. After all, everyone knows there's a place for everyone. Since joining Hongxing, the company's senior management only provides directives on major directions without delving into minutiae, and the focus is on offering top-tier salaries. The company's leader is also one who readily distributes bonuses. Who wouldn't favor such an environment? Although it has been somewhat busy, the financial compensation makes it all worthwhile. Currently, Hongxing's charging protocol has essentially unified domestic manufacturers, with all utilizing Hongxing's charging solution, which can reach up to 225 watts. As for whether these manufacturers have independently developed higher power solutions, Chen Chen remains unconcerned. Hongxing's fast-charging laboratory has patented various protocols and solutions, effectively stifling not only domestic manufacturers, but also complicating Guangdong's attempts to promote their charging protocol without navigating around Hongxing. If Hongxing offers 225 watts and Guangdong only provides 10 watts, it is evident whose solution will be favored. In Dr. Liu's theoretical design, the complete RF chip module must support TD-LTE and LTE-FDD, as our nation employs a mixed networking approach. Last year, 4G licenses were issued to 3 operators, specifically TD-LTE licenses, which represent our nation's own network standards. In the future, LTE-FDD licenses will also be issued to the other 2 operators besides China Mobile for mixed networking. Given that China Mobile carried the flag for our nation's 3G with TD-SDMA technology, it faced issues with signal strength, stability, and speed, which significantly hindered its progress. Now, With the issuance of 4G licenses, China Mobile is the most proactive in deploying base stations, having already constructed numerous 4G bases ahead of schedule. This implies that this year marks the dawn of 4G. If newly released phones do not support 4G signals, they will be considered outdated upon release. Congratulations, host, on achieving a milestone in the RF module, rewarding you with RF filter technology. Would you like to claim it now? Chen Chen was startled by the voice of Xiao AI in his mind. Ever since Xiao AI endowed Xiaoxing with a portion of its capabilities, albeit with some loss of control, the system had largely been unresponsive, and released phones and other products had yielded little in the way of effective rewards. Why was there suddenly a reward issued? Resisting his curiosity, Chen Chen opted to decline, as he had not prepared a dedicated encrypted hard drive at the company and preferred to retrieve it at home for peace of mind. He pressed the button on his desk, and soon, Shenro and Song Ziwei from next door emerged upon hearing the chime. Shenro, please inquire with Dr. Liu from the semiconductor department about the progress of the RF module research. Song, gather information on domestic filters. Go now. Understood, General Chen. The two did not exchange any further words. One went to the semiconductor department, while the other returned to the office to collect data. Before long, Song Ziwei emerged from the office holding an iPad. General Chen, I found that mobile filters are categorized into surface acoustic wave, SAW, filters, and bulk acoustic wave, BAW filters. The SAW filters are suitable for frequencies at or below 2 GHz, while BAW filters excel in mid to high frequency ranges. Companies in our country, such as SMIC and Kaiyuan, already possess the capability for mass production of SAW filters. However, I could not find relevant information regarding domestic enterprises for BAW filters. There is news that Professor Zhang Hao from our nation had plans to advance the research of domestic BAW filters, but unfortunately, he was arrested last year in the United States for espionage and is currently imprisoned. Bang! Chen Chen slammed his fist on the table in anger. How could a semiconductor professor resort to espionage? This was clearly an attempt by the United States to obstruct Professor Zhang's efforts in advancing domestic filter technology under the guise of such accusations. Chapter 155. Does Chen Chen have ties with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Damn, those Americans! The situation regarding Professor Zhang is little known to the public. But even if it were, what difference would it make? Such occurrences are not rare. Whenever a core talent seeks to return to serve our nation and promote technological development, various excuses arise from the United States, whether it be detaining individuals, orchestrating accidents, or, as in the case of Professor Zhang, subjecting them to imprisonment by the government. Certain technologies and knowledge must remain firmly in American hands, and they will do everything in their power to impede our progress. What Chen Chen did not know was that in the previous era of 5G, Broadcom alone commanded 87% of the global market share in the high-end BAW filter market. Alongside Qorvo, these two companies nearly monopolized the global market. Indeed, it is these two American enterprises that dictate the terms in this market. Time is of the essence to establish a chip production industry. Otherwise, even if Hongxing acquires filter technology, it will lack the capacity for production. At that moment, Shenro returned alongside Dr. Liu. Song, Shun, you both may leave, and close the door. After the two stepped out, Chen Chen eagerly inquired of Dr. Liu, have we made progress on our RF module? Dr. Liu beamed at Chen Chen and responded, indeed, General Chen. We have achieved significant progress. I was planning to draft a report tomorrow to update you. To what extent have we advanced? Have we resolved the filter issue? Upon mentioning filters, the smile on Dr. Liu's face swiftly vanished. General Chen, the challenges surrounding filters are significant, primarily due to patent issues. We have currently addressed the fundamental challenges in frequency modulation and reception. Filters are our next focal point. Observing the change in Dr. Liu's expression, Chen Chen understood that this issue would likely be quite difficult to resolve, prompting him to question. Where do the main challenges lie? Please be candid. How far behind are we in technology compared to the United States? The crux of the matter lies in patent issues. The BAW filter process requires long-term experience in MEMS acoustic structures and voltage materials, and the process itself is exceedingly intricate. This segment of patents has been divided up between Broadcom and Weixin, rendering many patents insurmountable obstacles. This represents a significant constraint on our development. Furthermore, their hold on these patents is quite stringent. Any slightly advanced technology is virtually impossible to obtain authorization for. In summary, the gap between us and American enterprises is approximately 10 years. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, American companies had an early start in this regard. They have erected a patent barrier to stifle the growth of related industries in other countries, allowing them to reap substantial profits through market monopolization. Nevertheless, a 10-year disparity remains a stark and alarming reality. Dr. Liu, is there a possibility for us to overtake them through a shortcut? Chen Chen inquired cautiously. His caution stemmed from the fact that these meticulous researchers are particularly averse to the term shortcut. In their view, there are simply no shortcuts in scientific research. Attempting to take one typically leads to catastrophic outcomes. Casting a skeptical glance at Chen Chen, Dr. Liu replied, "It's not that it's impossible. There's a potential for a shortcut." Oh, Chen Chen's interest was piqued. "Please elaborate." "Mr. Chen, since we are at this point, I shall not hold back, Dr. Liu said, glancing at the adjacent offices of Shunro and Songzawei. Chen Chen immediately understood and ushered Dr. Liu into the soundproof lounge of the office. "This room is soundproof, Dr. Liu. Please go ahead." After surveying the layout of the room and briefly regarding Chen Chen, Dr. Liu continued, "Mr. Chen, if we wish to find a shortcut in this domain, there is but one way. That is to leverage your connections at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and engage its leading experts to initiate research in this area." Dr. Liu's words left Chen bewildered. "What Chinese Academy of Sciences? When did I ever have connections there? If I had ties to a top research institution in China, would I still be confined to this modest territory of the Red Star Semiconductor Laboratory? Mr. Chen, at this point, there is no need for pretense. The technology you have provided me, which only the Chinese Academy of Sciences could possibly produce, what other institution in the world could achieve that? Don't act coy. You must have connections. Just based on the latest design blueprint of the Lingxiao S4 you shared with me, who else could have produced that besides the Academy? Surely you didn't pilfer it from an experimental lab for cosmetics or fruits. Or did you receive it from a system? Let us not jest. Without state-level support, how could we even think of developing flexible robotic arms? How could we incorporate display technology into Huaxing optoelectronics? Remember, Huaxing is essentially state-owned. Ah, indeed, Dr. Liu. You've hit the nail on the head. I shall speak candidly. Chen Chen, upon noticing a photograph displayed in the lounge, swiftly grasped the situation. The photo, initially placed on his desk, had been relocated to this room by Manager Liu during the creation of the lounge. Dr. Liu likely perceived him as a government-supported enterprise. For some technologies are beyond the reach of ordinary institutions. This was advantageous. As long as the technology was not particularly groundbreaking, there was a reasonable explanation for it. Dr. Liu, today the elders called to inform me that they have made a breakthrough in their research on filters, and they will bring the materials over tomorrow. I was wondering how far along your research is and whether it is possible to assimilate what they have developed. Really? Dr. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I will bring the materials tomorrow, but as before, it must remain confidential. This is a key technology for us to surmount the technological barriers imposed by the United States. I understand. The higher-ups entrusted you with the technology, likely with this very intention in mind. Dr. Liu's mind was already racing, conjuring images of the state conducting clandestine technological research to break through American technological blockades, avoiding the ostentatious establishment of companies that might alert the Americans, and instead, covertly utilizing Red Star as a front for commercial endeavors. By the way, Dr. Liu, how challenging is it for us to produce RF modules and filters? Chen Chen posed another crucial question. If we possess the technology but cannot manufacture it after the U.S. bans chip foundries, all efforts would be in vain. No problem. SMIC can produce them using 350 nanometer technology, which can be mass-produced. That's reassuring. Currently, SMIC has lithography machines capable of mass-producing 45 nanometer and 32 nanometer chips. And I've heard they are preparing to import several 28 nanometer lithography machines soon. In the future, SMIC will indeed have the capacity to produce 28 nanometer chips. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Dr. Liu, Chen Chen exited while casting a meaningful glance at the photograph. Chapter 156. Arranged Marriage? Upon returning home, Chen Chen summoned Xiao AI from his mind, retrieving the complete set of information regarding filters, which he prepared to deliver to Dr. Liu the following day. Dr. Liu was a clever man, aware of what questions to ask and which to refrain from. Chen Chen understood that Dr. Liu had misunderstood during the day, but so what? A misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. At the very least, it provided a pretext for these technologies. Upon reflection, it was no wonder Dr. Liu had been misled. His father, who had begun as a manufacturer of counterfeit devices, suddenly ventured into mobile processor chip design, especially when no one was paying attention to this field. Additionally, the Red Star Science and Technology Park and Red Star building located in the capital city were also noteworthy. In his previous life, Lei Jun had toiled for a decade in the capital before establishing his own headquarters, even expressing his sentiments about finally purchasing a home after 10 years of struggle. Meanwhile, Chen Yunlong had acquired such a vast expanse of land in the capital for the construction of Red Star Technology Park 7 or 8 years ago. If one were to claim that his father lacked connections, who would believe it? It is well known that in the capital, securing land from the government is relatively straightforward. But if one were to say they were purchasing it outright, the difficulty is evident. Moreover, companies typically acquire buildings floor by floor. How many could manage to buy an entire building? Not to mention the land surrounding the building. It seems his father harbors many secrets. It remains to be seen whose avenues he traversed. Xiao Chun, are you still awake? The voice of Uncle Chun from outside interrupted Chen Chen's reverie. Not yet, Uncle Chun. He opened the door to accept the fruit that Uncle Chun had brought. Uncle Chun, you need not bring these to me every day. Just rest early. I can fetch them myself. Observing Uncle Chun's slightly stooped posture, Chen Chen remarked, Uncle Chun, our Red Star is thriving even more than during my father's time. You mustn't overexert yourself. Take care to rest. I understand. You two should retire early. I will rest shortly. Noticing Uncle Chun hesitating to speak, Chen Chen curiously inquired, Uncle Chun, is there something else? Well, Xiao Chun, you're 26 now, no longer a child. If you encounter someone suitable, you should seize the opportunity. By the time your father was your age, you had already been born. While I still have the strength in these old bones, I can look after you for a few more years. Looking at the transformed Chen Chen, Chen Yunjiang felt a wave of nostalgia. Since Chen Chen officially took over Red Star 3 years ago, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shortly after his father's passing, with the assistance of the bodyguards, Chen Chen had completed various formalities, but he had initially been rather reckless, indulging in extravagant car purchases. Chen Yunjiang had scolded him a few times, yet he remained unrepentant. Now, after several years, although he still viewed Chen Chen as a child, he had matured significantly, prompting Uncle Chun to entertain different thoughts. Chen Bo's words left Chen Chen in a state of amusement. It was clear he was hinting at marriage. While Chen Chen understood Chen Bo's intentions, he felt no urgency at the tender age of 20-something. His primary focus lay on the development of Hongxing, leaving him little time to contemplate such matters. Well, Uncle Chun, I'm still quite young. In a couple of years, once Hongxing has stabilized, I promise to make arrangements for you to see my children. As the day grew late, he urged, you should head home and rest. The following day, Chen Chen submitted the organized materials to Dr. Liu, requesting him to review them thoroughly and to liaise with the legal department to apply for any patents that could be secured. Hongxing now boasted a reasonably robust legal team, though it could not compare to Nanshan's Pizza Hut or Longgang's Invincible. At the very least, it surpassed the current legal department of Dami. Among the most crucial aspects was the patent technology division, as certain technologies needed not only to be patented in Huaxia, but also globally, a task that could not be accomplished without the legal department's support. Aren't you fond of using patents to tighten the noose? Now that Xiao AI has presented me with technology from 2020, I will erect a barrier with patents and see who ends up choking whom. He believed that one day, Hongxing would outpace those foreign enterprises, using patents to obstruct their progress. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It's time for these foreigners to experience the bitterness of stagnation. It is crucial to note that 2020 marked a pivotal moment for 5G technology. If the United States sought to gain momentum in 5G, they could not circumvent this reality. In the previous lifetime, they had used such tactics to stifle Huaxia's enterprises. Now, it was their turn to taste the same medicine. Chen Chen recognized that these brigands often eschewed fairness. They leveraged their advanced technology to impose patent rules when it benefited them, only to draft policies and laws that allowed them to exploit without recompense when it did not. Naturally, if they resorted to unreasonable tactics, there was little one could do. If they discarded reason, why should he adhere to it? In the realm of corporate competition, patents constituted a vital component. Sometimes, the patents forming a single technology were distributed among several companies, rendering them interdependent. Much like Huawei in the previous life, which initially had to pay patent licensing fees to numerous foreign companies for certain technologies. Once his technology achieved breakthrough status, they would be unable to bypass his patents, and mutual licensing would be the only option. Dr. Liu, it is imperative that you prioritize the organization of these patents. This is of utmost importance. Dr. Liu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the hard drive. Mr. Chun, I understand. By the way, Dr. Liu, even if we acquire this set of technical materials, we must not halt our own research. Sometimes, what is easily obtained is not cherished. Chen Chen aspired for their research endeavors to enter a virtuous cycle. You understand my meaning, don't you? Dr. Liu nodded. He grasped the principle. Chen Chen envisioned a system that aided breakthroughs at critical technological junctures without neglecting their own development capabilities, ensuring they did not become entirely reliant on the system. He aimed for the company's research capabilities to flourish in a positive feedback loop. The group allocated funds. The R&D department produced technology, commercialized products, and profits were reinvested into research. Cost-effectiveness was a double-edged sword. While it garnered market share, it could also erode one's research capabilities. If your products yield little profit, how can you afford to invest in R&D? Naturally, every enterprise pursued high profits, but one must not forsake ethics in the pursuit thereof. Prices could be high enough to secure profits, while lower prices could win hearts. Chen Chen would never engage in the practice of selling a product worth 680 for 2,000. Chapter 157, Xingyao OS 40, Part 1. The press conference on April 27th did not unveil any groundbreaking products. It was merely an upgrade from Xingyao OS 32 to Xingyao OS 40, incorporating some new features and resource scheduling. Hongxing opted for a modest venue for the announcement. At 2 p.m. on the 27th, the 798 Art Exhibition Center began to quiet as over 500 attendees awaited the commencement of the conference. Many users of Hongxing smartphones and those intrigued by digital products had already opened the live streaming software or settled in front of their computer screens, eagerly anticipating the broadcast. 54,321. As the countdown on the screen progressed, accompanied by dazzling stage lights, the Hongxing press conference officially commenced. Dressed in a casual shirt, Chen Chen strode confidently onto the stage, eliciting a fervent applause and cheers from the audience. While he could not claim to be the most popular manufacturer in the smartphone realm, he certainly ranked among the top. Welcome to our press conference. I am Chen Chen, and today I'm excited to present our heartfelt creation, Xingyao OS 40, honed over 3 years of meticulous effort. Beyond the hardware of Hongxing phones, Xingyao OS had also garnered a substantial following for its simplicity, fluidity, and ease of use, becoming a significant consideration for many users when purchasing a Hongxing smartphone. To enhance user engagement, Xingyao OS offered cloud services, providing each user with an initial 15 gigabytes of cloud storage space. By continuing to switch to Hongxing phones, users could seamlessly transfer this content to their new devices without the need for downloads. Additionally, inspired by Dami's theme store, they introduced a variety of themes for users to choose from, and the most compelling part was that they were free. It was worth noting that many high-quality themes in Dami's store were paid, ranging from 1 to 6 yuan. Dami had attracted a plethora of creators to its theme store through this model. Hongxing, adopting a free strategy, absorbed the cost for users, sharing revenue with creators based on theme downloads, which ultimately compensated creators similarly to what they earned on Dami's platform. As Chen Chen articulated, we can afford this small expense, and by embedding some advertisements in less critical areas, we can offset some of the costs. After 328 days and nights, Xingyao OS 40 has arrived. The stage screen displayed this message, and as the audience applauded, Chen Chen began to elaborate on the new Xingyao OS 40. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our hundreds of engineers over the span of 328 days and nights, we are finally ready to unveil Xingyao OS 40 to our users today. The theme of this release was singular: speed. Speed to the utmost degree. Speed, perhaps, is an unquantifiable term. Our engineers, through their dedication over more than 300 days and nights, have integrated all system resources and algorithms, elevating the user experience to a new level. First and foremost, the system is fast. We have re-optimized the underlying architecture of the Android system, enabling swifter resource allocation. The most illustrative demonstration of this resource management can be seen in application startups. We will conduct a comparison using 2 identical Kunpeng smartphones of the 2nd generation. Please direct your attention to the large screen. On the left is our Xingyao OS 32 Kunpeng smartphone, and on the right is the one upgraded to the latest Xingyao OS 40. Let us watch the video. Chen Chen realized that mere words could not adequately convey the speed of this system upgrade. Only through video comparison could the enhancements be vividly illustrated. The audience, captivated by Chen Chen's narration, focused intently on the stage screen, eagerly observing the comparative video. Within the footage, 2 identical Kunpeng smartphones of the 2nd generation were showcased, one running Xingyao OS 40 and the other Xingyao OS 32. The content of the first segment of the video primarily focuses on comparing the application launch speeds of 2 smartphones. Each device opens 20 distinct applications, with the phone equipped with the Starry OS 32 taking 28 seconds to launch all applications, resulting in an approximate delay of over 1 second per application. In contrast, the 2nd generation Kunpeng phone, upgraded to Starry OS 40, reduces the total launch time to around 15 seconds, equating to roughly 0.75 seconds per application. This comparison clearly illustrates the significant enhancements in resource allocation within StarryOS 40 compared to StarryOS 32, a testament to the optimization of the underlying Android architecture. The second segment of the video compares the time taken to enter a game, specifically testing a game called IMMT. The game features a loading screen, with StarryOS 32 requiring 43 seconds to fully load and enter the game. The newly released StarryOS 40, however, accomplishes this in just 31 seconds. Towards the end of the video, the time taken to refresh a web page while searching for keywords in a browser is also compared. The older version, StarryOS 32, necessitates 12 seconds for a refresh, while the new StarryOS 40 only takes 8 seconds. Through these comparisons, viewers can truly appreciate the extensive changes made by the development team of StarryOS 40 in terms of internal resource integration and management. Although these improvements may not be strongly felt in daily usage, they become immediately apparent when directly compared. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that with the increasing number and size of mobile applications, users often find themselves gaming when suddenly receiving notifications or needing to switch applications. Upon returning to the previously used application, they may discover it has been terminated by the background processes. This is another aspect of application management that StarryOS 40 has enhanced. Regardless of how much RAM a device possesses, it will eventually be consumed by larger applications, compelling users to upgrade their devices. Just 2 years ago, a smartphone with 1 GB of RAM was considered quite substantial, yet now, a minimum of 2 GB is deemed necessary for practical use, with 3 GB being the baseline for long-term usability. As for the Red Star brand, it has long since taken the lead in the RAM race, with Chen Chen uncertain whether this is a positive or negative development, as the initial focus on increasing RAM was intended to enhance specifications. Now, he genuinely worries that by 2024, the baseline RAM will surge to 24 GB. As the video progresses, it is noted that the Kunpeng phone with StarryOS 32 begins to terminate background applications after running 17 apps, while StarryOS 40 sustains operation until 29 applications are opened before noticeable background terminations occur. It is essential not to directly compare the current situation with that of the past. The Kunpeng phone, with an initial 4 GB of RAM, was among the largest globally, and at that time, a phone capable of running more than 10 applications simultaneously was considered exceptional. Speed is merely our pursuit. Our future aim is to provide users with an enriched experience. This system upgrade also introduces 3 major features: a voice assistant, photo album filtering, and a phone directory feature. The audience at the event became increasingly excited upon seeing these new features displayed on the large screen. The voice assistant, which has been anticipated by users since last year, is designed to surpass Siri in capability. It is noteworthy that the reputation of our voice assistant, Xiao Xing, has become widely recognized following the last system update. It has not only become significantly more intelligent, but can now even comprehend dialects. Many users opt to purchase it for their elderly family members, allowing them to enjoy operas and news. The photo album, filtering, and phone directory features are self-explanatory. Apart from the voice assistant, the latter two functionalities lag behind Xiaomi's MIUI system, which introduced similar features during the Xiaomi 3 launch event last year. However, good things come to those who wait, and the voice assistant and photo album filtering features are entirely distinct from MIUI's photo search. In this era of mobile communication, many individuals have likely received numerous unsolicited calls, including those from delivery personnel, takeout drivers, and incessant telemarketers that can be quite bothersome, often affecting our mood. Last year, we introduced a spam call blocking feature in StarryOS 32, but relied solely on manual reporting, which proved cumbersome and sometimes resulted in missed calls from delivery personnel. For this, I sincerely apologize. The new phone directory feature employs big data diagnostics to analyze incoming calls in our Red Star database, categorizing them accordingly. Users need only glance at the call interface to discern whether an unfamiliar call is from a delivery service, a courier, or a telemarketing source. This assists users in making informed decisions when receiving unknown calls, thereby minimizing unpleasant experiences. We also encourage users to manually report any unmarked numbers in our database, allowing them to contribute actively and assist fellow users. To be frank, Chen Chen acknowledges that this initiative is somewhat opportunistic, given Red Star's current database. It is incapable of analyzing such a vast number of calls. However, by implementing this feature and encouraging user input, we can continually enrich our database, allowing the system to classify calls based on user reports. Essentially, we are leveraging the volume of Red Star users to enhance this functionality. The more users there are and the more reports submitted, the more effective this feature will become. The audience present, as well as those watching the live stream, expressed satisfaction with this feature, as it alleviates the anxiety of receiving calls, whether to answer them, fearing they might be important, or to avoid them, only to discover they are telemarketing calls that can ruin one's mood. After introducing the first feature, Chen Chen proceeded to unveil the second feature, photo album filtering. Before delving into the specifics, he displayed 2 screenshots of different smartphone photo albums on the large screen. One screenshot was from the Kunpeng phone running Starry OS 40, while the other came from the internationally best-selling Samsung device. From the audience's perspective, both albums appeared cluttered with a myriad of photos. It is apparent that the management of such albums is quite disorganized, with images from various applications haphazardly stacked together by timestamp. This can be quite frustrating when searching for specific photos on one's device. On stage, Chen Chen highlighted the shortcomings of the 2 albums shown on the screen, as the advancements of the new system require a point of reference. The intelligent album feature in Starry OS 40 allows for a much deeper management of photos. Unlike Samsung's system, which only sorts by time, our album can organize photos by time, location, and application. For instance, as Chen Chen pressed the remote control, the album on the Kunpeng phone transformed, sorting different photos into organized columns by timestamp. Upon selecting the location, photos taken at various sites are categorized into respective location albums. Furthermore, by swiping left, images from different applications are systematically arranged into separate albums, with WeChat images stored in a dedicated WeChat album and screenshots housed in a specific screenshot album. The current iteration appears significantly more refined and aesthetically pleasing compared to its predecessor and the album associated with Sansang. Furthermore, thanks to the formidable computational power of the Lingxiao processor, we have integrated facial recognition capabilities. Users can label different individuals within their mobile photographs. For instance, if I tag my likeness in a picture as Chen Chen, our system will automatically categorize all images featuring my face into an album designated for a person named Chen Chen. This functionality greatly facilitates the search for photos of various classmates. Additionally, we have incorporated a search feature within the album, allowing users to extract keywords from photos. When one wishes to locate a specific image, all that is required is to input a keyword in the search box, and the desired picture will be effortlessly retrieved. For example, if I wish to search for Chen Chen and cat, one can observe that within less than a second, our album retrieves all photographs containing both elements. While introducing this album feature to the audience, Chen Chen engaged with them, directly demonstrating on a large screen. Wow, so handsome. Is Chen also petting a cat? How adorable. Chen, let go of that cat. Allow me to take over. Chen, do you need another cat? I can meow. Naturally, aside from manual searches, we also support voice commands. For instance, I can say to my phone, help me find the photos I took in Wuzhen in 2013. This encapsulates the third major function of our Xingyao OS 40. The voice assistant is officially launching with the Hongxing phone since its debut last year. Our little star has received numerous commendations from classmates, and today it will officially accompany our Xingyao OS onto the Hongxing phone. We have been diligently working on this aspect for an entire year, but the extensive workload required to integrate the mobile functionalities has meant that our engineers have invested over half a year's effort to achieve this milestone. Those who have utilized our little star can appreciate its intelligence, as it can assist with checking the weather, setting alarms, and playing music, as well as controlling smart home devices with a simple command. In essence, it significantly enhances our daily lives. What distinguishes the mobile version of our little star? It seamlessly integrates the album search feature. Simply by speaking to the phone, one can inquire about photos taken on specific dates and locations, and it will promptly assist in locating them. Chen Chen then picked up a Kunpeng phone too, lightly tapping the screen as the display mirrored onto the large screen. Please help me find the photos of me with Chen Chen and Wuzhen. All right, I have located photos that include Wuzhen and Chen Chen. ISNT, that remarkably swift and precise. On the large screen, several photos of Chen Chen with fans appeared alongside the phone's display. Captured during my attendance at the internet conference last year with our star fans using the Kunpeng phone, due to the lack of contact information for several fans, I opted to obscure their faces. Nonetheless, this functionality proves to be exceedingly convenient and practical. Moreover, the features available on the speaker are fully supported on the mobile device, so there's no need for concern about discrepancies. In addition to this, we have introduced a new functionality. Chen Chen lifted the phone and said, "Little star, here, open WeChat and send Hongxing conference to Mr. Liu." The phone's display on a large screen began to execute commands autonomously, first launching WeChat, then autonomously searching for Mr. Liu, followed by automatically inputting Hongxing conference. Would you like to send this? Send. All right, it has been dispatched. The audience was transfixed astonished by the seamless series of automated actions. Wow, incredible. Such full automation. No wonder Chen said the mobile aspect posed some challenges. Does this mean I can drive without needing to touch my phone? I can simply command Little Star to handle it. Users can also employ voice commands to make phone calls, open applications, and navigate, liberating our hands in certain scenarios, thereby making our lives more effortless and intelligent. Currently, we have fully integrated applications such as Baidu Navigation, Gaoda Navigation, Tencent Music, and Tencent Social, with plans to collaborate with additional software developers, enabling our Little Star to acquire even more capabilities. The new functionalities of Xingyao OS 40 offer users an innovative mode of interaction. Most features on the mobile device can be accomplished with the assistance of Little Star through voice commands. These enhancements significantly elevate the current system, allowing users to sense the sincerity of Xingyao OS 40 towards them. Xingyao OS 40 is an exceptionally remarkable and outstanding system, and the development of this new system has required considerable dedication and effort from our systems department. Yet, I firmly believe that our investment of energy is worthwhile, and I am confident that this brand new Xingyao OS 40 will meet everyone's expectations. Chen Chen's elucidation of Xingyao OS 40 is nearing its conclusion. Judging by the audience's reactions, it is evident that they are largely satisfied with this system version. Xingyao OS 40. Are you all pleased with our new system version? Very much so. Impressive. Little Star is remarkable. Chen, when will the update be pushed? Engaging with the audience, Chen Chen smiled contentedly at the chorus of enthusiastic responses. After all, the improvements in this new system are substantial, which is undoubtedly a positive development for users. The rollout of Xingyao OS 40 will officially commence on the 30th, with the first batch targeting the Kunpeng Phone 2, while the Hongxing 3 will receive the update in May, followed by a gradual rollout to the entire series of Hongxing phones in June. We kindly ask for your patience. Initially, Chen Chen intended to prioritize the release for the Kunpeng Phone 2 Ultimate Edition, but reconsidering potential perceptions of favoritism, he opted for a direct rollout across the entire Kunpeng 2 series. The rollout will naturally adhere to the order of release and pricing, as flagship models deserve their share of attention. This is inevitable, and such practices are commonplace in future iterations. As for negative optimization, we have not yet reached that juncture. In addition to these upgrades and the introduction of Little Star, we have also undertaken a novel attempt in device interaction, presenting the second product at this release conference, the touchscreen version of Little Star. This initiative commenced following the launch of Little Star last year. However, due to incomplete system integration, progress was delayed. The touchscreen version of Little Star is designed as a central hub for home control, with a completely redesigned interface. On the screen, users can monitor the operational status of household devices, while also accommodating gateway functions, allowing for visual operation when connecting smaller devices, making it quite convenient overall. The fundamental functionalities of the touchscreen version of Little Star are consistent with those of our Little Star speaker, yet its interface has been redesigned to be more streamlined. Users can view the operational status of various household devices on the touchscreen version, and it also functions as a gateway, eliminating the need to purchase a separate gateway when integrating smaller devices. The Little Star touchscreen version can manage it all. With the inclusion of a screen, the process of connecting devices has become more visual and user-friendly. Furthermore, it can interact with other Hongxing devices. For example, when someone rings the doorbell, the touchscreen version of Little Star allows for real-time viewing of the outdoor scene. For instance, within our household, we have a pet that can be seamlessly monitored through the touchscreen version of Xiaoxing, which connects with our Red Star smart camera, allowing you to effortlessly check on your family's situation in real time while at the office. Moreover, this touchscreen version supports bidirectional video calls, equipped with an 8-megapixel wide-angle lens. Through the Xiaoxing app on our mobile devices, one can engage in voice or video calls with the touchscreen device. This feature is particularly advantageous for families with elderly members or children, as a simple voice command is sufficient to initiate a video call, rendering it exceedingly convenient. What is the price of the Xiaoxing touchscreen version? It is priced at $1,299. This version incorporates a Children-S mode, a Classic mode, and a Guardian mode, allowing users to switch between different modes based on various scenarios. After the launch event, everyone can place their orders on the Red Star Mall, the flagship stores for cats and dogs, and the official Red Star website. In the subsequent discussion, Chen Chen introduced the Red Star Smart Electric Toothbrush and the Red Star Power Bank Pro. Thanks to the pricing and compactness of the Yangtze River battery, these products manage to maintain a sleek design while ensuring long-lasting performance. Chen Chen is eagerly anticipating the surprises that the fully developed Yangtze River battery will bring. For instance, The Red Star Power Bank Pro, with a capacity of 10,000 mAh, houses a Yangtze River battery cell, resulting in an exceptionally lightweight and slim device that supports 27W fast charging. Compared to the first-generation S18W speed, it charges Red Star phones more swiftly, and its self-charging is also expedited. Even with the 20,000 mAh variant, its thickness does not exceed that of a standard Red Star power bank, given that one employs a 18650 cell while the other utilizes a soft pack cell. The first phase of the new Yangtze River Energy facility is nearing completion, with internal equipment testing and trial production currently underway. Full-scale production is anticipated to commence by the end of June, with the battery cells diversifying in specifications, thus not only catering to Red Star phones and the Fruit Company, but also supporting batteries for other device models. Upon the completion of the second phase, the Yangtze River Energy Company will possess the capacity to produce over 200 million battery cells of various models annually. Following this, Chen Chen unveiled the Red Star Kunpeng Phone 2s. Although labeled as 2s, aside from being pre-installed with the Xingyao OS 40, it also incorporates a fingerprint recognition module. The international version of the Kunpeng phone, known as ROC, launched in Germany in January with fingerprint recognition capabilities. Upon hearing this news, numerous users and online commenters on the Red Star forum urged for the domestic version to swiftly be upgraded to include the fingerprint recognition module. The international version was prioritized for this feature, partly due to the fact that high-end phones like the Fruit and 3Sang brands possess fingerprint recognition modules, making it difficult for Red Star to position itself as a premium brand without one. Additionally, at the time, the capacitive fingerprint module was relatively expensive. Incorporating it into the international version would necessitate a higher starting price, and doing so domestically would significantly increase costs. After considerable deliberation, Chen Chen decided to postpone the implementation by a few months. Now, as we approach the end of April, the price of this module has decreased, allowing for the release of the fingerprint recognition version of the Kunpeng Phone 2, thereby generating another wave of excitement. While determining the pricing, considerations were made for recent purchasers. If the fingerprint recognition version were priced the same as the standard version, it could provoke discontent among consumers. Furthermore, given that this module is indeed costly, with a base cost exceeding 110 yuan, not yet amortized due to limited distribution, currently only utilized in the ROC phone, Chen Chen ultimately decided that the price of the fingerprint recognition version would exceed that of the standard version by 200 yuan. In truth, the atmosphere at the Red Star launch event lacked the engaging ambience of Hammer and Barry S events, where one could enjoy live performances or comedic acts. However, in terms of promotional gifts, Red Star undoubtedly excelled. Following the conclusion of the event, attendees left with the latest electric toothbrush from Red Star, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. With several hundreds in hand. Chapter 160. Review of the Red Star Smart Electric Toothbrush. Hello everyone. I am Ji Fei Bai, a content creator specializing in smart devices. First and foremost, I wish everyone a joyful Labor Day, filled with enjoyment. Today, I bring you an unboxing review of the latest releases from Red Star, the Xiaoxing touchscreen version and the smart electric toothbrush. Let us commence with the unboxing. The version I received is the premium edition of the Red Star electric toothbrush, with rather minimalist packaging that contains ample cushioning materials. The delivery speed was indeed commendable, and I appreciate the diligent delivery personnel for their early morning service. In comparison to previous eras, the rapid proliferation of smartphones has led Chen Chen to believe that the wave of short videos will arrive sooner than the typical timeline, prompting him to strategically engage with several video content creators. Currently, long videos remain dominant. As the third largest shareholder of Byte, Chen Chen is aware that Zhang Yiming will soon leverage the advent of 4G to launch several short video applications, an endeavor also encouraged by Red Star. In the realm of short videos, such applications will serve as significant conduits for traffic and tools for shaping public discourse and values. Originally, Red Star was the second largest shareholder in Byte during the Angel and Series of funding phases, with substantial investments made in Zhang Yiming. However, during the Series A and B funding rounds earlier this year, Zhang Yiming attracted additional capital, causing Red Star's share to slip from second to third place. With Lei Jun's Shunwei Capital now holding the second largest stake after Red Star, Red Star's marketing department predominantly supports several individuals, including Lao Yu, Ji Fei Bai, and Bai Review, among others. Chen Chen was particularly impressed with Ji Fei Bai as previous review of Xiaoxing, recognizing his potential and instructing his team to pay close attention to him. Otherwise, how could any delivery service be so swift? With the product arriving just 3 days after the event? How does a toothbrush relate to smart technology, you may ask? Today's video will reveal much that Chen Chen did not cover during the launch event. Upon opening the toothbrush packaging, the contents are quite straightforward. There is a quick start guide that explains how to use the device. It is advisable for everyone to read the manual thoroughly, especially since many are encountering electric toothbrushes for the first time. Beneath the quick guide lies the toothbrush body, while the accessory box contains a charger and 3 brush heads. Each brush head is vacuum sealed, and each comes with an individual cover, which is commendable. The charger is a wireless model, a rarity in the market. Its power output remains to be tested. Utilizing a wireless charger allows the entire toothbrush body to be integrated, facilitating waterproof capabilities. This Red Star Smart Electric toothbrush supports IPX8, rated dust and water resistance, enabling users to rinse it directly without concern. Simply place the toothbrush body on the charger to initiate charging. There is little complexity involved. However, the base's slot is not perfectly circular, necessitating careful alignment during placement. It is indeed designed with a specific orientation, which raises questions as to why it was not crafted as a perfect circle. The bottom of the charger contains its specifications. With a charging power of 5V1A, which is undoubtedly sufficient for a device like an electric toothbrush, the cable length appears to be approximately 70 to 80 centimeters. I am quite curious, given that electric toothbrushes have embraced wireless charging, why hasn't Red Star's mobile phone lineup yet featured a model supporting wireless charging? I hope that Chen Chen will take this feedback into consideration and expedite the introduction of wireless charging capabilities in Red Star phones, as I personally find it quite convenient, eliminating the need to constantly plug and unplug cables. Let us launch the Starry Sky app on the Little Star touchscreen device, as we prepare to establish a connection. With the advent of the Starry OS 40, the central software for controlling home devices has been rebranded as Starry Sky. Chen Chen originally named it Star Home, which was evidently following in Lei Jun's footsteps. I named it Star Home. Can your Mi Home still connect? Yet here we are in 2014, and the smart devices from Xiaomi are still rather few, let alone the matter of Mi Home's connectivity. Lei Jun, it's me. The name Starry Sky embodies a simple yet profound meaning. Within the expanse of the cosmos, each intelligent device represented by a red star is akin to a star, collectively forming a vast constellation, which in turn symbolizes a home. As we connect devices to Starry Sky, let us take a look. There are no complicated operations to navigate. Notice above, my device has already established a Bluetooth connection. Furthermore, if you have not purchased the touchscreen version of the Little Star, you can also connect via your mobile Bluetooth or through the Red Star gateway. The connection speed is remarkably swift. There's virtually no delay in device searching, and it connects instantly. This is commendable. I recall using the Red Star electric fan, where the Wi-Fi direct connection nearly drove me to despair with its incessant scanning and repeated connection failures. However, after several updates, those issues have been resolved, and most devices now connect directly upon opening the Starry Sky app. The connection speed via the Little Star touchscreen version is truly exceptional. I hope Red Star continues to uphold this standard, and the 8-inch screen indeed makes operations considerably more convenient. Upon entering the toothbrush interface, health reports and battery status are displayed. As I have yet to use it, the sections regarding plaque risk and gum risk are marked as safe. This will likely change based on our brushing frequency, duration, and angle. The intelligent adjustment feature is intriguing. It adapts dynamically to your actual usage. Let me brush my teeth for a moment, and we shall observe any changes on this interface. As the video features G. Feibai departing with the toothbrush, the connection on the Little Star touchscreen remains intact, prompting viewers to flood the comments. No way. Is Red Star truly so relentless that even a toothbrush must be internet connected? Haha, this is connectivity. The amusing part is yet to come. Did you hear Chen say that this toothbrush can even sing? Sing? I want a toothbrush that sings to me, listening to music while brushing. The connection speed of the Little Star touchscreen version is indeed considerably faster than the ordinary gateway. I wonder how large G. Feibai's home is. One gateway is insufficient for my abode, as my bedroom's temperature and humidity monitor frequently disconnects. Disconnected? I keep mine in the bedroom with the gateway in the study, and it has never dropped. How large is your place? Just over 290 square meters. The Red Star robot vacuum takes over 3 hours to clean, and it has to return midway to recharge. What a hassle. 290 square meters? Quite spacious. It's almost comparable to the size of my bedroom. May I inquire if the person above rises daily from an 80 square meter bed? Is the bedroom 2 miles away from the living room like a novel's heroine? Before long, G. Feibai returns to the camera after brushing his teeth, and he reports that the results are quite satisfactory. He then shifts the Little Star device to review the data, noting the rapid speed of data transmission. Upon returning from brushing, the data, is already available. Since this is a test, I tried various challenging angles, and it even extended my brushing time by 30 seconds. Perhaps it deemed my oral hygiene insufficient and decided to grant me extra time. Interestingly, when my brushing angle was incorrect, the toothbrush alerted me to correct my position. The mode selection includes an intelligent mode and a custom option. I initially selected the intelligent mode, allowing users to choose according to their preferences. There's also a remaining brush head counter, not in days, but in counts. Remaining 179, which implies a change every 3 months, assuming 2 uses daily, totaling around 180. The replacement heads are not expensive. I checked the Red Star store, and they are approximately 19 yuan, with 3 brush heads included in the package, meaning we need not purchase replacements for the first year. In the upper right corner, there is more information about the device. Let me open it to check. Here, we can see the gateway connection. Of course, if there is no gateway, a direct mobile connection is also possible. There are also beginner guides, quick tips, health knowledge, and more. The auxiliary features? This is interesting. Users can select the color of a light ring. Upon setting it, the light ring at the top, located beneath the brush head, changes color. For instance, if you purchased the same model and thought, hey, this toothbrush works well, and bought another identical one, how would you differentiate between them? This customizable light ring serves that purpose. Naturally, the toothbrush is available in 2 colors. Mine is white, while there is also a black variant. Let's take a look at the smart interactivity. There are compatible devices available. For instance, after brushing my teeth at night, when it's time for bed, I can link the Red Star lights or wall switches, turning off the bathroom light a minute after brushing. It can also send a notification to my phone when the toothbrush's battery is low or the brush head is nearing its end. The final amusing point is that this toothbrush can indeed sing. Can you believe it? During my testing, I heard the toothbrush's voice reminding me that my angle was incorrect. As for the mechanism, the toothbrush is equipped with an internal gyroscope chip that detects our brushing angles in real time. When there is a deviation, the brush head utilizes bone conduction technology to emit sound, alerting us. Moreover, listen closely, this sound is only audible to the user. Bone conduction technology vibrates to create sound that resonates through the skull, inaudible to others. The toothbrush interface features a music selection, preloaded with several songs. Users can also customize and upload their favorite tracks. Allow me to find something to demonstrate this feature. Before long, Ji Feibai reappears with an empty water dispenser bucket, exclaiming, "Family, look what I found. An excellent speaker bucket." In the video, Ji Feibai activates the toothbrush and selects music playback, yet no sound emerges from the toothbrush. Bringing the microphone closer reveals only the sound of the toothbrush vibrating at high speed. Observe closely, there is absolutely no sound. As Ji Feibai presses the toothbrush firmly against the bucket, suddenly a popular song from 2013, Jiangnan Style, resonates. Jiangnan Style. That scene is quite spectacular. How delightful is the sound quality of the bucket? Does it not rival Harman Kardon? Wow, wow, wow. Truly, it is a top-tier speaker. This toothbrush has resolved the dilemma of not being able to listen to music while brushing. Just imagine how exhilarating it is to brush your teeth while enjoying a tune. You might wonder why not simply use a speaker instead. After all, the little star can manage that with a single command, but this individual clearly has no children yet. I find this toothbrush exceptionally useful. Last night, after brushing my teeth, I ventured out for a stroll, and as soon as I opened my mouth, the villagers thought dawn had arrived and began their day's work. Do you think it's possible to detach the gyroscope from the toothbrush and attach it to a drone? Just imagine equipping the toothbrush with 4 propellers. After all, the flight control is already in place. There is potential here, my friend. A drone? Are you suggesting that enemies would be obliterated by a swarm of toothbrushes flying at 100 kilometers per hour? The Red Star Smart Toothbrush not only refreshes your mouth, but can also take you to new heights. Given all this, doesn't the price of 999 yuan seem rather appealing? Chapter 161. Obtaining consent from Google. Indeed, this is promising. In the future, Ji Feibai can receive increased investment and care. After watching this review video, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done. This is genuine soft advertising." Unlike that crude approach from Hao Yang, the discussions with San Sang Huaxia ended rather unpleasantly. San Sang sought to procure Yangtze River battery cells, but was unwilling to offer a higher price. What a preposterous notion. While premium fruits are priced at nearly $20 each, San Sang is only willing to offer less than $10 and still expect a supply. Even without an exclusive supply agreement with the fruit supplier, it is impossible for San Sang to obtain such a deal at that price. Has LG commenced supply? Tang Mang presented the documents for Chen Chen's signature, revealing that LG had delivered 150,000 Pearl Array screens. Yes, General Manager Chun, the first batch of 20. units was delivered in March for testing by the development department, with most sent to the Huaxing United Laboratory for packaging tests and calibration. This second batch of 150 units comes as LG has nearly completed the overhaul of their production processes and lines, enabling large-scale supply this month. Excellent, Chen Chen replied. Your handling of the previous procurement from LG was commendable. I am planning to establish a centralized procurement department to encompass all our ecosystem enterprises. This will allow us to secure lower prices for materials during procurement. Minister Tang, I intend to entrust this matter to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Mang was taken aback. Just 2 years prior, he was a member of the procurement department. Last year, he became the head, and now he is on the verge of yet another promotion. With even greater authority. Thank you, General Manager Chen, for your cultivation. Rest assured, I will execute this task proficiently. Centralized procurement was not deemed essential last year, but now, with the development of the Red Star ecosystem, it has become a priority to incorporate more materials into centralized procurement. For instance, with sales in the millions, Red Star's mobile power banks can negotiate better prices for 18,650 battery cells for Panasonic, which would be unattainable for Stone Technology if they sought to procure Panasonic cells independently. After all, quantity is paramount. Once integrated into centralized procurement, all companies within the Red Star ecosystem will be able to acquire the materials they need at reduced prices. I have confidence in your capabilities. Please initiate discussions with our ecosystem companies. I believe they will readily agree to join our centralized procurement. Although Chen Chen professed his trust, he understood that anyone wielding sufficient power and temptation could change, especially in the procurement department, where the potential for substantial kickbacks loomed large. Thus, upon assigning Tang Mang to the centralized procurement department, Chen Chen planned to appoint others to ensure checks and balances. As for the reluctance of some ecosystem enterprises to join, any company with a modicum of ambition would likely not refuse. Minister Tang, I have already spoken with General Zhang about centralized procurement, and he will fully support your efforts. However, one stipulation remains. Whether it be you or your subordinates, manage your hands well. Should the company discover any actions detrimental to its interests, it will not merely be a matter of dismissal. Chen Chen fixed Tang Mang with a serious gaze. Yet Tang Mang remained unfazed, meeting Chen Chen's gaze with confidence. General Manager Chen, you need not worry. I, Tang Mang, have ascended from a mere employee to my current position through your trust, and I will ensure proper management of my team. Chen Chen nodded, feeling reassured by Tang Mang for the time being. However, he decided to implement further oversight. For the supply chain is tremendously critical. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire product and the company, necessitating caution. Return and prepare a proposal for me. Tang Mang felt no anxiety in response to Chen Chen's admonition, as he had never engaged in any misconduct or inflated pricing. However, Chen Chen's words indicated he must have received some intelligence. It seemed prudent to reevaluate the entire department to avert any issues. Upon closing the office door, Tang Mang encountered Zhao Jijia from the systems department. Manager Zhao, have you just returned to the company? Zhao Jijia nodded. Yes. I just landed from the United States and rushed here to report to General Manager Chen. How about you? Have you finished your report? Yes, it's done. You may go in. General Manager Chen is waiting. After this exchange, Tang Mang left to contemplate the centralized procurement proposal. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhao Jijia entered Chen Chen's office. General Manager, I'm back. Chen Chen looked up and, upon recognizing Zhao Jijia, expressed his excitement. All set? Yes, all set. How did your trip to the United States go? Google didn't impose any conditions, did they? Chen Chen inquired. Not all. Everything went smoothly. This trip was a collaboration with Shaniran, primarily aimed at persuading Google to agree to modify the screen ratios for the Android system in preparation for our upcoming new devices. Google had mandated that all Android models must adhere to a screen ratio between 4, 3, and 16:9 to enhance user experience, imposing restrictions in the underlying compatibility definition document, CDD. In the future, the mainstream full-screen ratio would be 18:9, a size proven by market validation to be well-balanced in terms of both size and tactile experience, to challenge the Android screen ratio limitations. Red Star had been in ongoing discussions with Google since last year. Earlier this year, Zhao Jijia dispatched engineers from the systems department to Google's headquarters to seek their approval. In the previous timeline, this task was undertaken by Demi, who successfully convinced Google to relax the restrictions on the Android CDD, expanding the screen ratio to 17:9, paving the way for the subsequent 18:9 ratio. Now, with Red Star taking the lead, Chen Chen realized the complexity of the task. After extensive discussions, a breakthrough was finally achieved in April of this year. Zhao Zhijie and Chen Erin's trip to Silicon Valley was to finalize this agreement. So why did Zhao appear displeased? Chapter 162. Zhao Zhijie's obsession. Did you encounter any issues while in the United States? Was the communication not smooth? Chen Chen, noticing Zhao Zhijie's lack of excitement, asked. General Manager, speak freely. Did the folks at Google give you a hard time? Not at all, General Manager. Google's engineers were very approachable. They are indeed a talented group. My only frustration is that we aspire to create a phone that could revolutionize mobile technology, yet still require Google's consent. It is somewhat stifling. While Android is an open-source system, many foundational aspects still necessitate Google's approval, which leaves me feeling. Hearing Zhao Zhijie's sentiments, Chen Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Since joining Red Star, Chen Chen had recognized Zhao Zhijie's unwavering commitment to developing a domestic operating system. 3 years ago, when Red Star was on the brink of bankruptcy, he was still determined to create an operating system unique to Huaxia. This fervor was an intrinsic obsession, one that Chen Chen thoroughly understood. Who would desire a truly indigenous operating system? To make any modifications or breakthroughs without needing approval from the United States would be liberating. One could alter screen ratios at will. When will our own HXOS be completed and ready to be integrated into our devices? Zhao Zhijie lifted his head, his gaze resolute and brimming with anticipation as he looked at Chen Chen. The countless late nights his department had endured were all in pursuit of this operating system. After General Manager Chen declared that such overtime was unwarranted, many chose to return home and continue their work. Now, after 2.5 years of diligent effort, the completion of this endeavor was finally within reach, and Zhao Zhijie eagerly awaited the day it would officially launch. Zhao. Chen Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He often lamented that the timing was not yet ripe, but when would the opportune moment truly arrive? Would it be when sanctions were imposed? Indeed, should that day come, one could exploit certain psychological tendencies of users to launch their own operating system, thereby garnering support from users who would likely be understanding, even if issues or compatibility problems arose, given the circumstances. We understand your plight, Hongxing. Yet, was this truly what he desired? If events followed a normal trajectory, it was possible that Huawei would face sanctions before him when the trade war began. Or perhaps Hongxing would be affected even earlier. There remain nearly 4 years until then. Why not seize this interval to make a bold move? Launch ahead of schedule, temporarily compatible with Android, and once a sufficient ecosystem was established, they could completely abandon Android. Zhao. You must understand that establishing an ecosystem for an operating system is no small feat given our current scale at Hongxing. It may indeed prove exceedingly challenging. Chen Chen sighed, reiterating ecosystem, it always comes back to the ecosystem. Developing an operating system is not particularly difficult, but creating a thriving ecosystem is fraught with difficulties. Just look at Mago and WP. Both faltered due to a lack of adequate software support. Even Hongmeng, after all these years, still relies on Android compatibility, does it not? I fear I lack the influence to persuade software developers to adapt to our system. General Chen, I comprehend the challenges of building an ecosystem. We can certainly start with Android compatibility, taking incremental steps. Our system was designed with this consideration from the outset, and adapting Android-compatible software poses no issue whatsoever. Moreover, our pace will be swifter and fragmentation will be significantly reduced. In my view, the current Android landscape resembles a mountain of refuse piled upon refuse. One day, this colossal heap will consume all our hardware performance. Zhao Zhijie spoke wisely, as evidenced by the staggering RAM figures of 12 gigabytes and 24 gigabytes in later models, while contemporaneous Apple devices boasted only 6 gigabytes. While some blame lay with software developers, the core issue resided within Android itself. Let me ponder this further. You have a considerable workload ahead. Although Google has consented to modify the screen ratio, we must also reconfigure our own system, alongside collaborating with software developers, especially with mainstream applications. If they're not adapted, won't full-screen smartphones display those applications with the same substantial black bars on the sides as standard ratio phones? Zhao Zhijie's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his spirited demeanor. As long as Hongxing remained at the forefront of the global market, boasting an annual shipment of hundreds of millions, they would be able to establish a fully closed system akin to Apple's. At that point, it would not be a matter of begging software developers for adaptations. Instead, they would seek to join Hongxing's ecosystem. If Apple could achieve this, so could Hongxing. Furthermore, considering Apple's shipment of merely 1.5 billion units last year, Hongxing had already reached 1/3 of that figure. with projections indicating they could hit half of Apple's shipments this year. Surpassing Apple within 3 years seemed entirely feasible. Having come to this realization, Zhao Zhijia turned to Chen Chen and proclaimed, "General Chen, I understand now." Little did Chen Chen know that Zhao Zhijia was already harboring thoughts of surpassing Apple within 3 years. Had he been aware, he would surely have given a thumbs up. This young man has ambition, but it's not merely about outpacing Apple in sales. It's about surpassing Samsung in sales and exceeding Apple in profits. That is the true objective. Otherwise, like rice, which sells over 100 million units annually, yet yields meager profits, relying solely on low-priced, low-end devices to sustain sales is futile. Understanding is half the battle. You've worked hard on this business trip. Take some time to rest. Many matters cannot be rushed. Timing, geography, and harmony among people are all crucial. Chen Chen specifically escorted Zhao Zhijia to the door, patting him on the shoulder as he departed. With the screens now arriving and the screen ratio settled, the next step involved negotiating with software developers, securing as many adaptations as possible. Without proper adaptations, the user experience would be indistinguishable from that of ordinary mobile phones. Oh, and regarding packaging, Chen Chen mentioned that the first batch of engineering machines would be rolling off the line in the coming days. I wonder how they will perform. As for the third generation of Kunpeng phones, the design did not need to be as radical as that of the full-screen series. Instead, under Chen Chen's sketches, it adopted a classic design featuring a forehead and chin within a 189 aspect ratio, full screen. Given that the current screens could not achieve the stunning effect of the Galaxy S8, Chen Chen had settled for a more conventional flat-screen design. Chapter 163. The era of full-screen displays has arrived. As the weather in the capital began to heat up in May, Zhao Zijia's words lingered in Chen Chen's mind, causing him a sense of vexation. Time. He needed time. Both the semiconductor and display industries required substantial periods for development. However, May also brought a wealth of good news. Breakthroughs in robotic arm technology had been achieved. Under Dr. Liu's guidance, some data had been acquired from Harbin Institute of Technology, allowing them to entice a professor to join their ranks. With the addition of such an expert, the project's progress had accelerated, and the application of the robotic arm began to take shape. Firstly, in the realm of automated production, the flexible robotic arm boasted superior precision, and Hongqing was now fully capable of establishing a high-end, unmanned factory in the capital. Secondly, in the domain of bionic prosthetics, once the interface issue was resolved, the robotic arm could seamlessly transition into the medical device sector. However, Chen Chen did not intend to pursue this avenue, as the medical device industry was fraught with complexities, and without proper backing, entering this field with prosthetic technology could lead to disastrous consequences. No need for intervention from foreign adversaries. The final application was proposed by Professor Tang of Harbin Institute, and considering his background, it became clear. Harbin Institute, as everyone knows, produces technology exclusively for national defense. Therefore, the concept of a mechanical exoskeleton appeared to be a promising direction. The second piece of good news came from Chen Chen. After 2.5 years of development, the first batch of Hongqing's full-screen engineering machines had officially rolled off the production line. In the dust-free workshop, Chen Chen observed through the glass as assembly workers constructed Hongqing's inaugural full-screen concept phone. This concept phone featured screens from LG's second batch, which included their latest flexible OLED technology. Of course, this came at a slightly elevated price point. Only such flexible screens could utilize the most advanced COP packaging. Without sufficient resilience, the touch and driver chips could not be folded to fit on the back of the screen. Now, with the higher cost of flexible screens, the chin of his concept phone had been reduced to 32 millimeters. While this may not seem impressive compared to many products in later years, it must be remembered that this was in 2014. In this era, this was a product of revolutionary significance. General Chen, is this truly the full-screen design? It's absolutely stunning, exclaimed Yang Ta, gazing at the engineering machine that had just emerged from the workshop, even before undergoing a series of tests. The first true full-screen concept smartphone in the annals of mobile technology had finally materialized into reality. The first fully screen concept smartphone has rolled off the production line. A moment of immense significance and excitement that none of the senior executives at Hongqing wished to miss. Not only did Chen Chen personally visit the factory in Langchang, but also product manager Cui Chen, Hongqing's president Liu Weiqi, marketing president Yang Ta, and system department manager Zhao Zhijia gathered at the factory to welcome the first genuinely fully screened smartphone. As Chen Chen caressed the sleek device, he finally pressed the power button, illuminating the screen. Witnessing the entirety of the front display light up brought tears to Cui Chen's eyes, as the product manager. No one had invested more effort into this phone than he had. From custom components provided by suppliers to internal stacking and assembly techniques. Chen felt as if he had navigated the entire supply chain of smartphone production. For the fully screen concept smartphone, Xiaotsue, your long-standing efforts have not been in vain. You have etched a significant mark in the annals of smartphone history, Chen Chen remarked, gently patting the reddened eyes of Chen as he gazed at the illuminated screen. The control over the phone's bezel is commendable. I observe that the back cover does not appear to be bonded with adhesive. Lu Weiqi took the engineering sample from Chen Chen, examining it thoroughly before speaking. Indeed, President Liu, our microcrystalline zirconia ceramic is exceptionally hard, making it challenging to connect the body, bezel, and back cover using traditional adhesive methods. Our engineers drew inspiration from traditional Chinese craftsmanship and employed a glue-free mortise and tenon connection technique, ensuring a remarkably tight fit between the back cover and the body frame. Chen explained, having calmed his emotions. Initially, after resolving the sintering process of the microcrystalline zirconia, the factory craftsman discovered that the body frame and back cover simply could not bond. To be precise, it was not that they couldn't bond, but rather that they easily detached. Numerous adhesive methods were tried, yet none could securely connect the two. During that period, Chen was so frustrated that he contemplated abandoning the ceramic frame in favor of aluminum alloy or stainless steel materials. Ultimately, an experienced craftsman at the factory resolved the issue by suggesting that since bonding was not feasible, they should simply use the mortise and tenon technique for connection. Upon hearing Chen mention the mortise and tenon technique, Yang Tuo frowned and remarked, "Doesn't that imply that this device is irreparable? After all, utilizing the mortise and tenon method means our body and back cover cannot be disassembled, and with the ceramic being so fragile, forcibly disassembling it could easily shatter either the body or the back cover. Typically, disassembly for Android devices involves removing the back cover to access the motherboard for repairs. Now that the back cover cannot be removed, does that mean we must disassemble from the front, or is it irreparable?" Kui Ikim blushed, for he had long anticipated this concern. However, Chen Chen had suggested proceeding in this manner, stating that for repairs, one could either replace the screen or simply forego repairs altogether. The design plan proposed by Chen involved disassembling from the front panel, removing the screen, and then repairing the internal components, yet the repair costs for this device were indeed quite high. My suggestion is to adopt a replacement policy for repairs, which could help us win some goodwill. A high-end device must exude a high-end essence, Chen Chen interjected, addressing Yang Tuo's concerns as he was committed to the ceramic craftsmanship. And the mortise and tenon structure represented the optimal solution at present. The front camera extends at quite a rapid pace. I estimate it takes about a second to be fully operational. The tactile sensation of this ceramic material is utterly magnificent, akin to caressing a piece of jade, he continued. Xiao Zhao, you must expedite the system's adaptation. This is our flagship model for the year, and we cannot afford any mishaps in the system. After playing with the device for a while, Lu Weiqi returned it to Chen Chen. Come, let's take a photograph with this fully screened concept device to commemorate this moment, Chen Chen proposed, raising the smartphone. Since the boss has spoken, who would dare object? Thus, the group encircled Chen Chen, who lifted the phone and activated the front camera for a group photo. 3, 2, 1. The fully screened era has arrived. Subsequently, this photograph circulated widely on the internet, with many claiming that it marked the beginning of a new path for Hongxing in smartphone design. The engineering sample numbered 0001 was permanently archived by Chen Chen. Chapter 164, The India Strategy. June in India is the peak of summer, where even the maximum air conditioning in the mall struggles against the relentless heat outside. At the largest mall in the heart of New Delhi, Lei Jun gazed through the glass of the lounge at the queue that had formed outside the rice house, feeling a sense of amazement. It is often said that India is a land of gold, and its people have a penchant for wearing and using gold. To Lei Jun, this was not merely a golden country, but truly one paved with gold. Last year, Rice began its online venture and swiftly captured 10% of the Indian smartphone market within just a quarter. Following the Lunar New Year celebrations in China, the brand's expansion in India became unstoppable. By the first quarter of 2014, Rice's shipments in the India market had reached an astounding 11 million units, surpassing domestic shipments in China by 47. Utilizing internet hype, flash sales, offline events, and open forums, Lei Jun adeptly employed strategies that had been perfected back home. Under Lei Jun's multifaceted offensive, Samsung faced significant setbacks, quickly losing ground in the budget smartphone market. Hongxing, while still maintaining some share in the 2,000 yuan price range, would soon be pushed back to China under Lei Jun's aggressive tactics. As for the high-end segment, it remained an elusive target, currently dominated by Hongxing's ROC, Apple's iPhone 5S, Samsung's Galaxy series, along with LG and Sony, all firmly entrenched in the premium price tier. Nevertheless, Lei Jun felt quite satisfied with the achievements made in just half a year. Once he secured the entirety of the budget and mid-range markets, he would gradually turn his attention to the high-end segment. The sweltering heat in India is unbearable. The outside temperature must be around 40 degrees Celsius. Lin Bing entered and promptly downed a glass of iced cola from the table. India has its merits, but this weather and the water situation are simply intolerable. The last time Lin Bing visited India for business, he took a shower at a hotel, only to find himself nearly collapsing that very night. Since then, he has avoided coming to India whenever possible, preferring to bathe with bottled water rather than using the hotel shower. The water from the Ganges in India is indeed terrifyingly unclean. This trip to India with Lei Jun was to celebrate the opening of Rice's first flagship store, as well as to address some factory-related matters that require negotiation with the local government. I feel like I've tanned a shade darker during my stay here, but seeing all these fans supporting us at Rice, I suppose a little tan is a small price to pay. It was evident that Lei Jun was in high spirits. The opening event for the new store had been a resounding success, and at the media conference the previous evening, he had unveiled the brand new Homey 2, priced at $799, an unbeatable force in India. Of the 10 million units sold by Rice in the first quarter, over 70% had come for the Homey series, marking the first time Rice had released a new generation of smartphones ahead of its domestic launch. In fact, Rice had yet to establish such a flagship store in China. How did the discussions regarding the factory go? Lin Bing inquired. The land will be provided for free, and we will also receive certain tax incentives. The government requires that our assembly factory must complete its first phase of construction and begin production by 2015. Production by 2015? Isn't that timeline rather tight? Lin Bing frowned. I too feel the timeline is a bit pressing. However, they are willing to coordinate the construction teams to ensure the project is completed by October, and they will assist us with the remaining production lines and hiring workers. Is it really that favorable? At this moment, Lin Bing's mind was awash with doubts. Why did the Indian government seem to have undergone a sudden transformation? When they first expressed their desire to establish factories locally, their demeanor was far from this. Initially, they rejected tax incentives, only to later privately indicate that as long as Xiaomi was willing to show some goodwill, they would extend their utmost support. Did you convey to them any goodwill? Lin Bing inquired. No, came the response. It seems that New Delhi has issued some document encouraging foreign investment, signifying a robust support for foreign capital to invest in Indian enterprises, aiming to retain foreign funds within the country. Well, that is indeed a positive development. Once our factory commences production, coupled with the lower labor costs in India compared to our domestic market, our expenses will be further minimized. Let us have Ollie extend his stay in India for a few more days. We shall return to our homeland tomorrow. While the Indian market warrants our attention, we must not overlook our foundational market in China. The first true high-end smartphone from Xiaomi, the Xiaomi Note, is set to roll off the production line tomorrow, and Lei Jun has poured countless efforts into this device. In terms of design, the Xiaomi Note has harnessed the talents of all of Xiaomi's premier industrial designers, and for the first time, it boasts a 2K resolution screen. The battery procurement was personally negotiated by Lei Jun, who traveled to South Korea to finalize a contract with LG. Given the use of a 2K resolution screen and its increased size, along with the necessity for a lightweight and tactile feel, a higher density battery was imperative. The Red Star Yangtze River battery is not available for external sale, leaving Lei Jun with no choice but to seek alternatives, ultimately procuring LG's high-pressure battery cells from South Korea at nearly $8 per 3,600 mAh cell. The price nearly caused Lei Jun heartache. The cells used in the Xiaomi 3 were procured for less than $5 each, making this high-pressure cells cost double that amount. A reality that Lei Jun, making his debut in the high-end market, found difficult to accept. Nonetheless, no matter the cost, he had to grit his teeth and proceed with the purchase. This year's Snapdragon 810, after testing in the Xiaomi laboratory, presented somewhat pessimistic results regarding power consumption. Under the premise of ensuring a lightweight and comfortable feel, if standard battery cells were used, the capacity would likely be limited to around 3,100 mAh, posing a significant challenge for overall power consumption control. To address the issue of battery life, one could either optimize energy efficiency in the device itself, such as managing processor performance release, akin to what was done in the Xiaomi 3 Trade for mobile version, or reduce screen resolution, reminiscent of Huawei's usual practices. Beyond that, The most straightforward and effective solution would be to enlarge the battery. This approach, though blunt, is undeniably effective. If only we had the Yangtze River battery, we would have to compromise on other aspects for the sake of battery life, Lei Jun lamented, recalling the frustrations he endured with LG. Currently, the only high-energy density battery cells available on the market are from Red Star's Yangtze River and LG, with Red Star not offering their products for sale. Lei Jun had no options but to begrudgingly accept LG's terms. After all, a businessman must endure. Chapter 165, Resuming Negotiations. Upon returning to his homeland the next day, Lei Jun wasted no time in arriving at the Xiaomi laboratory, where the first batch of Xiaomi Note engineering prototypes was undergoing various tests. President Lei, you're back. Upon seeing Lei Jun enter, Zhou Guangping promptly rose to greet him. As a co-founder of Xiaomi, Zhou recognized Lei Jun's higher status within the company. His team was solely responsible for mobile development and supply chain management, while Lei Jun was the mastermind behind Xiaomi Group. Taking the Xiaomi Note engineering prototype from Zhou Guangping, Lei Jun found it hard to part with. The large screen, covered with 25D glass on the front and featuring a thermally curved 3D glass back, offered an exceptionally comfortable tactile experience. The previous year, Red Star's ROC phone, which was the first to employ this thermally curved 3D process, received widespread acclaim in the market. This year, the cost of this process had slightly decreased, and Lei Jun, aiming for the high-end market, certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. On the back, at the camera position, the Xiaomi Note is equipped with a dual-color temperature flash, and the area surrounding the camera is adorned with an 18K gold-plated ring. A small golden 18K ring tightly encircles the camera. Moreover, the MI logo on the lower half of the device also features the 18K gold craftsmanship. Last year, when Red Star launched a premium ROC phone made from Italian first-layer calfskin, the price skyrocketed from over 5,000 to more than 10,000, and it remained in high demand. Since then, Lei Jun had thought, if Red Star flaunted high-end with Italian leather, I would use the simplest and most unpretentious gold for decoration. Thus, the gold logo, gold camera ring, and gold trim on the Xiaomi Note came to be, all genuinely plated with 18K gold. Is it truly impossible to procure a cooling module and fingerprint recognition module? Although the Xiaomi Note appeared nearly flawless, Lei Jun believed it still lacked essential components. First and foremost was the fingerprint recognition module, a standard feature in high-end devices. How could a smartphone claiming to be high-end lack this fundamental capability? Even Red Star had dutifully incorporated the fingerprint recognition module into their domestic version this year. Another concern was heat dissipation. The power consumption of the Snapdragon 810 was indeed worrisome. While he had managed to address part of the issue by increasing the battery capacity, Lei Jun was unwilling to repeat past mistakes regarding heat dissipation. Thus, he envisioned employing the dual copper tube cooling module from the ROC phone for the Xiaomi Note. Additionally, the dual camera setup was something Red Star had utilized for nearly 2 years, yet Qualcomm had yet to produce a viable solution. It is crucial to understand that implementing dual cameras is not merely about adding 2 lenses. They must work simultaneously, which is far from the simple dual camera setup utilized by Red Star. To successfully merge photos from both cameras, the smartphone's processor must support this functionality. Currently, Qualcomm's processors lack the necessary ISP bandwidth to enable dual camera operation, rendering Xiaomi's attempt to install 2 cameras futile. Sighing, Zhou Guangping lamented, I contacted these 2 suppliers early this year, and I've exhausted every tactic in my book, yet they remain obstinate. President Lei, it's not that I cannot negotiate. It's simply that they have no intention of supplying us. What did he say? Lei Jun placed. After a bit too much to drink at dinner, a manager from their factory revealed that their technology is incapable of designing such a cooling module. Red Star developed it and merely contracted them for production. He also mentioned that last year, their factory received investment from Red Star, making Red Star the major shareholder. Without Red Star's permission, they cannot supply this copper tube cooling module externally. However, there's a silver lining, Zhou Guangping continued. Since negotiations with the factory fell through, I reached out to the person in charge at Red Star to inquire if they could supply us with that cooling module. And what did Red Star say? Lei Jun asked eagerly. They mentioned that in the second half of this year, they would open up supply to domestic manufacturers. After developing this module, they agreed to a 1-year exclusivity period with the factory, which is set to conclude in the second half of this year. But that is just a few months away. We can't wait that long. It's only June now, and by the time Red Star's exclusivity ends, the development of the Xiaomi Note will be complete. Unless we plan to launch a Xiaomi Note 1s in the second half. Guarantee there any other suppliers who manage to produce a solution? Lei Jun inquired again. Yes. HTC has a single copper tube cooling solution but it's a basic copper pipe without any evaporative liquid inside, and they're asking 128 for each set. Lei Jun curled his lips in disdain. HTC certainly had audacity, given that their mobile business was on the brink of collapse, yet they remained obstinate. At such exorbitant prices, which gullible fool would opt for their offerings? The fingerprint module? Much like the cooling module, it was exclusive to Hongxing, utilizing a Samsung solution that cost over 400 renminbi for just one set. Far too steep. Sighing, Lei Jun reflected on the situation. Both Hongxing and Mi were enterprises based in the capital, and the government treated them equally, with both participating in the 863 program. However, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that Hongxing was more likely to garner favor from above. Mi's Hongmi series predominantly relied on domestic supply chains, adhering to the principle of utilizing domestic resources whenever possible. By leveraging the sales of the Hongmi series, domestic suppliers could achieve sufficient sales volume, which would, in turn, provide them with the necessary funds to develop more advanced technological solutions. Yet, Hongxing also boasted its Shining series, which outperformed the Hongmi series in sales, also relying on domestic supply chains, thus rendering Mi devoid of any advantage. Moreover, Hongxing had made greater strides in the high-end supply chain. They were the first in the country to resolve the fingerprint recognition solution and the first to devise a cooling solution. These suppliers had produced their solutions with the procurement or technical support from Hongxing, allowing the latter to monopolize for a time. What Lei Jun envied most was Hongxing's chip design capability. If Mi possessed the same prowess as Hongxing, how could they have faltered with the Mi 3 mobile version? How could they still be unable to implement a dual-camera solution? After leaving Zhou Guangping's laboratory, Lei Jun called Lin Bing on his way back. Lin Bing prepared to restart negotiations with NVIDIA. Upon returning to the office, Lin Bing was already waiting for Lei Jun. Lin Bing, is NVIDIA still eager to negotiate with us? Indeed. Mr. Lei, previously NVIDIA's asking price was excessively high. After I rejected it, you suggested we let them simmer for a while, and it has been a lukewarm game of cat and mouse with Huang ever since. A few months ago, after Huang's negotiations with Hongxing fell through, he dispatched a vice president to China to discuss the details with me. Lei Jun believed Huang's demand of 2.5 billion was still too steep. After a period of negotiations, he decisively halted discussions. Over the past few months, both parties have been tugging back and forth, endlessly deliberating on details. Yet no substantial progress had been made. Although Huang appeared anxious, there was little he could do. Currently, Mi was the only willing party to negotiate with NVIDIA. If they could not reach a deal, it seemed they might truly have to retain this business. Moreover, this year, Gaodong had released both the Snapdragon 801 and 810 chips, further heightening Huang's urgency. Additionally, rumors circulated that Mi and Gaodong were set to engage in deep collaboration, potentially involving mutual equity stakes. Let's restart the negotiation plan. We've kept Huang waiting for months, and he must be growing impatient, Lei Jun stated calmly. In the realm of business, emotions held little weight, especially considering Huang had previously caused him significant trouble. Understood, I can contact Huang right away. What are our terms this time? Lin Bing was aware that delaying Huang any further could lead to unforeseen consequences, and for a mobile manufacturer aiming to produce high-end devices, possessing their chip design capability was imperative. Securing NVIDIA was merely the first step. If they waited too long, their technological edge might indeed slip away. Let's negotiate at 1.5 billion, with the engineering team complying with their preferences. NVIDIA must not obstruct those willing to come to China, and for those unwilling, NVIDIA shall be responsible for compensation. We will not be liable. Subsequently, Lin Bing reached out to NVIDIA's representative, who appeared perplexed. There had been no substantial developments in recent months, and Lin Bing had deflected their inquiries with various excuses. However, NVIDIA did not overthink it. As long as Mi was willing to resume negotiations, the priority was to offload this stagnating project. With Lei Jun's endorsement, progress was remarkably swift. By the end of June, both parties had signed a contract. Mi would invest 1.6 billion to acquire NVIDIA's mobile processor design division and other businesses, with the engineers from that division being brought on board by Mi, receiving no less than NVIDIA's compensation. For those unwilling to relocate from the U.S., NVIDIA would provide compensation, with Mi not involved. Following this, Mi officially announced the completion of the acquisition contract with NVIDIA. Alongside, a promotional poster was released featuring a golden Mi logo and frame, with a tagline proclaiming, "Glass gives life. Craftsmanship and feel, further progress, see you in August." This news quickly ignited the entire internet. Previously, there had been rumors regarding Mi's acquisition of NVIDIA's mobile chip technology, but the veracity of these claims had fluctuated over nearly half a year with no concrete confirmation. Each time, It was reported that negotiations between Nvidia and me had reached a breakthrough, only for the updates to cease, which had left netizens in China somewhat indifferent to the unfolding drama. However, this announcement came directly from Mi's official channel, shared via Mi's official Weibo, and Lei Jun's personal Weibo also echoed this news. So, is this genuine acquisition? Indeed, Lei Jun has truly acquired Nvidia. Please be precise. It was the acquisition of Nvidia's mobile chip division, not Nvidia itself. It's not that I underestimate Yu Tian. Does he really think he can engage in chip development? As a Mi fan, I genuinely hope to see Mi absorb all of Nvidia's technology and swiftly design a mobile processor chip of their own. I heard Nvidia was already designing processors integrated with 4G modems last year. Mr. Lei spent $1.6 billion. It's practically a steal. Haha. Soon we will have 3 independent chip design manufacturers in China: Huawei, Hongxing, and Mi. This is a small step for me, yet a giant leap for China. Go, Mi. Please, don't exaggerate. Do you have any idea how much it costs to sustain a chip team? Whether Mi can truly absorb Nvidia's technology is still uncertain. As for designing their chip, just wait and see. As long as Mr. Lei is not treating the acquisition as a mere side project and is committed to pursuing this path, that spirit deserves encouragement. Even though I remain skeptical about Mi's chip prospects, what valuable technology does Nvidia possess? Their self-designed chips are hardly utilized. Just look at the previous Tegra 4. Mr. Lei's $1.6 billion seems like a wasted investment. How many homey units must he sell to recoup that? Mi 3 mobile version users. I feel offended. While we're only discussing the acquisition, have you noticed the poster Mi released? Is this a prelude to Mi 4? It seems Mi 4 will be quite impressive. Incorporating glass materials. It's only June, and they're already warming up for Mi 4? It appears Mr. Lei has nearly cleared out the Mi 3 inventory and is eager to launch a new device. I saw the Golden Mi logo. Mi has struck gold. Wow. A golden legend. A glass back cover? That's intriguing. I truly look forward to Mi 4. Various comments flooded the internet as netizens engage in discussion about Mi's acquisition of Nvidia, with the promotional poster trending at the top of search results. This was precisely the outcome Lei Jun had envisioned, regardless of whether Mi would successfully develop their chip in the future. Any news related to it would surely capture public attention. On the Hongxing side, Chen Chen, upon seeing the Weibo post from Lei Jun, could not help but admire Lei Jun's bargaining prowess. Huang had quoted Hongxing 400 million, yet Lei Jun had managed to slash it down to 100 million, leaving Huang speechless. Although Lei Jun invested in $6 billion US. This price is undoubtedly justified, considering that Nvidia's technologies alone are valued between $1.3 billion and $1.5 billion US. Furthermore, Xiaomi has successfully recruited several semiconductor design engineers from Nvidia, and the true value of this acquisition lies in how well these talents are utilized. Nevertheless, Chen Chen felt compelled to advise Lei Jun, Lei, the intricacies of chip development run exceedingly deep. I fear you may not grasp them fully. In the previous life, Xiaomi did harbor ambitions in chip manufacturing, yet the overwhelming financial burdens imposed by investors and Lei Jun himself deterred them repeatedly from pursuing this path. With the advancement of chip manufacturing processes, the costs of production have escalated dramatically. The Pinecone S2 chip from Xiaomi faced 5 unsuccessful production runs, resulting in a staggering loss of over $1 billion, with nary a sound of success to show for it. This relentless financial drain ultimately dissuaded both Lei Jun and the Xiaomi company from further endeavors, as they simply could not afford such expenditures. Take, for instance, the Lingxiao S4, developed using a 20-nanometer process, which, despite achieving a successful production run on its first attempt, still incurred nearly 90 million renminbi in costs. Upon viewing Xiaomi's promotional poster, Chen Chen immediately recognized that the device depicted was the first-generation Xiaomi Note 1, originally slated for release next year. It appeared that his own actions had catalyzed this shift, compelling him to reassess his perspective on the world through the lens of this altered timeline. Xiaosong, please inform Yang Tua to commence the pre-launch for our K-series. As for the full-screen display, that shall remain a delightful surprise. Chapter 167. Zhao Ming, I understand your urgency, but please exercise some patience. Chen Chen remarked, observing that Lei Jun's aesthetic choices had remained unchanged, as evidenced by the gold trim he had chosen. Chen Chen quipped about his own acquisition of Italian first-layer calf leather, contrasting it with Lei Jun's 18K gold plating. The design, upon first glance, appeared to exude sophistication. However, prolonged observation revealed an undeniable sentiment. It was simply too vulgar. Yet, there exists a certain merit in such vulgarity when attempting to navigate the Chinese market. one must acknowledge that the sales of the ostentatious gold variant have proven that vulgarity can indeed be synonymous with elegance. In truth, Lei Jun's decision to incorporate a gold trim served a dual purpose. India stands as the nation most enamored with gold. If the gold-plated Xiaomi Note 1 were to grace the Indian market, it would undoubtedly captivate the local populace. Chen Yang has confirmed that he is aware and will initiate the K-series pre-launch today, Xiao Song reported. Chen Chen nodded, noting that the planned launch date fell in August. They would first introduce the K-series and then suddenly unveil the full-screen series to astonish their competitors. Since Xiaomi has foolishly chosen to launch in August alongside Hongxing, they cannot hold others accountable for their missteps. August would witness the introduction of both the K-series and the full-screen series from Hongxing, followed by the digital series and the ROC series. Indeed, during these months, Lei Jun's offerings would struggle against the competition. Would they truly expect to offload unsold stock to the Indian market? After all, the Indian consumers display no immunity to such gilded products. Moreover, with the anticipated launches from Fruit and Sanson in September, Xiaomi would find it increasingly difficult to maneuver within the competitive landscape. Chen Chen recognized that concentrating all company releases within these 2 months might be overly ambitious, especially since the Hongxing 3 smartphone retained significant competitiveness even after a price reduction of 200. Thus, he resolved to position the K-series to target the mid-range market while allowing the digital series to bide its time. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Longgang, Deep City, you reported, Xiaomi has indeed acquired NVIDIA's chip design department. This means they will soon possess the capability for independent chip design, and coupled with Lei Jun's marketing strategies, Xiaomi's potential for future development could be significantly enhanced. Zhao Ming expressed his concerns, stating, "Our Changwan brand was established specifically to contend with Xiaomi and Hongxing's internet brands. Now that Changwan is just beginning to gain some recognition, Xiaomi is already venturing into chip development, which is quite alarming." You, unwilling to relinquish the Kirin chip for Zhao Ming's use, added, "Hongxing has its own chips, and Xiaomi will soon follow suit. What competitive edge do we have left? It appears we are out of options. Come now, Xiao, why the panic?" You retorted, setting aside whether Xiaomi can effectively absorb NVIDIA's technology. Even if they do, what then? Possessing the ability to independently design chips merely grants access to the high-end market. It took us years to develop the current 910T. Do you believe Lei Jun can surpass us so easily? Yu Chengbei continued. You know full well how deficient NVIDIA's designs have been in the mobile chip sector. I would argue that our own K2V3E is superior. He acknowledged Zhao Ming's potential, but lamented his impatience. If chip development were so straightforward, would you have recently noticed an alarming amount of hair loss? If designing chips were a walk in the park, would we still be dealing with failures like P1, P2, P6, and even P6S? Yes, Xiaomi has signed the acquisition contract with NVIDIA, but the technology has yet to be transferred to them. Why the haste, Zhao Ming? If Xiaomi intends to master chip technology, they have a long journey ahead. One misstep could lead them to another K2V3 or Tegra 4 debacle. While the initial investment of $1.6 billion may seem modest, it reflects Lei Jun's lack of readiness. Had he been aware of the hundreds of billions that Huawei has invested in chips over the years, he might hesitate to dabble in these technologies, even if NVIDIA offered them for free. Given the minuscule profits from Xiaomi S phones, the notion of entering the chip market is nothing short of a pipe dream. Both Yu Chengbei and Chen Chen shared an uncanny consensus. Lei, the depths of chip development are too profound. You cannot navigate them. In Yu Chengbei's view, Xiaomi posed little threat. Huawei's sole competitor within the domestic market remained Chen Chen's Hongxing, as only such enterprises were worthy of being considered rivals. Notably, Hongxing has outperformed Huawei in high-end smartphone sales, and according to Yu Chengbei's estimates, the ROC2's global sales throughout its life cycle would not fall below 15 million units, a truly formidable figure. Even Samsung's Galaxy series barely matched that volume. As for Huawei's P series and Mate series combined, they would struggle to achieve sales equivalent to even one ROC unit. Have you heard the news? Hongxing is also working on a mid-range chip. Their upcoming K series will be the first to feature it, though I have yet to ascertain the specific model and performance details. Zhao Ming, focusing on domestic market dynamics, was more attuned to local developments than Yu Chengbei, who monitored global trends. Following Xiaomi's release of its first promotional poster, Hongxing swiftly followed suit with their teaser for the new device, proclaiming a true flagship daring to KO. While the specifics of the Hongxing K-series performance and specifications remained unknown, the promotional tagline suggested a significant potential for exceeding expectations. Zhao Ming's anxiety intensified. The Changwan X2, launched earlier this year, had made scarcely a ripple in the market, with sales barely reaching 3 million units over 6 months. Comparatively, it paled against both Hongxing's digital series and even Xiaomi's ill-fated Mi 3. Changwan was founded to directly compete with both Hongxing's digital series and Xiaomi's offerings. Now, as both adversaries continued to grow stronger, each equipped with in-house chip capabilities, Xiaoming found himself without the necessary support from Huawei. If Changwan failed to introduce a market-disrupting device in the near future, the brand faced an inevitable fate: ruthless elimination by the company. There is no denying that at present, Huawei's smartphone brand lacks the prominence of Xiaomi in the domestic market, particularly when considering its sub-brand, Honor. Had it not been for last year's fierce competition in the large screen segment that granted a modicum of recognition to Honor, it is likely that Chinese consumers would still be entirely unaware of the Honor brand. Yu Qingbei's extensive remarks were, in fact, an evasion of Xiaoming. As an astute individual, how could he possibly be oblivious to Xiaoming's intentions and objectives? Xiaoming's references to numerous mid-range chips from Hongxing and Xiaomi's capacity for self-developed chips ultimately aim to wrest the use of Huawei's Kirin 910T from him. However, this matter is not solely within Yu Qingbei's purview. It necessitates deliberation among the board of directors and the formulation of a long-term strategic plan. Merely acquiescing to Xiaoming's request for the Kirin chip would be futile. Chapter 168. Xiaoming's aspiration to become father. To reiterate, Huawei has yet to firmly establish itself in the high-end market. Allowing Xiaoming's Honor to utilize its resources would undoubtedly impact Huawei's brand image. After all, he possesses a P7 smartphone equipped with the latest Kirin 910T processor, which integrates Huawei's proprietary Balong modem and supports 4G signals across all bands. Yu Qingbei envisions this device as a means to turn the tide and showcase Huawei on the international stage. Subsequently, he refrained from further discussion on the matter, leaving Xiaoming disheartened. Yet, Xiaoming found himself at an impasse. The entire mobile terminal division falls under Yu Qingbei's authority, and without his consent, there is little he can do. Currently, Honor is a subsidiary of Huawei, but one cannot escape the fact that a father is always a father. To surpass Huawei is Xiaoming's most fervent desire. Suddenly, a new idea struck Xiaoming. If Hongxing could produce a mid-range processor, why couldn't Huawei? If Yu Qingbei refused to grant him access to the Kirin 910T, surely he could settle for a mid-range chip instead? The semiconductor department had previously stated that they were not devoid of work in this area. It was merely that the development of 2 successive processors faced various challenges, leaving the department solely focused on the high-end 910T. With the completion of the 910T's development, it would be entirely feasible to either develop a mid-range chip based on it or continue work on the original chip. Should Yu Qingbei deny him the 910T and also a mid-range processor, Xiaoming would simply seek assistance from Mr. Ren. Surely, there must be someone who can advocate for fairness. "You, I have an unusual request," Xiaoming said, a smile breaking across his face as he addressed Yu Qingbei. Yu Qingbei regarded Xiaoming warily, questioning what scheme he was concocting. "Let me be clear, if you still desire the 910T, then your unusual request will have to be swallowed down. I will not acquiesce." Yu Qingbei swiftly cut Xiaoming off. "You want a 910T? Not a chance. No. That's not it. I'm not asking for the 910T chip," Xiaoming clarified, shaking his head. Yu Qingbei exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the coveted 910T, everything could be negotiated. Yet, he remained uncertain of Xiaoming's ulterior motives. "So, what is this unusual request?" "Well, since Hongxing can offer a mid-range processor that supports 4G, surely our Haisher semiconductor could modify the 910T to produce a mid-range chip as well," Xiaoming articulated his thoughts. Observing Yu Qingbei's frown deepening. "You want Haisher Semiconductor to develop a mid-range processor based on the 910T, and it must support 4G? The performance cannot be subpar?" Yu Qingbei exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed, Other manufacturer sub-brands have begun utilizing their processors, yet Honor remains devoid of any such capability. If we cannot even secure a mid-range processor, I might as well request the cancellation of our internet brand." Xiaoming's words left no room for doubt. Yu Qingbei took a deep breath. Xiaoming, feeling somewhat helpless, gestured dismissively at Yu Qingbei. Honor's brand struggled to gain traction, and he faced 3 options: either continue to languish, waiting for the Kirin chip to be allocated as Yu Qingbei suggested, eliminate the project altogether, or persuade the company to approve his idea of designing a new mid-range chip or modifying the existing one based on the 910. Beyond that, he could conceive no other avenues for resolution. Observing Xiaoming's apparent despondence, Yu Qingbei fell into contemplation. The Chinese market remains a blue ocean. If honor cannot make an impact within this realm, it stands little chance in a saturated market where competitors are engaged in fierce, cutthroat battles. The only outcome would be the termination of this series. Zhao Ming, silently observing Yu Chungbei lost in thought, awaited his decision regarding the fate of the honor brand. After a prolonged silence, Yu Chungbei finally spoke. Zhao Ming, I concur with your proposal. However, as you are aware, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. It requires consultation with Mr. Ren. After all, redesigning a mid-range processor will necessitate substantial resources from the company's semiconductor department. Currently, Huawei's prospects in the high-end market remain uncertain. The Kirin high-end series has consumed many of the company's resources, and the previous generations of the P series have barely broken even. There was an initial design for a mid-range chip, but according to your specifications, it must support 4G, which would require either starting from scratch or undergoing significant modifications. In any case, it will demand considerable resources. Upon hearing Yu Chungbei's words, Zhao Ming's expression brightened with excitement. Indeed, Mr. Liu was correct. When one seeks an opportunity, one must declare a desire to uproot the status quo. Initially, he had approached the conversation with the intent of securing a mid-range chip directly, which would have undoubtedly been met with refusal. However, by settling for a mid-range option, Yu Chungbei immediately acquiesced. Unbeknownst to Yu Chungbei, Zhao Ming was already plotting his next moves, contemplating how to convince Mr. Ren, with his previous high-end models failing to achieve success. Persuading the company to invest in a mid-range chip would necessitate tangible results. Yu Chungbei held the trump card in the form of the Huawei P7, equipped with a new Kirin 910T. Compared to the Kirin 910, the 910T boasts breakthroughs in power management and performance, with a frequency increase from 1.6 GHz to 1.0 GHz, enhancing its capabilities. More importantly, this 910T features an integrated 4G modem. I entrust the next steps to you, Zhao Ming said, adopting a humble demeanor, aware that his recent ploy could easily be unraveled by Yu Chungbei. Once he secured the Kirin chip, the honor brand would no longer need to rely on Yu Chungbei. At that juncture, the question of who held the true authority would be far less certain. To surpass Huawei, to outmaneuver Xiaomi, to eclipse Hongqing. Chapter 169. A gentleman like an orchid, Huawei P7. Undoubtedly, the ultimate ambition remains to surpass Apple. Zhao, there is no need for formality with me. I will do my utmost to persuade Mr. Ren. Moreover, your proposal is excellent. We cannot rely solely on one strategy. I believe Mr. Ren will not reject anything beneficial to the company. In due time, this position shall inevitably belong to you. You must continue to strive. Without a sound, Yu Chungbei quietly laid out grand plans for Zhao Ming. Subsequently, Zhao Ming departed from Yu Chungbei's office, returning to diligently prepare for the launch of the Note. Once Zhao Ming had left, Yu Chungbei slammed the table in frustration. This young man had indeed set a trap for him. His true intention was the mid-range chip, while the desire for the 910T was merely a smokescreen. Just moments ago, he had been swayed by Zhao Ming's assertions regarding the self-developed chips of Demi and Hongqing, mistakenly believing that Zhao Ming's aim was the Kirin 910T. Little did he know that the ultimate goal was simply a 4G-supported mid-range processor. Nevertheless, having promised Zhao Ming, Yu Chungbei resolved to keep his word and rose to seek a discussion with General Ren. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Chungbei gently tapped on the door of General Ren's office. Guomin, a robust voice soon echoed from within, prompting Yu Chungbei to push open the door and enter. General Ren, despite his assertive demeanor before Zhao Ming, Yu Chungbei stood at attention in the presence of General Ren, who commanded his utmost respect from the depths of his being. This elder had, against all odds, elevated him to the position of head of Huawei's mobile terminal business, even after the failures of previous models. He had not faced any harsh criticism, but had instead encouraged Yu Chungbei to persist and not fear failure. With him and Huawei's support, Yu Chungbei felt empowered to forge ahead. Xiaoyu, is there something you need? How is the preparation for the P7 launch going? General Ren inquired, lifting his gaze. Yu Chungbei hastily recounted Zhao Ming's recent proposal to General Ren. This idea is indeed promising. You previously suggested that we learn from Demi and Hongqing and establish an internet brand. Given that a decision has been made, the company will certainly lend its unwavering support to you. I will convene a meeting tomorrow to address this matter. General Ren responded without a moment's hesitation, leaving Yu Chungbei momentarily stunned by the swiftness of his agreement. He had arrived with thoughts on how to persuade General Ren, as his current high-end strategy had not yielded outstanding results. Yet, General Ren's prompt approval meant that none of his prepared arguments were necessary. Yu Chungbei exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, Achieving the objective was what mattered. It seemed General Ren's trust in him remained steadfast. General Ren, I'm still contemplating whether to host the launch event for the P7 in our Huasha Magic City or in Paris, France. The phone is already in small-scale production, and once launched, we can swiftly move to large-scale manufacturing. After hearing Yu Chengbei's words, General Ren removed his glasses and set them aside, addressing him. Xiao Yu, I am indifferent to where you choose to hold the launch. However, you must understand what your true objective is. Yu Chengbei echoed General Ren's words thoughtfully. What's my objective? I understand now, General Ren. My vision had been too narrow. Huawei's true ambition lies in the global market. Our only rivals are two, Samsung and Apple. I will host the P7 launch in Paris, France. The realization brought a smile of satisfaction to General Ren's face. Pleased with Yu Chengbei's swift comprehension. Recently, he had been observing Yu Chengbei closely, noticing how he seemed to be distracted by the domestic sales figures. It was not that domestic sales were exceptionally strong, but rather that the poor performance had caused Yu Chengbei to focus too heavily on Hongqing and Demi, neglecting Huawei's genuine aspirations. I'm glad you've come to this understanding. You should also attend tomorrow's board meeting. I've seen the P7. The design is impressive. It's clear you have applied great effort. Do not dwell on immediate gains or losses. You must adopt a long-term perspective. As I've said before, pursue your ambitions without hesitation. The company stands firmly behind you. General Ren's words nearly brought Yu Chengbei to tears. After the failures of the P1 and P2, and the Mate series being recalled abroad due to processor overheating issues, he had even contemplated resigning out of responsibility. Yet, General Ren had steadfastly insisted that Yu Chengbei remain in charge of Huawei's mid-range mobile business at the board meeting. However, the models he had launched in the past 2 years seemed to lack notable success, leaving him feeling as though he had not lived up to General Ren's trust and support. General Ren, a mere processor, its performance barely on par with last year's Snapdragon 800, would likely be ignored by other manufacturers in favor of Snapdragon chips. Yet here he was, competing with Xiaoming over it, which felt utterly absurd. Our journey is still long. I recognize that the semiconductor department has hindered your progress. The chip performance has consistently fallen short of mainstream standards, causing your product capabilities to always lag behind. Xiaoyu, pursuing self-developed chips, is undoubtedly the right path. To break free from foreign monopolies, we must have domestic enterprises that can rise to the occasion. I've taken the time to learn about Hongqing. I know Chen Yunlong. He was bold enough to commit fully to chip development. What do we have to fear? Hongqing's first generation of chips couldn't compete with others either. It took their third generation to merely catch up to mainstream standards, and we are only on our second generation. There's no need to be apprehensive. As General Ren spoke of Chen Yunlong, a hint of nostalgia colored his tone. He recalled how Chen Yunlong had sought to delve into chip design and had come to Shenzhen to meet him, resulting in a lively and mutually agreeable conversation. Both men hailed from military backgrounds, sharing a fierce determination not to concede defeat. General Ren appeared to see a reflection of himself in Chen Yunlong, which was why he had extended considerable assistance during the establishment of Hongqing's chip department. However, he had not anticipated that Chen Yunlong would not witness the fruits of the labor he had invested in creating the mobile chip. General Ren even harbored doubts that Chen Yunlong's death was truly accidental. During their last meeting, Chen Yunlong had appeared vibrant and youthful, excitedly discussing the imminent release of Hongqing's first genuine self-developed processor. How could he have suddenly passed away? Yet, with the conclusion drawn, it was best to let things be. The truth was of little consequence now. Reflecting on old acquaintances, General Ren's mood turned somber, as if the departed were like leaves falling in the wind, gradually drifting away. How many more years could this old body endure at Huawei? Noticing the change in General Ren's demeanor, Yu Chengbei took his leave from the office to prepare for the P7 launch. In the idyllic realm of dreams, only the classical remains fragrant. The inner journey determines your place in this world. Amidst the tumult, present yourself with elegance. In the secluded valley, the pure heart of the orchid is indeed rare. A gentleman is like an orchid, Huawei's brand new P7. In August, we meet in Paris, France. Chapter 170, Kirin 701. This year, the global smartphone market has become increasingly competitive, and Huawei must continue to exert its influence in the mid to high-end sector. Thus, I propose that we design and develop a mid-range processor based on our high-end chip, ensuring it supports 4G networks. This year marks the advent of 4G in China. Since Huawei's communications lead the world, we must present a mid-range smartphone that supports 4G to gain a foothold in this market. During the board meeting the following day, Yu Chengbei spoke confidently before the assembly. With General Ren's backing, he felt utterly fearless. A mid-range chip? Supporting 4G? The sales of the 910T remain uncertain, and now we are to develop another mid-range processor. What if we face losses like with the previous models? Redesigning a chip demands substantial resources. Can the semiconductor department bear potential losses? The Changwon brand had little to show for its efforts over the past year. Perhaps it would be better to abandon it altogether. General Ren listened to the murmurs of dissent without interjecting. The meeting was meant to be a discussion, and he wished to hear the opinions of others first. However, Yu Qingbei could hardly contain himself any longer. Mr. Hua, please clarify the order of discussion. Firstly, the losses incurred by the semiconductor department are not a consequence of our mobile terminal division. This is a strategic decision by the company. I concede that the previous 2 generations of our models suffered from inadequate product strength, but this is intrinsically linked to the synergy with our semiconductor department. Hearing Mr. Hua lament the losses, Yu Qingbei, unable to restrain himself, interjected, the company's strategy has been to support our semiconductor division through the mobile department. It is unjust to attribute the business losses solely to us. The competition in the market has reached an increasingly fierce level, and our mid-range devices must exhibit sufficient competitiveness, or they risk being eliminated from the market altogether.